What did you say to the court a couple of weeks ago?
Before I went to the court date, I put in the notice of an idiot with Exhibit A and another notice of appearance that I'm going to appear only as a man under these terms and conditions. So when I went up to the front, and she said, "You're driving on suspended." I said, "Well, I'm an idiot. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what we're doing here. I don't understand your language. I've done nothing wrong." Is a man claiming that I've done wrong? And she said, "Yeah, he is." I said, "Okay, there's a claim before this court that I've done wrong?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Well, who's making the claim?" "The state of Florida." I said, "Well, who's the state of Florida?" She pointed at the prosecutor and said, "That's the state of Florida." I looked over at him. I said, "You're the state of Florida?" He said, "Yes." So then she started talking about a plea, and I said, "Well, the only thing I understand about the word plea is what I do when I pray to my God."
No. When you said it was the state of Florida, why didn't you continue with it? It said, so that's what your mom called you. Your mom called you the state of Florida. You Mr. or Mrs. State of Florida? What are you?
Well, no, I did say, I thought his name was Mr. Alberta.
Yeah, because then why did you decide to skip that and not tell me? You just feel like being cute?
No.
Well, he didn't say it to me, man. Did he just say it now?
He said before, too.
No, I didn't say it by force. He didn't say it now.
No, I did. I did not say it just now. Which I just remembered that I did say I thought that was Mr. Alberta.
Okay, so what did she say? Did she say you were in error?
No, she said, "Well, what do you plead? Not guilty, guilty, or this or that?"
You say, man, we got to get past the point first. I'm looking for the man or the woman named State of Florida that I owe the debt to.
I knew.
Why do you
that's what I
you, man? If you're an idiot, you don't fucking know. Why do you just keep saying, "Look, man, I told you already, I'm an idiot. I don't understand." Again, I'm looking for Mr. or Mrs. State of Florida. Is that Mr. or Mrs. State of Florida? Is he saying I owe him a debt? If he said I'm doing wrong, you don't leave. You don't just look, dude. They're just going to keep moving over you. What's the point if you don't challenge that question? You didn't challenge that answer. They just said, okay, he accepts it. He believes that that's the state of Florida. So then they just move on. No, I don't accept that. He's going to have to prove it. He's got some ID. Let me see that ID. Hey, wait a second. This says Mr. Alberta. What kind of crap you pulling in this court today? I thought you said he was state of Florida. What the hell's going on here? Judge, is he committing perjury? Don't leave the topic. Why do you just let these people misdirect you people? First of all, it's bad enough that you said you're a fucking idiot, and then you prove that you're not because you're giving them competent answers. That's pretty fucking horrible to begin with. But if you want to play that you're competent, which you clearly did, and you clearly understand them, and you clearly appeared before them as somebody who was competent, not an idiot, well, that idiot notice just went out the window because you answered them competently. So you want to play you're a smart guy? Okay, good. Play you're a smart guy. Now you want to stick with what's the state of Florida? Is it who is or what standing there? Oh, it's a who or what? Oh, that's Mr. Can I see his ID? Well, can we see his ID? What, have you seen his ID, Judge? Have you seen that he says that he's the state of Florida? He's the state of Florida. Uh-huh. I thought the state of Florida was like a landmass. I guess I'm in error. What's the state of Florida, man? Is it a who? Is it a what? He looks like a who to me. He doesn't look like a what. You're saying that man's the state of Florida? Yes. Can I see his ID? Don't back off. Just keep pushing it. I don't care if it takes 3 years to get through that fucking collection. Just keep telling him, look, I don't understand what he's saying. That's the state of Florida. Yeah, can I see his ID? This says Mr. Alberta. Okay. If his ID doesn't say state of Florida, can we dismiss this case until the state of Florida does appear? Because I want to cross-examine the state of Florida. If his ID doesn't say state of Florida, can we dismiss this until Mr. State or Mrs. State of Florida appears? This says I've done something wrong? Okay, so you just play the stupid game, and you just say, okay, now she goes off into the plea land. What do you do?
And I followed her like an idiot, like a moron. I know.
Yeah,
as soon as I walked out of there, I said that. I said I just fucked up. But how am I gonna move ahead on this next court date?
I guess you could try the same thing. Try to do the same damn notice. This time, try to get it fucking right. Like I said, Gus did great, man. Like, hey, man, I'll have a fucking croissant with that coffee. That kind of answer. Like, what? I asked you if you're guilty or not guilty. Oh, yeah, cream, no sugar. That'd be nice. That proves he was an idiot. So the judge's like, what? It's like, what? What do you mean, what? Are you talking to me man to man, or are you talking to me as a legal person? I don't speak legally. You talking to me man to man? No. Oh, then that'd be lovely. I'll take a donut too. That kind of attitude. That kind of spiel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. Real simple shit. But like I said, man, that's what you get lucky, man. Thank God that these people just drag this stuff on for freaking ever. Thank God that you guys keep getting another crack at it, another crack at it, another crack at it. If you go to a normal court like somebody that something that I'd run, you got one shot at this. You got 20 minutes. I'm not coming back. I'm going to hold court. It's going to be a 20-minute court. I'm going to move my case through here like lightning. When it's done, it's done. No appeals, no come back, no try to get. We're done. I got shit to do with my life. No billable hours. I'm done. So you're lucky that these guys live on billable hours and just drag this damn shit on forever. So you're giving them.
Let me ask you this: what does this next court date have to do with the claim that I have filed against the man who's acting as an officer?
Absolutely nothing, man.
Right. That's my separate issue that I'm bringing him in.
That's right. If you were smart, you would have done it a long freaking time ago, man. So that when they were moving their court, you can move your court at the same damn time. It's like I did with Bali. I told Bali, look, man, you got 5 weeks to move this damn, make a claim. And it was so funny. I said, 5 weeks. You got 35 days. We need at least 21. Every day I tell him. Every damn day I tell Bali. I say, hey, now we got 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. Now we're 1 day behind. Now we're 2 days behind. Now we're 3 days behind. Now we're 4 days behind. Now we're 5 days behind. We were 21 days behind when they finally got their claim. Thank God they didn't know how to say, we have 21 days before we have to answer that claim. You know, they presented us the claim improperly. They have to serve us, and we got 21 days to answer after service. Thank God the claim that I wrote was only 8 words. They just laughed at it and threw it down. Nobody challenged that I was bringing a claim before the court that day. So you might get lucky. Throw the damn claim down. See if anybody objects to not being served in the proper manner. If they don't, just move your claim through the court. Say, oh, I got a claim before the court today.
Well, the only man on my claim is Damon Mitchell, the officer, and acting as an officer.
So hopefully he'll be there, right?
Well, he wasn't this last time.
I didn't say that. What did I say?
Hopefully he'll be there.
Hopefully he'll be there. Why? What's this next hearing supposed to be?
She continued the matter till the 22nd.
Continued what? Arraignment? What was the matter that you were before at that time? How's that? Were you there for arraignment?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. You don't even fucking know. And you want me to guess? Would you like me to guess for you what's going on in your life?
No.
Does that make you happy?
No.
Let's take a guess at the giggles. You were there for arraignment because you was asking me how do you plead, and you wouldn't plead. Right?
Right.
Did you plead?
No.
What did you tell her?
The only thing I know about the word plea is when I prayed to God. And I was leaving, they said, here, sign this paper. So I don't understand anything on that paper. That's written in a different language.
Right.
She said, I'm going to write, you don't want to sign, wrote down you don't want to sign, and she marked down plea not guilty on the paper.
Yes, and then what did you do?
I left it there on the table.
Did you say, ma'am, are you accepting a benefit on my behalf?
I figured out that I was going to write a letter to the man's boss.
What, you were going to write a letter A, letter B, letter C? What letter were you going to write?
I was going to write a letter to the man's boss.
Okay, I'm just trying to get people to use words like I was going to write a document. You know, I'm just trying to get people to be a little bit tighter because I'm telling you that the legal people are just going to mess with you. Oh, so you wrote us a letter. What letter did you decide to write us? The letter Q, the letter Z, the letter W? See, I'm just trying to keep you guys from being
correspondence. I was
right.
going to write a correspondence.
All right, I'm just trying to get everybody to be a little bit tighter in the way we talk.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I say letter all the time. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm sloppy sometimes too. But I'm trying to say, because they are going to do whatever it takes to misdirect you. They're going to do whatever it takes to throw you off your game. So the tighter you could be with every single aspect of your life, it's just getting out of that sloppy, casual style. It's going to be harder for them when you get on a witness stand. It'll get harder for them when you appear in court. The judge is just looking for any damn thing to knock you off your game because you're concentrating so hard because you're not relaxed. So she says, so you wrote a letter. Which letter did you decide to use? Q, W, X, Z? What did you do, sir? What letter did you write? You'll be like, what? And you're going to be, it's just to distract you. It's like banging a pot and pan and getting you off your game. So like I said, I'm just trying to get people to understand. It's like, look, I tendered a document. This man, I tendered a statement. I tendered a declaration. I delivered upon the man, a message. I'm just trying to get you guys to make it sound like you know your shit.
Oh, no, I don't take it in a bad way because, believe me, that's why I like you and I like listening to your stuff because it makes me feel to better my vocabulary, better the way I conduct myself in my own affairs. I'm not going to get offended, believe me.
Yeah. I mean, you don't sound like a sensitive type, man. You sound like a right. What's that? What's better? Yeah, but I'm saying just making things more concise. I'm saying no loopholes. Don't give these bastards a loophole because they'll do exactly what I'm doing to you guys. Just messing with you. The whole time. Just like I was doing with a guy yesterday with a bicycle guy. I said, hey man, who's the guy who hit you? Sosa. Yeah, okay. Was he Puerto Rican? Was he Spanish? What was he? Portuguese? What the hell was he? What do you look like? Small, big, young, old? He says, what does that matter? I said, it matters a lot. The guy finally said, okay, he was Puerto Rican, Mexican looking, whatever, Portuguese. He had 3 bimbos and a little cute car. I said, oh, guess what, man? He ain't going to appear in court. Don't worry about it. You're still overkill what you're doing. He's a young guy. You made a dent in his hood. You know what? He's not going to be a little candy ass and cry about it. You know what he did? He went around the block, opened up his hood, hit the pump out with his fist, and he went down with the rest of his life. He's not going to appear. They ain't got no case against you. I said, you're making a federal case out of nothing. And he's like, well, I said, look, nobody's going to appear on the other side. Don't worry about it. I said, now if you're telling me he was a geeky-looking guy, he was a nerd, he was driving a hybrid SUV, a hybrid fucking Escort or something like that, and he was a real nerd, yeah, he's going to appear in court because this guy's got nothing better to do in his life like you do. He'll actually appear. So it does matter. When I do say stuff like that, it does matter because there's a lot of stuff that comes into play. Like I said, you're trying to concentrate on something, and the judge realizes you're just basically trying to read it off a script. Like you said to the judge, is that the state of Florida? Yeah. And you drop the ball. She's like, oh, okay, good. He doesn't have to keep going. He's like, oh, state of Florida. Yeah, can we see his ID? Yeah, here's my ID. I never met a Mr. Florida. I never met a state of Florida. Can I see his ID? Are you sure, Judge? Did you get his ID? Because, I think he's crazy. I don't think he's the state of Florida, ma'am. Honestly, I honestly don't think he, I take a look on on a map, and he don't look like Florida. Not the Florida I know. And so I think he's bullshitting everybody. Or either that, if he needs a psychological evaluation, if you think he's the state of Florida, I think you recommend that his competency be challenged.
All right, so I'm going to write a correspondence to the man's boss and the man acting as the prosecutor and his boss, and see how they respond to that. And what if they decide to keep moving ahead?
Yeah, well, at this point, they're not going to answer you, man. You're going to have to serve it to them. They're not going to play with you. They're not going to answer you. They see where you're trying to go with this. You're going to have to have the process server handed to them. Up here in Virginia, it's nothing. It's $35. It's almost like a registered letter. I think a registered letter is like $25.
I know that. But...
Yeah, so you get a process server. Process server will say, on this day, I handed it to this guy's boss. And I'll testify that it's true in any open court, as I'm an officer of this court, and I'll appear in any court in the United States to say that this man was handed this document or this package on this day. And there you go. And then when you put him when you make a claim against him, you say, hey, look, I gave you fair warning, and you chose not to fucking, you decided to throw it in the crap or whatever the hell you decided to do. Don't tell this court that I didn't communicate with you. Don't tell this court that I didn't try to settle this on a private side. Don't tell this court I didn't act honorably. You stand there and tell the court you acted dishonorably because you didn't feel the need to communicate with your fellow man.
And that's going to be that they are moving a false claim against me?
No, of course not. They're not moving a false claim. That's what I always tell people all the time. Of course not. How dare you say it's a false claim? It's what if I claim there's 10,000 space aliens tap dancing on your forehead right now? Who the fuck are you to tell me that I don't see 10,000 space aliens?
Nobody.
That's right. What happened if my definition of space aliens is sweat beads or hair or pores of skin? Do you know what fucking space aliens means? No. Did you ask me? No. Then how do you know it's false? No. You just said, well, that's bullshit, Carl. There's no space aliens. So what's my definition of space alien? Did you ask? Well, no. Well, then how did I make a false claim? Okay. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You just say, hey, look, you know what? If that guy believes what he believes, that's fine. You know what? I believe something different. This is what I believe. And now I'm going to let the jury decide. Who has a better belief? Who's got a better belief system? What really happened? What do you believe, Jerry? It's up to you to determine. Is he telling the truth or am I telling the truth? It's up to the jury to decide. I think he's crazy. He thinks I'm crazy. What do you people decide? What do the people of the community think? Who's crazy here? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't do this false claim bullshit. I don't make fun of anybody else's beliefs. If that's what you believe, hey, God bless you. Is that what God lets you see? God bless you. What does space alien mean to you? You know, honestly, I don't give a shit. But you're saying that I killed 10,000 space aliens. So really, that's lovely. Can you take me to court over it? Okay, really? Okay. Can you define space alien for me? Yeah, really. And you think that's wrong? Okay, lovely. But see, that's what I'm saying. I don't. You see, you guys are starting like a controversy. You're starting a fight. It's not starting a fight. I just don't know what the hell you believe that I've done wrong. I think if I've done something wrong, somebody has to come forth and show me a bill for damages. You got some bill for damages? No, then honestly, I don't give a fuck what you believe. Can you tell me where I trespassed upon another man's property? Can you tell me where I interfered with another man's rights? No, I didn't. So honestly, what the fuck am I doing here? You're saying I did something illegal. I'm sure I did. I'm not a legal person. I don't speak legalese. Did I do something un-Chinese? I'm sure I did. Did I do some unlegalese? Ill Chinese, ill Japanese? I'm sure I did. Who cares? I'm not Chinese. Do I look like a legal person? Do you think I speak legalese? Do I look like something that's legal? I'm sure I did 10,827 illegal things on the way to the courthouse. I'm sure I did 612 illegal things in the court building. I'm sure I did 12 things illegal so far in the last 30 seconds. And? So what? What do I care? I'm not a member of the legal society. What the hell do I care? What's it to me? I don't care. What's it to you? Are you a legal person? Yes, then you worry about it, not me. Don't include me in your little fucking societal party. I'm not a member. Oh, I didn't give you a notice that I'm not a legal person. Oh, gee, I forgot to do that. Well, let me give you a notice now. How's that?
I understand that.
What if they don't care? Dude, you'll listen to me for a week and a half. You're doing fine. Just get the shit tighter. Just get quicker.
What if they don't care that I don't think I'm a legal person or I haven't hurt anybody? I violated a statute and I'm doing 6 months.
Damages. Send them a notice for the damages. Say I haven't intended to bill for the damages. Oh, no damages, no case. Oh, I'm not a legal person. Do I look like a fucking person? Yeah, have some man or woman come and testify in open court that it's true that I'm a legal person. Let somebody come forth. Hey, why don't you let Mr. Florida fucking swear that I'm a legal person? Why don't you let him do it? I wanted to know what a legal person always looked like. Let him swear in fucking open court I'm a legal person. That he has first-hand knowledge that that's true. You're doing fine. You'll listen to me for 2 weeks. I'm sure you'll fucking kick the crap out of him eventually.
Well, yeah, eventually, but
yeah,
I got a family to support.
Yeah,
I can't take a chance.
That's right. You better get quicker, better get faster, better study harder. Oh, well, you got into a fight. Hey, what did you do your whole life? You became the world's best orthodontist? What are you, the world's best plumber? You never bothered to study law? Like, that's my fucking problem? So you didn't spend your lifetime learning this stuff? Oh, well. You know, it's just like, what do you do for a living?
I was a contractor. I manage Dunkin' Donuts stores now.
There you go. You're the best Dunkin' Donut manager on planet Earth. So what? So that's great. That's fantastic. You know what? You tell me to run a Dunkin' Donut, it'd be bankrupt in 20 minutes. So, okay, so I suck at being a Dunkin' Donut manager. Okay, great. So what? Everybody be coming through there fucking stealing me left and blind because I don't fucking know what the hell I'm doing. So what? It doesn't mean that I'm not a good person. It doesn't mean that you're not a good person. I'm just saying, hey, you want to be good at legal shit? You want to be good at lawful shit? You better fucking study like crazy.
I have a family court case that is going on in regards to my sons. I have a court date coming up on Monday, and I've put in a notice and a claim into their case.
Yeah, well, you can't put a claim in that case, but go ahead.
Well, I put in notice, put it that way. So, I just wanted to, see how I should, stand in court. I figured that I would, state my claim, and then I would say nothing else.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you claim. You're in family court. Nobody cares. You've got to move your own damn court. I tell you a million damn times, but I tell you you're not ready. If you don't even know how to understand that simple stuff I keep telling you all the time, you can't do that in family court. You can't do that in family court. You can't do that in family court like a broken record. How in the world are you going to move your own court when you can't understand the simplicity of what I'm saying about family court? It's like traffic court. You're in traffic court and you start saying that somebody kidnapped your kids, somebody stole your kids. It's like, hey, lady, we're in traffic court. You're in family court. You say, hey, somebody kidnapped your kids. Like, hey, lady, you're in family court. What the hell do you think you're talking about? Kid? What kid? What are you talking about? You're just considered a baby just like that baby is. You got the mommy judge in front of you. You're just an imbecile. You're just an idiot. You got no standing other than you're an incompetent. That's the only fucking role you get there is that you're an incompetent idiot. You have no idea what's going on, and the judge is going to decide what's best for you. You got no standing there as a woman. Nobody cares what the hell you got to say. It's that simple. Go ahead and just keep saying shit to the judge and watch how fast you be held in contempt of court. Watch how fast your ass will go to jail.
When I spoke to you before, you told me that I should put my notice in and say the 2 sentences. I already told you that.
The only reason why you say those 2 sentences is if somebody asks you to say it. Only if somebody asks you, man, do you have anything to say? Yeah, everything's there on that notice. What, would you like me to read the notice? Did you not understand the notice? Would you like me to read it? Did you not see the notice before? Yeah, it's 2 sentences here, let me do it. I require the immediate return of that which is mine, that's not yours. Return or compensate. There you go, that's my notice. Well, what does it mean? Well, what do you mean, what does it mean? What part of that didn't you understand? What part of that was too difficult? Do you want to leave a court judge and get competent counsel to try to decipher what I said? That'd be fine. That'd be lovely. How long do you wish to leave? How long is this going to take? Anything else you'd like to ask me?
I guess not, no.
Yeah, because we already talked on the phone before, and we just want to say anything. All you got to do is put that notice before the court and shut up. Don't say another thing. Wait for them to address you. If they don't address you, make your own damn court and file a claim against them. But you can't make a claim in their court. That's not a court of claims. You're wasting your time. That's simple.
But what about the challenging of jurisdiction? Like, I basically challenged jurisdiction. I told them that I was an idiot. I was incompetent.
No, it's like traffic court. It's like challenging jurisdiction in traffic court. Oh, well, the policeman wrote me out a citation. He wrote me out a ticket. Well, I challenged jurisdiction. This is the wrong. What? Lady, he wrote you out a traffic ticket. This is traffic court. This is a proper jurisdiction. We're talking about traffic here, right? Yeah. There you go. You're at family court. Yeah, this is what family court does. This is what we talk about. You challenge jurisdiction. It's like this because, wait a second, I got a bloody traffic ticket. What am I doing standing in family court? It's like, holy shit, you're right. We're in the wrong jurisdiction. We got no control over that. Have a nice day. Goodbye. You're right.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What's venue?
No. How about I answer the question? No. You like that answer? No. You say, can I ask you a question? Then you ask me a question. You already gave you the one question. So can I ask you a question? No. And that's the end of your question. There you go. Now you're supposed to say, can I ask you another question? And I'll say no again. And then you're supposed to say, can I ask you 2 questions? I'll say, okay, go ahead and ask me 2 questions. First one is no. Now what's the second one?
What is venue?
Dude, it's like you know what you should do? Study fucking like Groucho Marx, man. Study like a misdirection guy. A guy who just you say one thing and he gets you going the other way. That's what they're doing to you. It's all misdirection. That's what I just did to you. Can I ask you a question? No. And then you ask me another question. You ask me 2 questions, but the question that you really meant to ask me, can I ask you 2 questions? Because I know the answer to the first one's going to be no. So can I ask, and now can I follow it up with the second question? Yeah, go ahead then. You got to get quick, guys. Your mind's got to work sharp, man. You got to realize this is like a comedy routine they're playing on you. And they love it, man. You got to go to court and entertain the son of a bitch. It's like Johnny Cochran, man. He was like a fucking ultimate fucking, entertainer, comedian. And he knew this shit. It's all bullshit, man. It's all fucking an act. It's all staged. Can you convince the jury that your shit is better than the other guy's shit? It's like a juggling act. Hey, look, that guy can like juggle 2 balls. Look, I can do a hula hoop, a unicycle, and a fucking chainsaw. Don't you believe my act is better than theirs? Yeah, and then you're gonna win. It's all bullshit, man. It's all fucking based on fraud. Only God knows what's true. It's how well you can bullshit the fucking court. How bullshit you can convince the jury. It's all bullshit, man. Nobody knows what's true. But yeah, go ahead. Ask me your second question.
What is venue?
It's just a location. It's like we're going to have court at McDonald's or under an oak tree or under an apple tree. Or in a public building. Say the courthouse burns down. You know what? We're going to start meeting up at the VFW hall. Hey, you know what? As a matter of fact, there's a little town, I don't remember, it was Carrollton? No, it was on the other side of Georgia. Sorry about that. There was a whole bunch of processing plant. And then when I had a traffic ticket, that's where we actually met at court, man. We met at court at a VFW place. It was funny as hell, watching the judge sitting in a folding chair in front of a folding table. It was hysterical. He was in there after a while, man, and when his court was all over, I pulled up a folding chair next to the guy, and we were just sitting around jibber-jabbering, bullshitting. It was a lot of fun. Just talking to a regular guy. Yeah, it wasn't a big fancy building. It was a VFW hall. If I get a map, I'll find out the name of the town, and you guys will laugh and say, well, find out where this VFW hall is if you live in Georgia, and go down there and watch him do court one day. The guy whips out a folding chair, and he has a folding card table, and he holds court right in the VFW hall, and you do your traffic ticket. I got a traffic ticket for failing to yield enough at a yield sign. And the judge said, what the hell kind is that? What? He said to the cop, well, he didn't yield enough. He said, well, how much of a yield did he have to yield? He said, well, he kind of just kept going. He kind of like, well, did he hit anybody? No. Did anybody get swerved? Like, no, but he basically just blew through that yield sign. I said, yeah, that's what I said to the cop, too. I said, how much a yield is a yield? I said, nobody was in my path, so I don't understand how much I didn't yield. I said, I think what it was, I got out-of-state tags, and he figured I'd just mail in the $35. And why would I drive all the way back here, this little hick town in the middle of nowhere, Georgia? But he didn't understand that I scheduled my fucking route, during the month that I'd wind up back here in this little itty-bitty town. So here I am to say, yeah, you know what? I yielded enough. There was enough yielding that day. So the judge just laughed. He said, yeah, case dismissed. But like I said, it's funny, man. It's a lot of fun. There's little tiny courthouses, little tiny towns, little tiny folding chairs and VFW halls. There wasn't like big courthouses. We didn't even hold it in the sheriff's department. It was funny, like Andy Griffin. No, he held it in the VFW halls, some folding chairs and some folding tables. It was cool. Seeing all the hillbillies in the parking lot, just pulling their pickup trucks and traffic that day, traffic court.
Well, I was asking because I went in and took one of their papers this morning. They have everybody fill out their plea and sign this, and at the bottom it says, I agree that venue is before this court.
Well, ask them the definition of venue. It can mean porcupine. It can mean orange juice. What's their definition of venue? If you don't know a term apart, if you don't understand their term, it's like I said, if somebody was like doing brain surgery, said, whip out the tire iron on this guy. I need a tire iron. Has anybody got the tire iron laying around? And I'm fucking consciously, what? You gonna hit me with a tire iron? No. It's kind of a heavy, kind of J-shaped kind of piece of metal. It kind of resembles a tire iron. It's about the size of my pinky. No, we just call it the old tire iron. Oh, shit. I thought you were going to hit me in the head with a tire iron. So it's all a term of art. When you're an idiot, you're a lay person. You don't know their language. They know what it means, but you're clueless. It's like, shit, I thought you said hit me with my car. I nearly jumped off the operating team. The guy he says, hey, let me take a whack at that with an old tire iron. I think that'll get the job done. It scared the shit out of me. I almost fell off the fucking operating team. Then he showed it to me. It was the size of a toothpick. I said, oh, shit. Is that with fucking venue? Oh my God, is that all it means?
Huh.
Yeah, ask. See, the problem is you're reading their crap, and you have absolutely no idea what these words mean, and you think you know what the words mean because you're talking like they're talking like a normal Joe. They're not a normal Joe. They're a legal society. They speak legalese. Why are you trying to interpret their fucking culture, their beliefs, their religion? Why are you trying to interpret their fucking societal rules? Why? Why waste your time? It's just like saying what happened to the societal order of the Ku Klux Klan still fucking ruled the South like it did for 100 years. You're going to study all their rules before you walk in the court? Yeah, some of you guys probably would. It's like, hey, look, I'm not a member of the societal order of the Ku Klux Klan. Well, if you want to be a sheriff in this county, you better be a member of the Ku Klux Klan. If you want to be a deputy, you better be. If you want to be a court clerk, you better be a member of the societal order of the Ku Klux Klan. Nobody's going to vote for you if you're not. Nobody's going to vote for you if you're not a member of the legal society. Dude, I don't want to be. Well, you better be. A job in this town, you better be. Dude, I don't want to be a member of your legal society. You're your societal law of the Ku Klux Klan. You're societal law of the Boy Scouts. I don't want to be a member of the Girl Scout Society. Well, if you don't, man, you're going to wish you did, because you know what? We're going to throw you in jail, and we're going to do all these horrible things to you if you don't plead to our societal order. If you don't give our legal society what we want to hear, you're going to have hell to pay. Oh, are you communicating a threat? Are you forcing me to voluntarily be in your society, and I don't wish to be in your society? Is this a legal matter before the court? Yes. Then what makes you think I'm a legal person? Do I look like a legal person? What does a legal person look like? Can you pull out the old dictionary? Is my picture going to be there? Holy shit, it looks just like me. You're right. Okay, legal person. I guess I am. Shit, I never knew.
I had no idea that drawing one line on one document could make a big difference.
Oh, yeah, boxing things out. Oh, yeah, because, see, I was explaining that to Paul earlier. 100, 200, 500,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, a piece of paper is beyond expensive. I mean, that was like, you could probably buy gold cheaper than a piece of paper. It was, whatever, probably took a month to make a piece of paper. And, everything was parchment back then, like, sheepskin and stuff like that. It was very hard to find anything to write on, like look at, what the Egyptians did. Man, those guys wrote on stone. I'm like, Jesus Lord. Imagine how long it took to write a letter on stone. So you could have 57 different topics going on one piece of paper, but you just box it off. Say, okay, this pertains to this pertains to that pertains to that. It's like, well, you just write it on another piece of paper. Well, now we get paper, instantly. It's a penny a sheet, whatever. But when it was hundreds of dollars a sheet, you would box things off. Paper was beyond valuable. So that's why I explained to him the way he boxed off his name at the very top, where he boxed off his court. I said, man, don't box off the court. I said, let that become part of the document. Don't box it off. I said, because if they really want to, and they want to take it like literally, they'll say, why did this guy box off his court? Is it a separate document? Is he really, what's he doing? But we were going over the paperwork, I don't know, at least a week, sending back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And like I said to John here, I said, you know what, I might just give up, and I might just do the damn thing for him. Just find me a computer and just, I'll be done in 2-3 minutes. Like for me to do a lawsuit, man, if it takes me 20 minutes, I'd be amazed. It's funny, I wrote like a habeas corpus for Frank in the front seat of my mom's car the other day. Man, I just flew. I just wrote it like really fast. And it might have taken me 2-3 minutes to do a habeas corpus. I said, just let Frank read this through the glass and tell him to write it down and mail it to me, and have him read it out loud. He reads it out loud. At least everybody in the prison system or the detention center heard him, and it's all videotaped and it's all audio taped, so that way when he sends it out, they can't say, oh, that's not what Frank really wants to do. Carl's doing this. Frank don't want to do it. Carl's doing it. So I told my mom to have him sign it, write it as a notice, and send it out of the fucking detention center, and I'll fucking make sure that it gets before the court, and I'll get him I'll get him into a competent jurisdiction. That's basically what I wrote. I said, I require to place the case that is now Augusta County Juvenile Domestic Relations Court, case number to be placed before a competent jurisdiction in accordance to the common law. I say another battery guy.
Well, I can share this before Karl gets back. We found a nice courthouse that was away from all the big cities, where the people like to be pretty much like, and that's been useful because when I went down there, the people were very helpful and kind, and you're not part of a machine when you get there. And I recorded most of what I got. They bumped me from one clerk to another, and when I went up to see the second clerk, the clerk and master was actually a very helpful man, and the clerk tried to change my paperwork and actually struck a line through my first copy of my paperwork where it said court. And I looked at the clerk and master who I'd already spoken to, and I asked him, I said, it's very important that this reads this particular way. And he looked at the paperwork and he read it, and he said, and this is common law. I said, yeah, it is. I said, this is between the man who owes me the money, and it's between myself. I said, we need to keep the paperwork the way it is. And he just leant over the clerk's shoulder, who was typing everything in the computer, and he said, leave the man's paperwork the way it is. It's his paperwork. Leave it alone. He said, and he said this will be passed to the judge. It'll get case stamped, and then there'll be a case file. He said, and the judge will take a glance at it. And I told him, I said, I'm going to private serve the man right now. I said, because it's important. He's been ducking and diving, trying to stay away from me.
Paul. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you talk to them about the process server guy? How about that?
Yeah, I can do the process server too, because I met him after.
Talk about the process server, man. Do that.
Okay.
That's fun.
When I got back from the courthouse with the papers, I'd already called a couple of process servers, and the one guy who sparked my attention was the one guy on the phone. He said, well, I won't process serve unless I know a little bit more about it. He said, because I had somebody hurt who's worked for me a number of years ago. I said, I can respect that. I said, I'll meet you when I come back. I'll call you on the way back. And I called him on the way back from the courthouse, and I said, I'm on my way back. Do you have time to meet? He said, sure. So we met, and he sat down, and I kind of spilled the beans a little bit. I was very apprehensive. And I said, I'm trying to serve somebody who works for the government. I said, but I'm serving him as a man. And very interesting words he chose. He said, you need to know. He said, I will only do process serve on something that is right or wrong. He said, you need to understand. He said, I want to be on the side who is right. And it sparked my attention so much. Let's call this guy's name John. I said, John, I said, a very unusual choice of words you have there. And he said, well, he said, in my line of work, we see a lot of things. He said, and I never ever, in my lifetime, ever want to be on the side of wrong. He said, people get hurt and harmed in wrong. He said, and I want to be on the side that is right. And I said, well, as far as I'm concerned, I've hired you right now. I said, but I will, being as you've shared those details with me, let me open the case file and kind of walk you through where I'm at, because this one process serving that I'm asking you to do is only the first one of 3 more to come. And I said, this first one is obviously against a man whose job every day of the week is to go work for the government. And he asked me, he said, what division of the government? And I showed him the letters. And he said, how important is this man? I said, he's a group coordinator. He's in charge of a number of men. And he said, do you think he's an honorable man? Do you think he is a man who recognizes a right and a wrong? I said, I do believe that. And he said, let me ask you about these other men. And he went down the list, and I said, that's the man you've got to be cautious of right there. I said, he is the one who will get what he wants at any cost. I said, one day they're going to read about him in the newspaper, doing bad things to other people, just to get what he wants. And he said, well, let me tell you, he said, I've heard your story. He said, why is this man so important? I said, well, if you understood what they did to my son, you'll understand why I've decided to fight this from the ground up. And I told him the story about them sending 2 armed agents to my son's school to pull him from his school so they could serve him a grand jury subpoena. And the man's eyes got so big. And he said, if I could do it for free, I would. He said, but I'm going to charge you just the bare minimum it's going to take to get it to happen. He said, but I give you my word, I'm going to serve this one for you. And he had such a great heart, this man. And it was quite refreshing to hear somebody who used the term right and wrong just like Karl does. And I asked him, I said, do you have any experience with common law? And he said, well, I understand that common law is real law. He said, and we're so bamboozled with stuff that gets thrown to us. He said, nobody knows what's right and wrong anymore. And I said, John, I can't even tell you what those words mean to me. And one of the other things he brought up, he said, if you give me a full overview, he said, and I am sure that any man who I give this job to who works for me or myself, he said, I'm going to personally serve this one for you. He said, but the other 3, I may hand them off to one of the guys who works for me because we do a lot of other work, not just process serving. He said, but I need to know if they're dangerous men or not dangerous men, and I kind of gave a profile of each man we're dealing with. And he said, Paul, I haven't heard a story like yours in a lot of years. He said, there are divisions of the government that don't do what's right. He said, and you're obviously on the receiving end of one that's not doing right. He said, and hand on heart, I'm going to do everything I can to help you. He said, and I'll call you first thing in the morning. He said, don't even pay me any money today. He said, I'll meet you tomorrow. I'll show you the file of what I've already pulled up on the information on this man that you want to serve. And you can either confirm or deny it's the right man, and then I'll go after him and I'll serve him. And he even asked me, what day do you want him served? So there are great people out there. And if you shop your process servers, you'll even find process servers who have a heart and a conscience to do what's right and what's wrong. And they want to be a part of the solution, not the problem. So there are great people out there. We've just got to find them. And it's not the first phone call you make. It may be the second or third, just for those guys who are listening. I don't know if you went through this, Gus, at all up at your end when you did all your stuff, but there's some process servers will just take your money and say they'll do it. This process server even asked me, he said, is is there any special words other than "you're served" that I need to use? And I said, well, if I could choose it, I said I would tell you, you can say, here is a common law claim against you, you're now served. And he said, I can do that. And just to hear those words was marvelous. So this guy was very, 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 very good. Obviously a stand-up man. He even shared a story of right and wrong, where he helped somebody process a law enforcement entity in another county that was doing wrong. And he said, it cost me probably $20,000 worth of future business from those people. He said, but I slept at night knowing I'd done the right thing. And I think that's a rare event for us to meet men and women like that.
Hey, Paul, what did he say he did for a living in the past? Was he an ex-cop or something like that, or ex-military? Or?
He's actually runs one of the biggest private investigation companies in this area here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what he did in his time before that or not, because I didn't get into that with him, but he came extremely highly recommended to me by some friends of mine at karate.
Okay, that's good. I just wondering that, huh?
Yeah. He did explain, he said, I'm running a risk by serving this department of the government. He said that if they don't work, if they ever...
Well, how did he know that you were serving government people?
Because I opened up and told him, I said, this man happens to the government. I said, and I want you to be aware of that.
Well, that's a good thing that you mentioned that on the show, because now I'm telling people, do not tell them that you're serving government people, okay? I mean, Paul was nice, I guess.
I got nice when the guy used the term right and wrong.
But I'm saying, before that, did you tell him that you were serving a government man, or no? No.
I met him. I showed him the...
I'm trying to teach other people, and I guess that this is what this show is really good about. It's me and you talking, because I know what happened. I'm going to interrupt every now and then to try to teach other people and say, see, this is what we're saying. Don't tell process servers you're serving a government person. It's going to be almost impossible to find a process server. Just like me with Terry McCuffle, whatever his name is, the governor. Thank God the court clerk lady didn't even know who the governor of Virginia was. Thank God. She was like, yeah, and we'll serve this Terry, whatever the hell's name is, McAleafy, whatever. I said, yeah, whatever. So thank God she didn't know, there's no miss, Terry McCuffle. Thank God she didn't know, She said, okay, I'll serve Anita Harris up here at the county center. So obviously she must have known. She must, be some sort of government employee, because I said, I know she works up here at the county center at 68, like Dick Huff Lane. I said, so she's like, okay. So then she probably says to herself, okay, Anita Harris is a county worker, okay. And then we'll have her serve whoever this person is, Terry McCuffle, McGapple. So yeah, like, believe me, I say, oh, I'm suing the governor. I was like, oh, Jesus, I mean, can you imagine if I was that stupid? It's like, I'm so stoked. I am going to so sue this effing governor. So I wrote Terry McGuffle, the grand governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. No, I didn't put that on the paper. It said wrongdoer, Terry McGuffle. Man, wrongdoer. I have not given anybody any heads up, Where can we find this guy? I don't know, man. I'll get his address some other day. It's like, oh, the governor's mansion. Yeah, oh, yeah, right. You want us to ring the door of the governor's mansion. Man, this guy. Oh, yeah. Really? Let me read this lawsuit a little bit before I piss the governor off of, the 25th Circuit Court. They let this out of the courthouse. They let this clown file this thing. Can you imagine the grief that those people would get? Then it would clearly said on there, governor's mansion, Terry McGuffle, governor. It should be. They'd say, "Oh no way, we are not sending that out from here. Oh no, we did not need the governor's people down here, balking at us, saying, how the hell did you let this piece of paper get filed? How the hell?" I definitely tell people, do not put down their damn titles on these pieces of paper. Do not say he's the governor. Do not say he's the president of the United States. Do not do any of that nonsense. Like I said, you say the Barack Obama, what's his real name? Barry Sanders or something like that. So I'm suing Barry Sanders. Where are you suing? I don't know, man. Can you just file it and I'll get you his address tomorrow? Oh, okay. And they filed it. Then the next day you come by and it's like, oh, did you get his address? I was like, oh, yeah, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Oh, okay. What Pennsylvania Avenue where? I don't know. I think it's near Maryland. I don't know. Wait a second. The zip code is right there. I don't know. I think that's near Washington or something. I'm not sure. Baltimore area. Just let the sheriff's department do their job. Don't get into damn detail.
Yeah.
Don't get into damn detail. So, like I said, Paul got into detail because he talked to the man a little bit. And what did you say? He said, when the man, go ahead, explain right and wrong. Go ahead. That's why you kind of opened up to him a little bit. But I don't recommend opening up to these people. You're going to scare the Jesus out of them.
Yeah. He was just right straightforward. He said, before I serve anybody, I just want to know, am I on the side of right or wrong? And I said, strange choice of words. I said, can you help me with that? And he said, what's happened to you that means you want to serve this man? I showed him the case. I said, I want my things back. He said, I got no problem with that. He said, are there other people you need serving as well? And I pulled up, obviously, the one guy with my son. Told him the story about that. He said, I don't care who he works for. He said, I'll serve him. He said, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And these people are obviously wrong. That's what gave birth to it opening up.
Well, like I said, you and I know what your son is, but why don't you explain to people what your son is?
Well, he's a 15-year-old. He's in high school. He has no knowledge of anything that happened. And we've got...
The only much that he has is that they came into the house. See, like I said, I've had other dads say that their sons are 25 years old, and how do I keep my 25-year-old son from testifying against me? It's like, if you created it, they can't use something that you created against you. Like if you made a chair, they can't hit you over the head with your chair. They can't do that. Explain a little bit about your son. That he's a nice kid. He
programs his phones for fun.
But I'm trying to describe him a little bit because you're not really doing a good job. I'm saying he's like a little slender fella. He's not big. Like when I was 15 years old, I'm 6 feet 2, 200 pounds. No, he's a nice little cute kid. Looks like he's like plays Atari videos, whatever, all day. He's a real nice kid. A real charming little fella, little cutie pie. So that's what I'm trying to explain to him, Paul. So you got to try to see people. This is video, or this is radio. This ain't video. So you got to try to explain, a little bit to get people a feel for you.
Yeah.
Radio. You're on radio.
He's a great kid, and he was, maybe 100 pounds wet through, probably. And they dragged two agents went to his school at a 15-year-old without any warning, without any notice to me, and they take him out of his class and drag him to the office to serve him a grand jury subpoena, and all the time slandering me for not taking a plea, and the whole time, and then trying to force him to talk. When it was all said and done, they're not allowed phones in the school. He got the computer science teacher to call me, and this guy, obviously a good-hearted man, called me, and he said, your son is very upset. Something's happened up here. He said, and I don't think he should be in class anymore. I said, well, can I speak to him for briefly? He said, well, it's against policy, but I'm going to put him on because he's obviously, this should have never happened. And so he put him on, and I ended up picking him up from class, and he didn't even go back to school the next day because of what they'd done. But there's no feeling or helpfulness when dealing with these entities who work for the government when they're out.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say, because another man called me up, and he had a 25-year-old son, and he went before a grand jury, so I was helping him on the show. So most people have an idea what a 25-year-old man looks like, and most people have an idea what a 15-year-old looks like. And, like I said, your kid is, like you said, 100 pounds wet, and how tall would you say he is?
Well, he's getting taller. He's getting up near me. He's probably about 5'4", 5'5" now.
Yeah, see, so I'm trying to get people to visualize this. There's a 5'4" kid. He's 100 pounds. He's 15 years old. He just loves to play like a Nintendo all day kind of looking kid. He doesn't look like he wants to play football or rugby. He's just a kid. To have these agents come, in his classroom is obscene. I mean, there's no reason for it. I can't even see him catching a kid coming off a school bus. I mean, why don't they just come to your house and say, hey, what, we're going to have to require you, your child appeared because at the time that we came in and served the warrants on you, he was in the home, and we want to want him to testify to what he heard or what he saw. So what exactly did they want from him? What information did they say that they wanted from him?
I don't know. I let him talk to Donald, but I didn't even jump in the middle of that one at the moment. I'm just concentrating on my end of it. What I will tell you is when he went to Grand, they served him that subpoena, and I ended up getting him a legal servant, and the legal servant took him to an interview for a few minutes.
Counsel, attorney, legal. You're saying there's an attorney?
Yeah.
Who got him the attorney?
I did. I paid for one.
Okay, so you got him an attorney. Okay. Yeah, see, a legal servant, a lot of people you just lost, when you said servant.
Yeah, I got him an attorney. I paid for a couple hours at a time. Attorney took him for an interview, and the basis of the interview was that he wouldn't have to go to a full grand jury appearance. Well, these people are so callous and inhumane in all ways that when the interview was over, they served him a subpoena anyway, another subpoena for another date. So we ended up going, and that's when Donald came over at Christmas, and Donald escorted him into the courthouse up there and was with him as next friend while I went to park the vehicle. And Donald hadn't even been in there a few minutes when Donald asked the question about, there's some grand jury coordinator, and he'd asked some questions. And this agent, who is one of the more brazen agents, came out with a subpoena for Donald. And it had Donald's name on, no address. They didn't know anything about Donald. But the agent, I just walked in on it when I got there. The agent comes out and hands Donald a subpoena while Ian's inside the grand jury. And I've never seen a government employee quite so confused in his life, Carl. Donald asked the man, this one agent, he said, the man's trying to hand in the paper, and Donald's got one hand on the paper but not fully accepting it. And Donald's looking at this man in the eye, and he's asking him, he said, who is giving me this paper? The agent said, well, it's the district court. And Donald asked him again, he said, who is giving me this paper? And he said, well, it's the district court. And you can see the agent's eyes started vibrating and rolling in his head. And then Donald asked him for the third time, he said, who is serving me this paper? Who is trying to give me this paper? And who signed this paper? And the agent, he was just, he lost it. And he said, it's the damn district court or something. And then Donald just gave it to him, and he said, look, he said, I didn't say what is serving, I said who. Who are you? Who are you? Do you know who you are? Do you even know who you are? And the agent, he couldn't. He ran in the back room like a scolded dog and went and got the district attorney out.
What did the district attorney do?
Well, the district attorney then he came out and he said, do you understand what this piece of paper is? And Donald says, I understand, and I believe that this piece of paper is addressed to a person who goes by the name of Donald Watson. And he said, really? He said, yes. He said, who is the man who gives me this paper? Who is the man who signed this? He said, well, that was me. He said, well, what is your name? And he said, well, my name is whatever it was. And he said, well, I'm a man. He said, do you want me to make a special appearance for this? He said, well, you've been served. You better be here or we'll arrest you. He was pretty aggressive. Yeah. And Donald, and I leaned over to the agent. I said, you do understand this man doesn't live in America. He lives in England, because they've been told me.
Yeah, what's kind of good is what Donald should have said is, are you communicating to me a threat? Are you threatening me? It's like, no, it's a damn promise. I was like, oh, okay, so you are committing extortion. You just threatened your fellow man. I'm man, you're man, and you just threatened me.
Yeah.
Say, is there a prosecutor nearby that I could, ask him if he'd be willing to investigate to see whether there's probable cause to take you up on charges for extortion? Can you say, name the bloody fucking prosecutor? That'd be funny. That'd be cool. And I guess one has to self-prosecute. You're going to have to do one of those, who's that free man guy? He's going to do the PAG, the private attorney general guy. What's his name? Rod Class? Yeah, you're going to have to do a Rod Class. Do a private attorney general. Well, then I'm going to prosecute you as a private attorney general. That would have been too funny. You started going down that chippy lane. That would have been funny. So anyway, he said that he said he started barking out all flavors of hell, saying if you don't get here, you'll be under arrest. Okay, then what happened from there?
Well, I leant over and I looked at the agent in the eye. I said, you do understand that Donald, this man here, I said, you do understand he doesn't live in America. I said, $40 isn't going to get him to your special appearance.
Yeah.
And he said, what do you mean? I said, he lives in England. And he said, it was like he didn't want to hear that information, therefore he switched his brain off. And I told him 3 times, Donald heard it, I heard it, he ignored it. Well, apparently, about, I don't know if it was a week ago, a few days ago.
He probably realized he don't have jurisdiction.
Well,
he doesn't have jurisdiction over somebody, who's a foreigner.
Yeah.
Somebody who is what would be called like an illegal alien, because you see, he's not a legal person, and he's alien to us. He has no comprehension of what's going on in our legal system.
correct.
So see, when you say illegal alien, that's a wonderful thing to be. I mean, I'd love it if when I walked in the courtroom and said, are you an illegal alien? They said, you damn bet, you better believe I am. I'm not a legal person, and I am alien to I do. You cannot lean me. Like A means not, and lean. You cannot lean me. Like I don't say I am a man. I said, when you see me, you see man. You're a man, I'm man. That's what you see. I mean, a lean, an alien. I said, that's right. You can't lean me. Right, I'm an illegal. That's right. I'm not legal. An alien. You're damn right. I'm not leanable. You can't push a charge on me. You can't pass judgment on me. I'm an illegal alien. Damn right. So anyway, so he understood that, man. If he can't serve, something for somebody who's not within his control, his jurisdiction, he can't order somebody to do that, because he'd have to have authority over him. And I've been trying to concentrate all week about authority and authoritarian. Authoritarian means I can impose my orders upon you. I don't have to compensate you. I can impose orders on you, and you just like mommy. Mommy imposes orders on you. Say vacuum the damn thing, do this, do that, do that. You can't handle a bill for $500. Say I vacuumed and I did all stuff. No, she can impose orders upon you because she's an authoritarian figure over you. So go ahead, Paul.
A few days ago, I guess probably about a week ago, I'd just give you some background. When we knew Donald was coming back because of this mess, I gave him a SIM card that works worldwide for the business, and we haven't used it for a while. So he goes to England, slides a SIM card in, and the district attorney calls him in England, and Donald will tell you more accurately. But the basis of the information is they call him to ask him questions on the phone, and the very aggressive agent is the witness at the district attorney's office who's sitting in on the call. And Donald asked him just some basic questions, and he said, well, you do understand we're only going to pay you $40 for your appearance, and I understand you tried to let people know your expenses ahead of time and this and that. And Donald just said, $40 isn't going to cover it. I've already booked my flight so I can be there on the 13th. The district attorney did a double take. And he said, but I'm calling a number in America. He said, yeah, that's correct. He said, but I'm stood right now on the hills of Yorkshire.
Yeah.
He said, well, we can finish the interview right here. You don't have to come. And he said, no, it's too late. I have the flight booked, and I will see you on the 13th.
Yeah. See, and that's what's funny, because I was pushing you guys like a million times, and you better get the itinerary routed through the Department of Justice, whoever's serving you, with the district court, and make them fully aware, of what's going on. So, like I said, this is going to be interesting, because I have to see where, like I said, that's what I always tell people, always make sure it's in the form of writing, any kind of proof that they're going to acknowledge that you made them aware that he was not, within the territorial borders of the United States, that he was outside of their jurisdiction, and yet he was summoned to appear. And did you folks let them know? I mean, did you send him an email? Did you send him a text message? Is there any kind of written proof, or is it just hearsay?
It was in front of 2 court officers at the district court, and myself and Donald. But I think Donald followed it up with emails, calls, and a letter.
That's good. I was going to ask you about your son. Hey, when you hired an attorney for this guy, because the first thing I was trying to explain to you folks, but you didn't really know me back then, is I kept saying to you, he cannot testify. He's incompetent. It's like getting somebody from an insane asylum to testify, because at 15 years old, his brain is not fully developed, and he doesn't know the concepts from right or wrong. It's the whole thing that I'm doing with my kid and Frank. I said to Mike DeCamp, the investigator, the district attorney guy, I said, you do know you're taking testimony from an incompetent witness. You do know that, right? You know if Frank's got an attorney that's worth 2 cents, they're going to throw that that witness out on their ass. And it happens to be my daughter. I said, you understand that you can't use somebody from an insane asylum to testify against somebody. You can't. You know, they call them, you know, up until you're 18 years old, they actually still call you infants, like you're infantile. You know, you behave, you know, with not, you know, adult characteristics or qualities, infantile. It doesn't mean that you know, she wets her pants and she needs a diaper. It's infantile. You know, she's incompetent. You know, she can't care for herself. You can't let her loose into the world and think that, well, she knows how to get a debit card, she knows how to go get a cell phone, she knows how to go rent a car, she knows how to go get a hotel room. No, she doesn't have to do any of that stuff. You know, you still need mom and dad to lead her, you know, from one end of town to the other end of town. Like, oh, this is how you survive, this is how you make money, this is how you get job skills. She's incompetent. So that's the question I wanted to ask you. How in all that holy hell didn't you explain? I don't know if I might not have known you at that time, but I go bananas when anybody tries to use somebody who's incompetent as a witness. You know, that's a very passionate thing that I drill. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me, you know, you use the husband against the wife, or you use the son against the father, or use the minor child? They're not competent. There's a trust relationship there, or there's, you know, they can't testify. You know, they're not. You know, it's private information. It happened inside. It's okay. Let me put it this way: you got prisoners of war. There's the Geneva Convention. There's only certain things that you're allowed to ask a prisoner of war: your name, rank, serial number, and that's all they have to give you: name, rank, serial number. What's your kid's name? You know, what's his social security number and what's his rank? I'm his son. My name is Ian. This is my social security number. I'm his son. What? Geneva Convention, man. Terms of war. I just have to give you my name, rank, and serial number. I don't have to give you anything else. That's all I'm going to give you. Well, don't you know? You want me to be treasonous against my people, against my nation. So you can't force somebody to disclose troop movements, who's the name of your commander, where is the troops last stationed, where's the troops going to go next. Can you tell us what they're thinking about doing next October? Do you have any information what you guys are going to be doing next week? Next week, I believe you're going to do something like called a Tet Offensive. You got to disclose to us. You have to tell us, or we're going to waterboard you. We're going to pull your nails out. We're going to torture your family back home. No, even rules of war. You cannot force somebody to disclose information that's private, that's in a trust. He's a private in the Army. He's a sergeant. He's a captain. He's a general. There's a trust relationship there. You can't order or force a man to break the trust. It's the most valuable thing we have as human beings on planet Earth is the ability to trust each other. So how in all that's fucking holy did that fucking attorney not convey that to the grand jury or the prosecutor that, hey, that's the end, there's a social security number, and his rank is that of son. Other than that, you can't disclose, you can't force, because this is under this man's domestic authority. Just like Hillary Clinton said, we would love to go into Syria and kill King Hussein, whatever his name is, King Saddam, I don't know whatever his name is, for gassing his women and children over there. But according to the domestic authority doctrine that's known and recognized as a legitimate rule of law throughout the entire planet, we cannot cross a border unless we're invited in by the leader, by the daddy, by the Fuhrer, by the #1 guy. We can't cross the threshold. Everybody knows that. That's why King Charles got beheaded. We all know it. It's a basic rule of law. There you go. So how in all that's holy did you spend hopefully more than $50 on an attorney that didn't know how to do that?
Well, I was learning your videos at the time. I didn't have that specific information, but what I will say is this. All these attorneys, especially at this level, they all pee in the same toilet. They all eat at the same places as these district attorneys, and they are just one and the same.
It was just before you knew me that you got this attorney, or did you get him after you knew me?
I was learning the videos. I didn't know you at the time. I was learning the videos. I was just trying to get up to speed as fast as I could at the time.
You didn't know me personally, you're saying. You didn't start talking to me, saying.
No.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
And don't forget when they pulled this shit at the school. I mean, the biggest part of me was angry. You know, how could you do this to a child?
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just that's.
Oh, see, that's the difference between you and me. When they do that to my kid, when they did that to Cole when he was born, I just smile. And they said, "What?" I just smile like crazy. It's like, "Did you just threaten me?" He was like, "Oh, wait a second. Do you work for the county? Because they're nearly bankrupt. Do you get a check from the state? Because they're rich. They're worth $38 billion. We're state employees. Oh, thank God, I'm going to be so rich. Go ahead, just keep trespassing. Just do it. Oh, I'm going to make so much effing money." They're like, "What?" I said, "Oh, go ahead, just trespass." "Oh, that little bundle of joy, that my little bundle of property on the other side of the window, that little bundle of joy ain't there in the morning where I lied them tonight." I said, "Oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna own this state. That's when I'm done." See, like I said, you get angry. And that's what I should have said, and that's what I said to myself. You know, I was saying to myself, "Carl, what kind of demented clown are you that when somebody's threatening to take your kid, you see, oh, wow, this is the golden opportunity to take control of the state. This is a golden opportunity to be the richest man here in the state. How come I don't look at it in a form of panic, and how come I'm not crying and jumping up and down and screaming and getting all emotional and threatening to hurt people, when I just smile and go, did you just threaten me?" And you're a public servant, right? Okay. You work for the county and the state. Oh, sweet Jesus, Lord. You just threatened. Oh my God! You just threatened a member of the public. Oh, you're a public servant. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. You know, like I said, even in the year 2000, I mean, I knew, you know, who they are and who I am. You know, I don't know why I was so good at that kind of stuff. You know, but like I said, it's just like simple things like my dad told me. He's like, "I don't care, you know, JFK, you're Jesus Christ, or you're the Pope. You know, you still put on one pant leg at a time. You know, it doesn't matter. He ain't no better than you. You're all, you know, we're all equal. We're all the same. You know, just because you got a badge doesn't mean you got some special powers. You don't throw lightning bolts. You know, he's still just a man." But yeah, like I said, I just can't understand how that attorney allowed that to continue to go forward. I do not understand. The attorney did not jump up and down like me and say, "You've got to be kidding me. Name, rank, serial number. I'm done. That's my dad. There's a trust here. I can't disclose the location of anything because, you know, Geneva Conventions, clearly states, you know, rules of war, da-da-da-da-da. You know, I'm not a member of your family, sir. I'm a member of this family. Do you think I'm a member of your family? Do you think I'm a citizen of something of your family? No. I'm a citizen of my family." And see, that's a piece. Some guy said that to me the other day. I don't know where he's from, Oklahoma, some ridiculous place. He says to me, something about being a citizen means a member of a city. I said, "Oh, really? So if I'm a citizen, I'm a member of a city. What's the closest city to me? The closest city to me is about 45 miles away. So how could I be a citizen?" I said, "No. Literally, a citizen is a member of a family. Doesn't mean a member of a city. How few people on planet Earth probably really live in a city?" So I said, "No, where are we getting this word from? It's a member of a city." I don't know. You probably got it from, 1780, 1790, you know, after the French Revolution, a member of the city of Paris or whatever, you know, because they always used to say, if you watch any kind of old movie, "Hey, Citizen Bob." "Yes, Citizen Jane." You know, after the Steel Day, they called each other citizen like crazy. But no, citizen means a member of a family. So like I said, with like Ian or something like that, if he's a member of your family, you know, he's not a member of somebody else's family. You know, he is of yours. And see, this is what people are having a hard time. And I guarantee, like I said, when I was a kid, my dad would tell us, you got to be polite to a police officer, but don't give him anything. You know, don't give him. You be nice, you polite. You say yes, sir, no, sir. He says, "What's your name?" I say, "What's your name?" "What do you mean, what's my name?" "Ain't you a cop?" "Yeah." "Ain't you like got a badge? Ain't you like a detective? Ain't you like an investigator?" "Yeah." You tell me what's my name." He said, "Don't disclose anything to these guys. They're not your friends. They're not here to help you. You know, you're still gonna do as much jail time whether you help these guys or not." He says, "So you know what? Make them do their damn job. Don't make it easy. Don't say nothing." You say, "Hey, you know what? They thought you were the cop. I thought they're getting paid. They're paying you. They're getting paid. Don't you get paid good money to investigate crimes? Ain't you the detective here? Ain't you the smart guy here? Yeah, well, then you tell me what I did. You tell me who was here with me. You tell me what my name is. He says, oh, you're not going to cooperate with it? What, I'm going to help you do your job? No, you're going to help me on the docks? You're going to help me on the loading docks tonight? You're going to come down there at 11 o'clock and help me load? No. Well, then why I should help you do your job? He said, don't help them do nothing, man. They ain't here to help you. You know, just tell them to do the damn job. Say you ain't going to get nothing out of me. You know, like I said, it was the old New York thing, you know, snitches get stitches. You know, you don't say anything. You don't know nothing about nothing. You know, just keep your mouth shut, and before you know it, poof, you're gone. You're out. Why you're out? Because you're on your worst enemy, man. You open your mouth, you say something, you're your own worst enemy. They're going to use everything you say against you, man. There is nothing that you could possibly say that's going to get you out of that situation. So you might as well just sit down and shut the fuck up and let them do their damn job. You know, and just wait for help, and somebody will come and help you, and they'll get you out.
Yeah.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Parents don't teach their kids that. You know, when the teacher says this to you, you know what, you got to talk to the teacher, talk to the guidance counselor, talk to the principal. You know, my dad was basically up until the point was just say, hey, you know what, the most you could tell this guy is like, go suck an egg. Other than that, don't really curse him. Just say, hey, you know what, go suck an egg. What? Go suck an egg. How much you're going to get out of an egg if you suck it? Nothing. Yeah, well, that's what you're going to get out of me, nothing. So go suck an egg. You know, so that was like online in New York. Hey, go suck an egg. Why? Go ahead and suck an egg. How much are you going to get out of an egg when you're sucking it? Nothing. Well, that's what you're going to get out of me, nothing. So go suck an egg. You know, but that's what I'm saying. It's just, that's the way we were raised. That's the way we were raised.
Yeah.
So, like, it's good.
I tell you, I've learned a great deal, but the most of what I've learned is what the time that you've spent and Gus has spent talking to me and helping me, for want of a better description, understand the workings on their side, and also how defective their thinking is about harm and wrong and right, because they can't plug into any of that stuff. They just don't get it.
Yeah, they don't care. They got a job to do. It's like me. I got a job to do. And it's funny. Anybody who works with me, they can say, hey, Carl, wait a second, the operator's manual says this, the directions say this. I say, oh, yeah, let me see that. Yeah, and I rip it up and I throw it, and I, you know, say, yeah, great. I'm going to use it for bird cage, for bird droppings. I say, oh, Carl, this is a safety manual. Yeah, whatever. You know, rip that chain guard off that thing. I ain't got time for this. Oh, but Carl, no, look, I got a job to do. I don't give a damn how it gets done. Just do it. And what's funny is this is what you were afraid of, too, that they were just so zealous in what they were doing. And I said to you, he's like, oh, yeah, but if we do this, I'm do this. This guy's so zealous, because you're saying that some lady said, oh, yeah, he's very, what did you say that the lady said? He was very zealous or something about his job, passionate? Or
extremely zealous at his job, at getting results.
Right. So what I say to Paul was like, Paul got worried, like, oh, my God, Carl, they're really going to come after me now. I'm going to put this in. They're really going to tighten up the news. They're really going to start kicking ass. I said, no. What they do is they love these zealous guys. They cheer these zealous guys on. Rah, rah, rah. Go get him, Tiger. Go get him, Tiger. Go get him, Tiger. When a Tiger gets sued, those guys make a beeline, and they make such a wide gap between them and the Tiger. Like, Tiger, yeah, I'm busy. You can't talk to me right now. What? And that's their boss. It's like, yeah, as a matter of fact, we're going to have to suspend you for a while. We're going to put you on temporary leave. Yeah, we heard you were being sued. Yeah, you got sued. Yeah, you're indemnified to a bonding company called Travelers, the Travelers Loop with Hartford, Connecticut. Yeah, and they found out that you were sued, and they pulled your bond. What? They pulled your bond. Oh, I didn't know you. I had to write under a bond. Yeah, operating under a bond. So we're going to have to, Travelers said that they can no longer indemnify you, but if you provide a different indemnifier, we can put you right back on the force. It's like, oh, really? Why, how much does it cost? Oh, well, and the Travelers Group, they only used to charge us $2.16 a year for you. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. So I just got to get another indemnifier? Yeah, but the next indemnifier you get, they want a $100,000 deposit. What? They want a $100,000 deposit. Why? Because you're being sued. So see, this is what I'm trying to say. Once those people get sued, their rah-rah fucking bosses and their rah-rah agency, heads tell, go get them, Tiger, go kick ass. Yeah, but then once they get sued, they leave them out to dry. And that's why I tell people, go read Raley versus Raines. And that's an Alabama case where a cop did the same exact thing, be very aggressive, stop all these car drivers, blah, blah, write up tickets, blah, blah, all this nonsense. He was a good little trooper, good whatever, cop, whatever. He shoots and kills a guy, then they leave him out to dry. They don't even give him an attorney for his trial. They don't care. And then he had to sue the state for, he's like, well, I was acting as a cop at the time of the time I shot the guy. He's like, no, because you shot the guy in the back, that's not what a policeman does. And the guy's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I thought he was going for a gun. Yeah, well, you were also outside of your jurisdiction when you did it. Oh, that's because I was on a high-speed pursuit. He's like, yeah, you know what? We're still not going to pay for your attorney. We're still not going to cover your court costs. And, the widow is going to sue you, and she's going to take away everything you've got. And then there was, I think, C6. This is one of the 6 ways that you could actually sue the state government. And that's why I was studying Raley versus Raines. And then, with Alabama, there was 4 out of 6 things that the state of Alabama did and the agents of Alabama did that gave me the capacity to sue them as a government entity, because it's very hard to sue a government entity. So I really was studying as many cases as I could, and Raley versus Raines was one of them. And this is what Paul was worried about, that he was really going to come after. And I said, as a matter of fact, Paul, since I made a claim against Mike the cop, and this Anita Harris lady, it's gotten very quiet and mellow around here. No more harassment, no more nonsense from these people. My mom went to court last Tuesday. She said, man, no more jokes, nobody smiling, nobody high-fiving, nobody laughing about what you're doing. She said, man, they were all deadly serious, because they were sued. And then, like I said, the next guy gets sued, I can sue the next guy, sue the next guy. And how are they going to answer? I'd love to hear him say that, I failed to state a claim which relief could be granted. As I failed to state a claim, well, I made a claim that you took my property, Exhibit A, and relief could be granted. Return it. No, I think that's a pretty good claim. You took that which is mine, return it. See Exhibit A. Can you return it? Yes or no? Because you're the one who signed the paperwork. You're the one who petitioned the court to take her away in the first place. So, are you the one? Do you have the capacity to withdraw your petition? I bet you do. So you were saying you called me up all morning. I mean, we were going on and on for hours, back and forth, sending paperwork. Yeah. And finally finished it up, and it looked pretty damn good.
Okay.
And I liked it. I said, go ahead, dump it in their lap, see what happens. So explain to them, other people, a little bit what happened, because we were very, I was very animated at times. Let's put it that way with you. To get the damn job done and just get the damn thing in.
We need a good beating once in a while, Carl, because we got to march in line to common law, not to where our mind's been trained from a young age.
Okay.
But I drive out to the courthouse, and I called out there, and they told me the fee was going to be $150, $175 if you want them served. And I thought, well, I had 2 with me. I had enough to do two suits with me, 2 claims. I got one of Ben's claims ready too.
Yeah, but we just did the one. We did
Yeah, but I had
Frank and who's the other one?
Frank is the one we had.
Okay.
And but I had the real simple one for Ben ready also. And I thought, well, I'll go down there, and before I get down there, let's see what the game is. And I get down there, beautiful courthouse. I mean, just real nice, out the way, great people. You can tell the whole environment down there, they like to be left alone. They're the same kind of people that you see up in your neck of the woods. They're away from the city. They don't want to be bothered by anybody. They have a nice little thing going on, little, town square and whatever. I go in the courthouse, and they got the clerk's office as you go in, or one of the clerk's offices, and I said, I'm looking for this office, and they say, oh, you'll need to go to the end of the hall and down the stairs, and you need to ask for, and they gave me a name, and I went in there. And I go down there, and the lady said, well, we're inundated with cases in our end of it. You need to go up to the 3rd floor and file up there. And I said, but you do understand this is the court I want. And she said, yeah, go up there. I go up there, and I meet the clerk and master of the courthouse and the clerk for that court on that floor. And I said, I showed my documents to the clerk, and I said, I need to file this today. I brought 3 copies, so you can stamp them all and just give me a couple of copies back, and I'll pay the filing fee. The woman who was the clerk struck out something on the top of the paper. She struck out my name from court.
Oh, slow down.
Okay.
Because I jumped your shit when you called me up. And you said you were in circuit court, and you said you missed a very important thing. Why did you have to go to the 3rd floor instead of filing in circuit?
They said at the time, they said that they had too many cases and too much caseload down there, and they could not get it filed today, even though I had like 2 hours to spare if I waited. And the woman who was the actual clerk for the court had a stack of files on her desk, and she had another lady helping her. And I just said, ma'am, this is really important. I said, I don't care if I have to wait. And she said, you do understand we can't give you, we'd be unable to give you a trial by jury quickly. And I said, I don't care if it takes months to get the trial by jury. I need the papers signed today. And she said, you can have, they looked at the papers. And then when they looked at the papers, they said, you can have the same court on the 3rd floor. So I was mistaken. I thought,
you were pissed. You were worried you're getting pissed that they would like blowing you off?
Yeah, I thought they were blowing me off because the circuit court was downstairs and the Chancery Court was upstairs, and you'd kind of warned me not to go to Chancery Court, just like you said, never go to Chancery Court and take your chance. So I go up there, and I'm really apprehensive, and I get my papers up to the clerk there, and she struck, the first copy, she struck my name right out the top of the thing where it said, my name court. And I said, hold on a moment, and the clerk and master was there, and I looked at him, and I said, can you help me out here? I said, this has to be filed the way it's written. I can't have any changes on these documents.
Right, so you had Paul Court going at first you had Paul Court going at Circuit Court, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they struck out your name, said no Paul Court here, right?
Correct. And they wrote in there, Chancery, where my name was.
Right, you were pissed.
I was pissed. And I looked at the clerk and master, and I said, look, I need your help. He was an older guy. And I said, I need your help. I said, this has to be filed correctly. There can be no changes to this paperwork. I said, because the guy I'm going after, he will find a loophole, and I will never get the money that he owes me. I'll never get the return of my property. I said, you've got to help me out here. I said, I heard you guys were really good at what you do. You've got to help me out. And he said, you have another copy of your paperwork? I said, I got 2 more, but I can't take no chances. He stood right behind the clerk as she was entering it in the computer, and she was going to enter it differently. And he said, no, give the man what he wants. He knows what he wants. He's clear on his papers what he wants. He wants a common law court. He could see it. The clerk and master could see it. Yeah. And he said he wants a common law court, and we're going to have to let the judge know that he needs a common law court, not a standard court like we would normally do here. And he went through a couple of details with me. He said, you don't want a trial by jury? I said, that's correct. He said, you want us to record everything, so court of record? I said, that's correct. I said, but I want it a common law court. This is not a Chancery Court issue. I said, this is to hold court in your building down here and to have your appointed judge to be the man who sits in the middle of it all. And he said, I know exactly what you want. And he stood behind the clerk, and she put something in the computer wrong. He said, no, you can't do that. He said, give the man what he wants. His papers are right. He's clear on what he wants. Give him what he wants. Stamp him with a case number. And I said, now, you do understand I don't want a civil rights complaint or anything else. I said, I want my money back, and this is all about law.
So do you understand why I tell people, just do it the damn way I tell you to effing do it? Because then you'll see a master of the court will say, hey, this shit is correct. He did it exactly the way it needs to be done. Who, like they said in the Crown Court in Canada, who taught you how to do this? Who knew how to do it correctly? Who figured this out? Because once you figure it out and it's in writing, it's over. They're like, it's correct. What? It's correct. You know, like you said, the master kept on going, no, don't do that.
Yeah, he pulled his own clock up.
Right, he specifically wrote it this way. He knows what he's doing, or yet at least you're convincing you what the hell you were doing enough to get the master to think, hey, Paul, you were a freaking little genius over here, you know. And can you imagine if you really do study this stuff and you get really good at it, you know, how much fun it's really going to be. So go ahead and just keep saying what the master said, whatever.
You know, the master, you know, I said to him, do you have any problem with the paperwork I've got or how I want it filed? He said, no, not at all. And he looked over at the clerk and he said, give the man his case number. And I said, you do understand I don't want a civil rights complaint. I don't want it moving. I don't want anybody adjusting any of my paperwork. I want it the way it's written. He said, absolutely. He said, you'll get what you want. He said, and we don't change anything here. You get a case number, you get a case file, and that's it. He said, we'll take your money. That's the only thing we'll take. And I said, well, I'll pay you in cash. I said, you take cash. He said, as long as you got an ID. He was joking, of course. And and I said, if you do a good job for me on this, I said, I've got two of his friends I want to file papers on next week. And I said, and he looked at me. I said, oh, I'm serious. He said, and you don't mind the it wasn't $150. It was $320. And I said, you don't mind? He said, you don't mind the $329 fee? I said, no. I said, I'll pay the fee if you guys can do it. He said, do you think it will go to trial? I said, hand on heart, one of these three men has been very difficult to deal with. I said, but hand on heart, one of them knows right from wrong. I said, I believe that he's going to do the right thing. And he said, well, however it turns out, it turns out. He said, if you need an audience with the judge to let him know what it is you want in your court, he said, just give me a call and we'll set it up. He said, and I'll have to ask the judge without you present because there can be no impropriety, between parties or anything. And I just want the judge to know that I haven't spoke to you, and not the other party. I said, that's fine.
Right, it's an ex parte hearing. But that's what I was trying to say to you. When you were telling me this on the phone, I was livid, man. I was like going bananas on you. And I was like, no, look, Paul, you're going to have to get something called a precipice day, a preliminary hearing, a preliminary trial. You're going to have something between you and the judge. You're going to have to send him a note, and you're going to have to send the judge, say, look, this is what I require. When I show up today, remember what I was telling you? Do you remember what I said to you? What you require to send to the judge, what that you want him to do? So it's crystal clear that when you actually attend into that, you're present in that courtroom. Do you remember what I told you, that you basically have the right to and you told me to scribble something down and you'll make sure it gets to the judge, but can you kind of remember what I told you, that, needs to be sent to the judge?
Something that the jurors would decide, and that the judge was, am I right in saying, an arbitrator?
Well, he's just going to bear witness to what the jury rendered that day, the judgment that the jury rendered. He was just going to be there to bear witness, to swear, I saw Paul present his case. I saw the other man present his case. I saw the jury come back with their verdict. I was there that day. This is what actually happened on this day. The jury tendered this verdict on this day. What the actual verdict is, it's none of the concern of the magistrate or the judge or the clerk. Anybody could basically just bear witness on behalf of the court that this is what happened on this day, and he'll swear it was true. What's funny is, if you watch some old cowboy movies, right? Watch some old cowboy movies, and you'll see this guy who is the judge. Okay, this is real common law stuff. If you watch the old cowboy movies from the 1940s, 1930s. 90% of the time, the judge was sleeping, because he was just there to bear witness. He didn't really give a damn what the testimony was. He didn't really give a damn what the hell was going on. He was just there to make sure you spoke, you were done, you finished, okay, good. Now, the other side speaks, okay, you done, you finished, okay, great. Jury, have at it. Go, sequester yourselves, go sit in the back room somewhere and come out with a verdict. So it was so funny. If you watch the old cowboy movies, they usually just had an old guy in there who's just there to bear witness. He doesn't give a damn what the hell's being said. He doesn't care. He just falls asleep, takes a nap, and somebody starts laughing in the courtroom. He opens his eyes and says, "Oh, what's going on? Well, whose turn is it? Who's supposed to be speaking? Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Are you done? Where are we? Can somebody tell me?" And then I'll say the judge, the bailiff will say, "Oh, judge, yeah, he was saying this," and he said, "Oh," the judge will laugh. "Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. Yeah, but we got to take this serious, folks, and let's move on. Whose turn was it to speak? Okay, go ahead. Just keep talking," and then he'll go take a nap again. Down here in Virginia, when I ask the attorneys, I says, when you hold a court of record like that, and doesn't the judge sit to your left? And he says, no, the judge sits behind us, and we present our case to the jury. I said, oh, okay. I thought most times the witness was over to the left. He says, well, that might be in some courthouses, but the federal courthouse down here, the United States courthouse down here, the federal courthouse down here, the judge is behind everybody when you require, like a court of record, where the magistrate is independent of the tribunal. He sits behind everybody. He'll just yell up, hey, it's not your turn to talk. Hey, just stop. The other side, hey, he'll be like the umpire at a tennis match. He'll be outside of the court, outside of the net. He's not standing in the middle of the court, in the middle of the net. He's shooting tennis balls over the guy's head. No, he's to the side. He's just an impartial witness and saying, hey, that was out of bounds. Hey, your turn. He's just basically making sure everybody behaves. So that's great that the court master said that. So I'll write something for you, obviously, what you need to get before that judge. So when he sees it, he'll say, holy shit, this guy is like competent. This guy really knows what we're going to do here. He has an idea what he wants, and he's going to require this of me, and I better do it. You know, I bet this guy sounds like he's not somebody to mess with. He sounds like a super genius.
When I told the clerk master, I said, look, you do me a good job on this. I got two of his friends I want to bring down here. He said, I'll take your money. Don't worry about that.
and what did he say about the judge? What kind of demeanor does this judge have?
Yes, I said, you know, I don't know how many judges you got down here or anything else. And I said, tell me a little bit about the judge. I said, I don't want to know his name. I said, but just how do you do things down here? And he said, he's an old-time judge and he understands real law. And I said, you mean real law, not all this other stuff that they go on with these days. He said, no, we like to live old school down here. He said he likes real law.
So he kind of said that he's going to like to see your case, or?
Yeah, I think so. And don't forget,
because you told me, you said the master said, he says, oh yeah, he loves hearing old-time law like yours. He likes going back and doing it the old-fashioned way. He doesn't like it, the new stuff. He actually likes doing the old law.
He does.
Yeah,
he does.
This is what I tell people. There are judges who enjoy doing this old stuff. Like when I went to England, when I put the notice in there with 2 sentences, the judge just looked at me, and he looked at the prosecutor and said, you know, do you see this notice? No, you better not, because I don't either. He said, but there's a man over there that I don't recognize, and I'm sure he does. And you better go out in the hallway and settle this with this man, because it's over. And Bolly and then would start jumping up and down and say, see, he doesn't say he see. I said, dude, it's over. Did you hear the judge say it's over? It's over. The judge knows what I'm doing. I'm throwing the old school rules down, and since it's not outlawed, it's still in law. I'm using old law. And this guy's like, oh, this guy just did the old 2 sentences, I'm done. Not fillable hours. I'm not going to go on and drag this on for 16 years. No, 2 sentences, I'm done. Watch when I make my claim. It's going to be 1 sentence, and I'm freaking done. I said it shouldn't have had to go to the claim. The Crown prosecutor should have came out in the hallway, which he did, and he did talk to me, which he did, but he had absolutely no clue what I was doing. He just looked at me, what the hell are you talking about? I don't have a clue. But like you said, at least the master that you're dealing with, you're going to have a lot of fun because you have a judge who actually knows what's going on. And now you just got to tighten up your game a whole bunch of notches because like at a scale of 1 to 10, you're probably a 2 or 3.
Yeah,
you got to just tighten up your game a whole bunch of notches because if you do, you'll have a lot of fun. If you don't, the judge will say, oh, damn, I was hoping the guy who knew what he's doing. Oh, my God, Jesus. I was so hoping that this guy knew when I asked him, do you want me to place the witness on stand? No, I don't want nothing from any man. I require. No. God provides all. So I don't know how good you're going to be like that, how I do it, where I find every little damn word. And I will straighten that judge out. I will straighten that clerk out. I'll straighten him out. Say, nope, go straight this way. No, don't take me down that legal path. No, we're going this way. The king wants us nothing. Oh, hell no. No, the king doesn't want anything from himself. No, you're going to, I'm required you to do it. I do this for you, you do this for me, this is how this works. No. You're going to know your position, your status. I know what I do, you know what you need to do, and this is the way we're going to roll. Don't think you're going to take over my court. Oh, no. That ain't going to happen. It's a lifestyle for me because I've been doing this nonsense my whole life, having an attitude my whole life. And people would say, well, it's like the attorney wrote at that trial 2 weeks ago that my mom was at. Said your son has a very bad track record of accepting authority and accepting authoritarian figures. And I said to my mom, authority literally means dictator. If you go to edamonline.org or .com, whatever Edamonline is, and you type in the word authority, it'll say dictator. It's like, yeah, I think I have a very hard problem with dictator because dictator is why the Lentzes left Germany, because the dictator was going to kill Uncle John because he was born a runt and he grew up to be 6 feet something tall, but at the time of the birth, he was a runt, and they had to run out of the country to save the baby. So, yeah, I have a hard time dealing with dictatorships. I have a real hard time doing that.
I tell you, you touched on something a couple of weeks ago, and it's kind of related to everything that's going on, both for you and me, Carl, that there was a time when you were dealing with Alabama where you had to find a different venue to where they had their, quote, authority. And so you had to move things around. And I made the mistake of trying to file in the same courthouse back in November as where I think the government were going to file.
Oh, yeah, you were going to go on freaking United States District Court.
Yeah.
That was hysterical. Yeah, that's right. I went bananas on you for that, too.
Well, it was my mistake, but the thing still sat there, apparently. It's still, you can still find it.
Yeah, but I kept trying to warn people, you got to go to these little mom-and-pop courthouses. Stop going to this, what you think is these monolith, the end-all, the be-all United States District Courts. It's like, no. You're going to get a real court and real justice if you go to a mom-and-pop courthouse.
Especially like me, if you go and find a town that needs the business and they like to be left alone. These people, they don't like to be messed with. They're kind of similar people to where you are. My town's like a hybrid town because we're closer to Nashville, and we have a courthouse here in town. But these guys who live out in the country, they want to be left alone. They're not interested in somebody dictating to them how they live their life. It's going to be the perfect jury for me.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I was trying to say with the United States District Courts, so many people are enamored just by the name and the symbolism and the big mighty eagle and the thunderbolts and the shields and oh, look at the size of this building. Oh my God, this is some real justice we're going to get here. Oh man, look at the power and the authority and the might of the United States government. Wow, we're going to throw thunderbolts at this guy. He's going to crack pickles. And I'm like, no. Go to mom and pop courthouses. They got just as much power. They got as much authority as these United States District Courts. There's the commodity clause, comedy clause, so the COMITY clause.
Mm-hmm.
The credit clause. They have just any competent jurisdiction, any competent, whatever ruling is made. It could be made in a town or county, whatever place that you go, in the country, man. They'll accept the full faith and credit clause, or like I said, the comity clause. When you have it's just like with this gay marriage thing. You can get married now anywhere. You get married in California, and they have to recognize it, and whatever ruling you get, no matter where you go, if it's within the United States territory, it will be recognized as a legitimate court order, a legitimate judgment. It will be considered bona fide. It's good. You went before a competent tribunal? Yes. You went before a competent court? Yes. You got a ruling? Yes. You got a judgment? Good. It works no matter where you go. So why in the world would you want to go to the United States District Court when the United States government employees are the ones that are pursuing you? Why would you want to run into their backyard and say, help? What's the odds of that happening?
Yeah, it's a stacked deck. It's like playing the casino house rules.
Right, but at one time before you met me, you thought it was great because look at the might of the United States government. Before you met me, is that the reason why you went towards the United States courts instead of going to the local mom and pop court? I mean, who advised you, or what led you to believe that the United States court system was the place to go? What was your train of thought there? What made you believe that was the right way to do it?
There was two parts to that. I didn't have enough background, and I'd looked at some of your papers online, but it was in talking to Donald, he said, go ahead and get the claim filed.
Get the claim filed at the United States District Court?
I'd made an assumption.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. That's what Donald told you to do. I'm saying go to the United States District Court.
Yeah, and obviously I went up there and paid the $400 and some and all the rest of that bogus stuff that went on up there because the chief judge went and crapped on the case,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What did you guys basically do?
We filed a claim, but it never got served, and it may even be sat there right now. It was kind of a basic claim to get the property back. Had a couple of, I'm not going to go into the mistakes because the thing's still up there, I believe. But a couple of the mistakes that you knew about today.
What did it basically look like? what did it basically, did I ever see anything that you wrote that basically looked like what you did at the United States District Court?
Maybe not. I don't think so. I sent it by email, but I don't think you had a chance to look at it at the time.
I'm almost sure I didn't, because just the way you described what you were doing, I was like, this is a total waste of time.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as I hear people say they went to the United States District Court, it's like, oh, these and them, but a big eagle and a big flag and a big marble building and a teak wood furniture and the mahogany walls, and yeah, he's just, I got to get him out of this ridiculous belief. I was like, look, go find mom and pop. Go find a little old judge. Go find an 80-year-old guy who just loves this old shit, and he'll fucking play with you. It's like, oh my God, finally we can go do some old school shit, man. I love it. Like, can you imagine me being a judge? And then people are coming with me with this legal crap. I'm like, oh my God, another fucking attorney talking with another fucking attorney, and these two saps are just sitting there getting milk dry by these two stupid attorneys. How can these people be that stupid to just let that attorney just milk the hell out of them? You know, I look at both those saps, and, in their three-piece suits and ties with an attorney. I say, man, these people are so stupid. Why can't they just fucking talk for themselves? Why can't they just act on their own behalf? And now you're coming in and say, oh, boy, this guy's going to act on his own behalf. Hey, this is going to be fucking great. Finally, a man in my courtroom. It's just like what happened to Brian Bonner. The judge stopped the court and said, hey, to the bailiff, guess what we got? What? We got a man. What? We got a man in court today. Really? The judge said to the bailiff, when was the last time we had a man in court? 1989, 1991? He was like, yeah, something like that. Yeah, remember his old man Harold? Yeah, he was the last man to appear here. So like I said, for whatever that was, 15 years? 20 years, 25 years, whatever? There was no man appeared in his court. You see what a unique experience it is for a judge to actually have a man appear nowadays. 100 years ago, that's all that appeared. Like I said, watch those old Wild Wild West shows, That's all that appeared back then. Who's the man that brings the claim? I'm the man who brings the claim that this man's done wrong. Bring your claim forth before the court, Have to read it before the court. I, man, claim, da-da-da, it's done wrong, da-da-da, trespass, he stole my cattle. Like, okay, he's, says I. Who says I did not or did do it? It's just amazing watching the old cowboy movies. And that's basically what I'm doing. I'm doing like the yippee-ki-yay old cowboy movies.
I'll tell you the vision I got when I was sat, getting the papers sorted out, and the clerk and master leaning over the shoulder of the woman who was typing in the computer. And I got this vision, and it will give a little bit of thing, and I got thinking about your Trans Am that you have, about all these Toyota Prius that are on the road. And I thought, the 100,000 people driving the Prius, and here's Karl going to barrel down the fast lane and drive a real vehicle, and that's what the judge wants to do, is drive a real car. He doesn't want to be one of the sheep. He wants somebody in his room that's going to give him a bit of excitement.
Right. It's going to be a little fun. I mean, it's like I said, even like on the Brian Bonner, the judge was giving him so much leeway. The judge was like saying, are you sure you don't want to prosecute the prosecutor? He's like, what? You mean I could do that? It's like, it says right here, that's what you want to do. It does. It does say that, Brian. Well, like I said, Brian only talked to me from 4 o'clock until 5 o'clock one afternoon on Sunday, and he had to be in court on Monday morning at 8:30, so he really didn't have much time to talk. So like I said, you got a lot more time to talk to me. So you're going to hopefully just, the judge will see, oh, my God, I got a man here. This is going to be fun. Don't disappoint the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to be all thrilled. Like, finally, I get maybe one more before I die, one more before I retire. Oh, my God.
Well, the way he sees it, he's got a ticket for an Elvis show now on his docket.
Right,
He wants to see Elvis perform.
Right, or the last time the Beatles are going to perform. What? The last remaining Beatles are going to perform? Oh, my God. And like Ringo, you better not die, buddy. Come on, Paul McCartney, you better not die. I know you're 80 years old. Don't die on me. 3 more months, and, we get to see the last show of the Beatles. So, yeah, like I'm saying, I don't want you to disappoint the guy. It's like when I went to England. Oh, man. Like I said, even the interpreter for the job, he said that. He says, I would have never believed it with my own eyes, unless I seen it with my own eyes, that somebody could actually beat the crown. He says, not only did somebody beat the crown, he says that somebody beat the crown in Crown Court, and he wasn't even an attorney. What's even worse, he's from the States. He says, there's no way anybody could have possibly told me that day could have ever happened He says, tell your friends in the United States I appreciate it to watch what happened. He says it was a lot of fun. So like I said, when the judge gets to see this stuff, to them it is a lot of fun. When you can actually see somebody perform. Performing live. That's man on stage, man. Yeah, man's on stage. You're shitting me. No. Oh, wow, we're going to get like a real drama, the real blood and guts, the real fight, the real knock him down, we're all in. To me, it's ridiculous what they're dragging you in for. Hey, you know what? Why don't you tell people who don't even know who you are and what the hell we're talking about? Why don't you tell them what the hell is this about? I just realized that a lot of people don't even know who the hell you are, what this is about.
I run a business that does have federal oversight. We fix aircraft, so I am certificated under that arrangement. And if I was to get a felony conviction of any sort, my lifetime of work and all the stuff that I do, strangely enough, a quarter of all my business is law enforcement business and good law enforcement people. If I was to get a felony conviction, that would all be over with. And when they dragged me in to try and browbeat me with a plea, they told me I would have to go to jail and I would have to take at least one felony, possibly more.
Hey, did they give that to you in writing?
No, they would not
okay.
do that.
All right. I'll say, go ahead with the story. Sorry for that. I was just hoping.
But, I had a great thought when I was in the courthouse today. I got to share this one with you quick. One of the guy who went to the school to drag Ian out of class, is one of the guys I want to file on next week. And he is the spearhead of the, quote, investigation. Mm-hmm. And if he ends up in the court and I question him on the stand and I ask him in front of the judge and jury, do you recall this meeting on the 17th of September? Because his out is going to be to say that his boss told him to do it, right? Well, his boss that told him to do it is going to disclose that it was done in this meeting on the 17th of September.
Wow.
So when he testifies in a court of record that his boss told him to do it, and this is why he told him to do it, then I've got all the evidence I need to go after the big one.
Right.
So that's what I thought about him. We need to file on him pretty quick, too. But
well, like I said, I think the one that's just like I say, you like I said, you're gonna. I know you want to just file the crap out of everybody and everything. Believe me, it's like me. Okay, I go after the director. Okay, it's like the way I look at it is like a movie director. I went after the director. Like say my kid was Miley Ray Cyrus, and I'll tell you Ray Cyrus, and this director won't return my kid. Or this Miley Ray Cyrus, my kid got hurt while she was making this movie. So obviously I'm going to sue the director. But then I'm going to say, wait a second, I sue the director, but the director is just a salaried studio employee. That's not worth a lot. I'm going to go after the executive producer as well, the guy who's got the money, the guy who puts up the money. Who is the person who puts up the money? It's like, oh, it'd be the governor, the man is acting as the governor. It's like, oh, okay, they're the ones that would actually have, that's what I'm going after, the director and the producer. So like I said, I know you want to go after everybody. But to me, your case is a little bit different. This is basically just, I should let you finish up, that this had to do with modifiers.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you're not trying to say that all of mankind has the right to carry a gun. Yours isn't like one of these cases like what I'm trying to do is like, is that my property or is that the government's property? So you don't have one of these cases that has to be, determined, for all of mankind to have peace of mind. This is for you to have peace of mind.
Yeah.
The part of me thinks is if you go after one of these people that did you wrong, Frank or Ben, and you shake them enough, they'll stop. They'll work with you. They'll figure something out. They'll stop. I don't think you have to go after the whole enchilada. I don't think you have to go after everybody. I don't think you have to go all the way to the Department of Justice. I don't think you have to go after Eric Holder. I don't think you have to go all the way.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Try to master what you're doing now with Frank or Ben. Don't try to get too many things, juggling too many things in the air. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be very discombobulated. You're going to drive yourself nuts.
I got notification. You remember we wrote that nice little pretty letter to Ben's attorney, You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I got the notification today that he didn't get delivery until the 5th of January. He should have got it on the 29th, but that's fine.
All right.
But, I mean, that letter was a sweetheart letter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I laugh when I read it because we have told his attorney more about what his client has done and is doing than what his client has told him, just in about 4 lines.
Right. Well, like I said, it's funny. I mean, I have no idea. It's like I'm almost doing like a stand-up comedy routine or something when I write letters. You know, it's a lot of fun. You know, when you really get into the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's almost like I said with the other guys. Like, you know, apologize for putting his face in front of the policeman's fist and hurting the poor policeman's hand. You know, when he was throwing punches in the air, my face actually got in his way. You know, it was ridiculous. So my boot, you know, I'm sorry your boots got scuffed while I was stomping on my head. You know, how could, you know, can you give me the bill for the shoe pair, man, you know, for polishing up your boots again? I'm sorry my head got in the way of your boot while he was stomping me on the ground. You know, so can you imagine the other side reading this?
Well, yeah, I mean, we didn't accuse him of performing legal services.
No, that's right. We stopped. Right.
We stopped just shy of that. But
right. When he asks, what the hell is this guy going on about? And then the client tells him, it's like, you did not do that. Yeah. What was he talking about? This failed to perform a service. Well, can you expand a little bit on what? You know, it's kind of vague. You know, I'm getting a letter from this man here, and you know, so let his client tell him
what he's doing.
Right. Oh yeah. Let it pop out of this guy's own freaking mouth.
When he opens his mouth and he tries to get out of that one, and then our next letter to him is going to be the trust agreement. His attorney's going to go take a crap for him, I think.
Oh yeah, but let's finish what you do for a living, you know, because you know I cut you off. And what this is all about?
Okay, I fix aircraft and I inspect them, and I do NDT work. A quarter of the business, strangely enough, is supporting law enforcement agencies. The run-of-the-mill, the ordinary everyday guys who are just trying to keep the peace, shall we say. You know, they're not bad guys. Nearly, I think 99% of everybody I've met in law enforcement has been a stand-up man in this. And strangely enough, one man, I was out on a job, he asked me why I'd been unable to take care of an issue that they had on one of the helicopters. And I said, look, I've got a legal problem going on that I really don't care to have or talk about. And he said, give me an inclination. And he actually gave me some very good advice. But
what was the advice he gave you?
Well, he said,
Google call on YouTube?
No. His first words were, he said, I don't know you and I don't know what happened. He said, but I'll tell you how the system works in this arena. He said, a guy gets into trouble. He said they pull him in. They tell him that he's going to go to jail for 12 months or whatever they choose. He said, and then they go and tell him that he's got to produce 3, 4, or 5 more felons like him in order to get him off the hook and reinstate his life the way it used to be.
Right, you're saying that. I guess let's try to help you to say this. There's like the guy gets arrested for say selling drugs. Say somebody gets arrested for selling drugs or whatever, and then the cops will say you got to snitch. You got to help find other people who sold you those drugs, or so we'll limit your sentence. We'll give you some credit for time served. If you help us do our job, we'll help you get out of this situation that you got yourself into. Instead of telling, like we were told, cops in New York, go suck an egg. These guys are like, oh my God, okay, I'll do it. They sell their soul.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing right, they'll try to pin their friends and their confidants and their people that trust them. They'll try to turn snitch.
Well,
and so somebody's tried to turn snitch with you, but I mean, you don't have to explain the whole entire detail. But like the officer told you, this man was told to help. He was told to get this man off the hook. He had to get 5 felons, and he had to get them into the courtroom.
And however it took it, whether they were good or bad men, he had to entrap them or do whatever he had to do to get them in there.
Right.
And he'd worked. I gave him a job. He came from a trusted resource. I gave him a job washing helicopters, getting stuff ready for when we were going to repair them. And about 2 or 3 months into this, he begged me for a job up in the office, and that was where I made my big mistake. I let him up here.
Well, you did. You said you did some sort of background check on him, and when you tried to get into the military base, like I used to work at all the time, we always get background check.
Well,
and you said he did not pass his background check.
Correct. We were supposed to in, I want to say it was probably, I don't have the exact date, but beginning of May, we were supposed to go down to a base in Milton, Florida. So I had him fill out his paperwork, and we submitted it down there, and because I didn't know who would be available to help me on this particular job on this particular day, what I did was we submitted 4 names down there, and myself was one of them. And all 3 other names came back really quickly as approved. And I had to call down because the other 2 people were not available. And I said, look, this one man, I said, is he not approved or did I just miss it on the email? And the lady in charge down there said, no, that application's on Mr. So-and-so's desk. He has to look at any application that is unusual. I said, oh.
Wow.
I said, can you define unusual? She said, I'm not at liberty to disclose that. She said,
Right.
but it needs his signature to override whatever it is that stopped his application in the system.
Did you ever ask the man?
Well,
ask him? You
I
did ask him?
I did ask him, and I said, look, I said, I can't take you to Milton, Florida. I said, you want to tell me what's going on? He said, I got in some trouble about 3 years ago.
Wow.
Said,
What did he say he got in trouble for? He just stopped at that point.
He kind of stopped, and I said, how much trouble did you get into? And he said, well, my record's expunged. There shouldn't be an issue about me going to Milton, Florida for sure.
Okay.
And I said, you do understand that you never told me this on the front end. And he said,
Right.
I understand that. He said, but there shouldn't be an issue. He said, if you were to call up the local PD or run a background check through Verify or one of those things, it'll come back clean.
And did you do that or not?
I ran E-Verify, but that's about as much use as a fart in the wind.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what E-Verify is, so.
Yeah, I mean, that just says you can fog a spoon if you can find somebody on it.
Okay.
You know, I mean, that's just that's the biggest waste of time, because if you're quote an illegal alien, it'll probably flag you as future president or something.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so I mean, he didn't get into much detail, but he just said that he had been in trouble, but his record was expunged, and being that it was expunged, there shouldn't be any issues.
Okay.
And what I didn't know, I find out later, is he was a confidential informant. He was trying to entrap people, whether they worked for me, whether it was my son. He went on to go after me later, but his whole job in life was to entrap 5 felons. That was his purpose in life, was to get 5 good men or women into trouble.
Right. Which is right. Whether they were good or bad, he didn't care. He just needed 5.
Yeah.
He just needed 5 anybody. Whether they were good or bad, he didn't care.
Correct.
Yeah.
No conscience, no feelings, no nothing.
Right.
Just animal.
Right. Well, self-preservation. Yeah, self-preservation. That's a great motivator in the world, man. Is self-preservation.
You want to know what I wrote about the deal with Ian, with this one guy with Ian? On the
Sure.
exhibit, I wrote, property damaged Ian, minor son, trespass of taking against will from school agenda, trespass upon trust agreement between father and son, to intimidate, terrorize, torture, and then I wrote some definitions down as I was getting the papers ready. Intimidate, to frighten, make afraid, from medieval Latin. Torture, pain inflicted by judicial authority as a means of punishment or persuasion.
Yeah, why don't you Google the word tortfeasor, too? Go ahead. Do you know what the word tortfeasor is?
No.
Okay. Once you do Gus, can you Google the word tortfeasor and read tortfeasor after Paul's done?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Paul. Keep going, because I think you guys are really going to enjoy the word tortfeasor.
Torture was pain inflicted by judicial authority as a means of punishment or persuasion from 12th century Latin. Terrorize, coerce, or deter by terror and terror, fear is so great as to overwhelm the mind. So, I'm pretty accurate, I think, on what I wrote, damage to my property. I'm just typing it in, tortfeasor. It just came up as a wrongdoer, an individual who commits a wrongful act, injures another, for which the law provides a legal right to seek relief, a defendant in a civil tort action.
Yeah, I mean, you could even read, there's a lot more definitions to that, but yeah, a wrongdoer.
Yeah.
But see, that's what I'm saying, it goes into a lot more detail, but that's pretty good. But like I said, if you look at, like a tortfeasor, you could also go on saying somebody who's bringing in to the world a claim that's not true. You see, because you people were asking me that the other day. You were saying, I think you were the one who was saying that to me, Paul. Somebody said about a false claim.
I went to court Friday, man, and I'll tell you what, that judge straightened that prosecutor, that lawyer was there. That lawyer won't answer me. I called him 8 times because I had a claim before the court, and that judge must have said, "Lady, you're lucky you're the prosecutor," or Tom, that lawyer. He said, "You're lucky your name's not on this. He'll be prosecuting you." And buddy, they won't talk to me. I called my lawyer 10 times this weekend, man. He won't talk to me at all. Not my lawyer, the guy I tried to get rid of. I told him go. He won't go. So now I'm molesting him.
Yeah, you got to talk slower there. You said what? No, you got to talk slower. You said what happened on Friday? You said you were talking to the judge was talking to the prosecutor.
Oh yeah, well, I'll just explain how it went. Friday morning, I went down because they gave me that receipt. Well, I went down to the prosecutor's office trying to get.
They gave you what? They gave you what receipt?
The receipt for the dope.
Oh, for the dope. Okay, great.
Yeah, remember I told you. And then I went down Friday just to mess with him because I knew I was going. I went down to the prosecutor's office. I said, "Where's my property at? I would like to get my property returned."
Right.
And this cop walked up. They must have called this cop. And he come over and he grabbed that paper like it was a dope, like he's going to arrest me. He said, "Is it yours?" I said, "No, that's yours, but I think it's kind of a receipt for my property is what it is."
Yeah.
And he was going to arrest. He wouldn't give me that back. That receipt. I was like, what?
Wow. Yeah. I guess that's a good lesson everybody learned is that don't bring original damn receipt. Bring a copy.
Right.
My wife did that. That happened to Mary. That's the only reason. We took us 3 years to get any paperwork from that court case. It took us 3 years. And the only reason why it took us 3 years is because the court clerk has sent out like a breakdown of the case so far. For my mom. My sister was just a bimbo housewife. My sister had 2 master's degrees and my mom was a federal agent, but they were making my mom and my sister look like they were just total losers.
Right.
And the only reason why we got a copy of the case file, well, part of the case file was just an ISP. It was just like a pre-trial paperwork. It was like 2-3 pages, what they were going to talk about in the next summer trial.
Right.
Is that my wife's name was Mary K. Lentz, and her attorney's name was Mary K. Lama. So the court clerk thought Mary K. Lentz, Mary K. Lama was like the same name, was like the same person. And they sent it to my wife by accident. And man, it's funny, my mom and my sister thought me and Mary were crazy, or thought me and my Mary must have been doing something wrong, or me and Mary, must have been a damn good reason why they were doing what they were doing to us. And then when my mom and my sister saw their names on the pre-trial paperwork and saw what the Social Service was writing about them, they exploded.
Right, I got you,
Yeah, they exploded. It's funny as shit. It's like, okay, now, Mom, now how does it feel? Calling you a drug addict, because, my mom's an older woman, and I don't know what she was on, but, like normal medications for an older woman, because of diabetes or something.
Yeah.
It's like, it's funny, whatever the hell. She had cancer for a while. I remember that. Back then she had cancer. Right. So she was a drug addict. Like she was on drugs at this time.
Yeah.
It's funny. My mom and my sister basically got cancer at the same time. So, but they both beat it. But it's funny calling my mom a drug addict that she was on drugs. It's like chemo fucking. It's like cancer drugs.
Right.
Especially my mom was an alcoholic because it's like. My mom does drink wine with dinner, when she eats like Italian food.
Yeah.
for calling her an alcoholic because she drinks wine. It was hysterical. And then my sister was just a dumpy housewife, and for my sister had 2 master's degrees at that time. She was a teacher, but one was like special ed. But telling the court that she's just a stupid a housewife, and she got divorced, and she has it was just ridiculous how they were making fun of her.
So that's why you said you had their thumbs holding them from going across the table. That's when it happened, wasn't it? After they read all that shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's back. You're about to let go of him. You better get him. You better get out of here.
Well, what I'm saying is, Mary, the wife walked into the courthouse to find her damn lawyer, and she said, "What the hell is this?" Threw the paper at the lady. What the hell am I reading? What the hell are you saying about me? Fine, you're saying all kinds of horrible shit about Karl, but look at the horrible shit they're saying about, Mary. He's like, the mom. It's like, wait a second, I thought I was like on your side. I thought you were on my team. And it's like, look at the shit you're saying about Karl's mom and sister.
Yeah.
It was hysterical because each woman defended themselves. The one woman didn't say, how dare you talk about my mom like this? How dare you talk about this other woman? They're all worrying about themselves.
Right.
My sister screamed, like, wait a second, this is bullshit about me. My mom was like, she's bullshit about her. But nobody did it collectively. Nobody said, look, it's bullshit about her, and him. I was the only one who did that. Said, look, wait, it's bullshit about her, and me. This is all bullshit. And they were like, oh, yeah, I guess it's bullshit. Yeah, it's fine. Would just defend their own honor, their own words, their own good name.
Right.
I was defending everybody's.
Right.
Well,
hey, you got to listen to this. You got to hear this, though, man.
That's why it's good that you kept the receipt. But like I said, they almost took it away from Mary's hands. Her attorney tried to take it out of Mary's hands. And Mary said, fuck no, you're not going to touch this. They mailed it to me, motherfucker. This is mine. This is my name on it. I'm taking it. And she's like, and her attorney said, you are never was supposed to see this. She said, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to play like...
That's mine. So I can claim that receipt is mine.
Oh, yeah.
Not something they created. That's mine. They sent it to me. That's mine.
That's right. You're right.
Okay.
You got some from the U.S. mail, and they try to take something out of mail.
Right. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Don't fuck with the mail. I think charged Title 18.
Right. You're breaking up pretty bad. Hey, you got to hear this, though, man. Hey, that prosecutor was in there yelling in court. She said, he thinks we got his property. I was like, yes, because she wanted me to come in and talk to her to make a deal.
Yeah.
And my lawyer said, he's an idiot. He needs help. And I was like, yes, I got both these son bitches saying this. So they went in the back behind the judges, into the judges' chambers before the pretrial, and they come out, Karl, and they were deadly serious. But she was all gung-ho. They didn't say a word. They didn't say a word. She had spit coming out of her mouth. She was pissed. He must went back and said,
wait. You got to explain a little bit slower to me. You got the receipt, and you went in, and the cops tried to take it away from you.
Yes, in the prosecutor's office.
Oh wow! You went to the prosecutor's office?
Yeah, I told him. I said, "There's a man here to get his property back." Hell, I had a receipt.
And they brought you and you went into the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
Wow, I would never go into the prosecutor's office. Just like me at the police department. I said, "Oh hell no, I'm not going to the back." Oh hell no.
That prosecutor.
No. What did I do? I said, no, we're gonna do this in the public. Oh no, I am not walking behind a closed door. I am not walking in a closed door.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm gonna put like this up on YouTube, not YouTube. YouTube. Somebody can put it up on YouTube. Craig will. So almost everything I'm doing now, I'm trying to record it and get it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, like
make a documentary.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get you to say it. Exactly what happened. I'm slowing down. But like I said, I'm also the way I'm explaining it to you is like, I can't believe you walked into a prosecutor's office because it's your word against their word, and they could set you up, buddy.
Well, I had a couple witnesses. I had a witness there with me.
Who's with you?
My nephew, but he was too scared to take the shit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No. See, that's what I'm saying. No, a witness is like a priest.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's somebody in.
Yeah, I got you.
Somebody whose word is not going to be challenged. Like I said, I'm trying to just put this up on YouTube. This is a great phone call. You do not
go behind closed doors. Remember how many times they asked me to come behind closed doors? I said, there ain't no fucking way. You're going to get me in that building. There ain't no fucking way. I'm going behind that door. I'm doing this. Right. We're going to do this. You're going to talk in the public.
It was in the hallway. They came out in the hallway, though. I never went in. I was down there, and I rang the. They won't let you go in there. You got to just push the button. I pushed the button. I said, "There's a man here to pick his property up."
Yeah.
And they called the sheriff down.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, man. Yeah, well, okay, well, I'm saying that's good. I'm just trying to get everybody who's going to listen to this in the future to understand crystal clear. You do not walk into their buildings. You do not go open a door and cross that threshold and think that you're going to make it out of there.
Right.
Don't even dare. I mean, like me, thank God that I think Vital did put that video up there that I said, no, I am not going in that room with you. No, I am not closing. You are not closing a door. That it ain't going to fucking happen. Listen, you are doing this in the public.
Just like we was in the sheriff's department. Just like when you was in there. Hell no. No, Sean, get me to the house. Oh, we ain't doing that shit here.
That's right. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it on my land. Where you're a guest on my land. Well, it's under my jurisdiction, under my rules, and under my control. I'm not crazy enough to walk into your land. I'm not crazy enough to walk into your jurisdiction. I'm not crazy. I might be an idiot, but I ain't crazy. I know what you can do to me. And you will. You know?
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking. I really thought that cop was he wouldn't give me back that receipt.
Well, it's just like everybody. It's just like everybody's told, man. It's like, look, man, if you shoot somebody in your front yard, if you shoot somebody in your front yard, bring them in the house and put them in the furthest corner of your house. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like I said, everybody's told that. It's like a joke on TV. Comedians even do it. Like you shoot somebody in your front yard, you better drag that fucker inside your house. You better put him in the furthest room, the furthest corner of your house that you can put him, or put him in the bedroom so it looks like he's attacking you at night, and put a gun in his hand.
Right.
Don't shoot somebody outside. Make sure he's inside. Make sure he crossed that threshold. So I guarantee all the cops would put the same damn thing. Don't you dare touch people out in the public. Make sure they come inside this building. Then when they get inside this building, we can do whatever the hell we want to them.
You're right.
Then it's our word against their word, and they're fucking dead, so their word don't mean shit. And the video cameras stopped playing that day, and our body cameras weren't working. So they're not stupid, man, by a long shot. They know what the fuck they're doing. So we got to know what the fuck we're doing. We can't be stupid. So, well, he invited me in, or invited me into his chambers. Oh, really? And you got somebody there with you?
Yeah. So, you want me to go on with it?
Well, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to catch up to what you're saying. You got a receipt.
I got the receipt. So we're battling. They're trying to say that it's dope and everything else and all. I said, that's my property.
Why did you go there? Why did you go there? What was the purpose? Just to get the property back, or what?
I wanted to put it in their mind before I went to court that I was looking for my property.
Okay, and the court is the court has something to do with this spot?
Yes, because I had a pretrial coming up that same day. What's that?
Yeah, that's good. So at least they already know. Okay, good. At least they already know that that's great, because they want you to defend yourself. And you're like, God, man, I ain't defending shit, man. I want my property back. That's mine.
Yeah, just like you said, pursue, attack, on the offense. So,
Right. So you sit there and wait. They're just going to eat you for lunch. Right. They want you to say you did a very bad thing. You're a very bad boy.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have had pot. Right. And you're saying, fuck that, man. That's my property. I paid for it. Nobody said I stole it. Give it back.
That's right. You trespassed on my land and robbed it from me, came in my threshold and robbed it from me.
Yeah, took it from me. Right. And I paid good cash. For that. I didn't steal it. Nobody. Right. Yeah, you got to tell them nobody reported a robbery of this. Nobody reported a theft. I contracted. I made an agreement with my fellow man, and the state can't interfere with my right to contract with my fellow man. It says right there in the Constitution.
Yeah.
The state can't interfere with my right to contract with my fellow man.
But
you're liable. You're in breach. You're not a breach of fucking common law that you actually trespassed and took from another man that which wasn't yours. That's a violation of the Constitution, in which you're supposed to support or uphold. You see, I'm recording this, so that way you can download it.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing it for everybody now, man. I'm trying to get everybody's phone calls recorded and putting them right up on TalkShoe. And then that way everybody can say, holy shit. And everybody can run to the damn courthouses and do the same shit you're doing.
Yep, yeah. Right.
And then that way you don't look crazy.
Yeah, that buddy, I wasn't. They knew I wasn't crazy. That lawyer won't answer me at all.
Okay, so like I said, this was a pre-trial today. Yesterday was pre-trial.
Yeah. Friday it was. I had the pre-trial, so I spent all day.
Oh, that's why you couldn't come up here. That's right. That's why you couldn't come up with that guy John.
Yeah, right. And so I spent the whole day in the court. So I'm making up my my little signs and stuff to hold up in front of the judge. All that. But anyways, it just led real good because when I got in there, the prosecutor was talking to that guy who won't go away, that man that thinks he's my lawyer that I've told plenty of times to go away, and he won't. So they're talking.
That's what you said to the judge? You told him to go away?
Yeah, I wrote to the judge in the notice. I said, thank you for this wonderful gift, but it's called Thomas Elwing, but it's causing harm to I at this time.
Yeah.
I wrote to both judges.
Wow, that's great. So what did he do? Did they ever make that guy disappear yet?
No, he came into the pretrial.
Did you say to anybody at the pretrial, I wish for this man to be gone?
No, because I didn't have to say a word, Carl.
Why is that?
Because the prosecutor was in there yelling out, he thinks we got his property, and that lawyer, the guy that thinks he's my lawyer, is in there telling him that I am an idiot and I need mental help because I don't understand this shit.
Oh, so he was telling they were saying that you needed mental help?
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I didn't understand this stuff.
Who was saying that?
That man that thinks he's my attorney, Tom.
Yeah. So what did Tom say? That he said that. Well, say exactly what he said to you, man. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if you're just excited or you just like telling the story, or it's hard for me to figure out, man. You got to either slow down or give me more detail.
Okay. Like I said, before this pretrial went on, I was in there. Hell, I sat in the court for 2 hours before I even did it. And I was coloring some of those cards and stuff to return property, and I don't understand, and I required writing. All those things that I was going to hold up to the judge. But before the pretrial began, Tom, my lawyer, walks in there, and the prosecutor walked in, and they're talking, and I walked in. Hang
on. I'm trying to figure this out. You walk into the courtroom, you're saying. Are you in the courtroom now?
Yes, we are in the courtroom, but it's not.
Okay. Slow down. Dude. Just let me ask you one question at a time. I just want to hear yes or no. Okay? You're just rambling. You're just fucking rambling. Okay, let me get this right. You walked into a courtroom, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said your lawyer and the prosecutor was in there?
Yes.
Okay, and they started talking to you, you saying?
Yes.
Okay, and they were talking to you before the judge got there?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they saying to you?
I didn't say anything to them. I went in and told Tom, I said, Tom, you're trespassing. And that's all I said.
Okay, you said that before the judge got there, you're saying? It was just you, the prosecutor, and him?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I walked out of the courtroom and back into the hall until I was called into court.
Right. Okay, good. Okay, now I get it. Now I get the setup. So it was you guys all there together at one point, and then you were told to leave.
No, I walked out. I wasn't told to leave. I just didn't want to talk to him about drilling, about legalese. I didn't want to hear none about that. The prosecutor.
Oh, because they said, they started to talk. They wanted you to make a plea.
Yeah, they were trying to deal with me in that courtroom.
Oh, okay. See, this is what I'm saying. See, I'm going to play this thing over, like in recording, and you try to listen to you and try to follow the story, and you're going to say, man, you were all over the fucking map.
I got you.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out here. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. Okay, so you went into a courtroom, and these guys were talking to you, and you just said to him, you're trespassing.
Yes.
Okay, so you said that they were trespassing, and then you decided to leave the courtroom by yourself?
Yes, but my witness, some people that were there for me, I told them, I said, you guys go in there and listen to what they're saying.
Right, okay, good.
Out here.
Okay, good. See, that's what I'm saying. You left all this detail out. Okay, so you brought some people down to watch what was going on. So they stayed in the courtroom and you left.
Yeah.
Okay, why did you leave the courtroom?
Because I didn't want to talk to them about dribble. I didn't want to talk to them about legalese. I just wanted my.
Oh, because they were trying to cut a deal with you.
Yes.
What was the deal?
I don't remember. I just walked out and I told everybody else to go in there, and it just frustrated the hell out of that prosecutor that I wasn't talking to her.
Well, what do you think the deal kind of was? Did you hear any part of it?
I'm not sure, Carl. I didn't even look at their papers. I said I don't want to see that stuff.
Okay, but okay. See, this is what I'm saying. You missed that whole step. That there was a paper there.
Yeah.
Do you realize if you grab that piece of paper, that's proof of extortion?
I didn't take it.
I'm saying if you did, that's proof of extortion.
Oh, so I got you.
This is what I'm saying. This isn't just your benefit in the future. You see a fucking piece of paper with your name on it and says, if you do this, we'll do that. If you don't do this, we'll break your legs. That's extortion.
Right.
You should have grabbed that fucking paper and said, oh, hallelujah.
I know.
That's proof of extortion.
My attorney was, and I didn't take him. I just didn't.
What I'm saying is that's a hell of a misstep that you took, that you could have fucking made a shitload of money.
I got you.
And it's not just you who's listening to this now. I'm going to have hopefully thousands of people listening to this. They fucking throw a piece of paper at you, and they even start negotiating your life. Your life. Who the fuck are they to administrate your life, your property? Who the fuck are they? To tell what's going to happen to your body? They're just another man. That's all they are. That's a man. That's a man. That's a woman. Who the fuck are they to determine where your body's going to go? Who the fuck do they think they are to say that this is where your body's going to be for the next 5 years? Who the fuck are they? They're just another man. And they're going to convince you to let them take your body and put it in a cage. See, this is what I'm trying to say. Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so great. So you walked out and you didn't get the piece of paper, which I wish you did, but you didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what happened? You were on the hallway, all pissed off, and what did you do there?
I wasn't. I was kind of mad that Tom showed up, but it was kind of good because the things that everybody come and told me that they were saying in there, they said he needs mental help, he don't understand, he's an idiot, and the lawyers and that prosecutor's yelling out in there, he thinks we got his property. Yeah. And I had a claim before the court on the cop.
You say, I don't think you got my property. I believe you have my property. I don't think. I know you do.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I always throw that exhibit in their face immediately. Property, that which belongs to one. That which belongs to me. And
I lost you again, Carl.
Okay, you walked out in the hallway. Then what happened?
And then my lawyer was in there saying that I was an idiot and I didn't understand this stuff and I needed mental help. And the lawyer was in there saying that she wanted to talk to me. They were going to come out there and try and drag me in there to talk to her. And the judge wasn't present at all in there. You know, she was talking to a probation officer. She said, I'll go get him. And this is just from the people that were sitting in there witnessing that, okay?
Right.
And that lawyer said, no, you better not go out and touch him. You know, that he's done nothing wrong. You know, you just don't leave him alone. He can do what he wants, you know. I wasn't called to court yet. I wasn't called in there yet. So, but she's yelling out in there this time that he thinks we got his property. Well, they're looking around these people that were there for to witness this, and then they said, well, we better go back to the judge's chambers. And they come out and said, yes, he thinks you got they got your property. And I was like, yes. And they said, yeah, your lawyer said you're an idiot and you don't understand. I said, yes. So they went back and told that judge that. And man, they were all gung-ho about messing with me and stuff like that. When they come out of that judge's chamber, it was deadly serious.
Because what it is the judge has to report the crime now. He has to report the crime that some man claimed that his property has been taken from him and he wants it returned. And everybody's giving you the finger saying, fuck you, you're crazy, I ain't giving you back shit.
Right.
That's why I got deadly serious, because the judge knows the law. The attorneys don't. See, that's why why do you think the attorneys don't know it? Do you know why?
Because they won't do it.
It's called liability, right. It's called plausible deniability. Yeah. Because if they don't know the rules, they're idiots. They can't be blamed since they're an idiot.
Right.
But if they know the rules, then they're not an idiot, and then they can be held liable. Now the judge explained them the rules. Now they're fucking liable. Now that's why they got deadly serious. Now this is the first time the prosecutor and your attorney was beamed the real fucking deal.
Yep.
Now they can't prosecute you no more because now they know you're making a claim for stolen property to be returned. Now they're getting deadly serious about this. Right, that's why all the joking and picking and all sort of crap ends.
Yeah.
Right, now it's all over for them. Now they can't fucking say, well, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know. They can't say that.
Yep.
You fucking better pay before it's that serious. He knows what the fuck is going on. He does all screwed. He's not a member of the U.S. Society. He doesn't. A slave. So they're realizing, holy cow, we can't make people slaves? No. It's like when people ask me about your children or property. It's like, property, yes, they're property, but honestly, if you look up the definition of slave, what's a slave? Somebody who's not free to go where they wish. Somebody who's got to get permission. Somebody who's going to be told what to eat, what to wear, what not, when to go to bed, what school to go to, what work to perform. That's a slave. So honestly, children could be labeled in their world as have to go where the parents tell them to go, do what the parents tell them to do, eat what the parents tell them to eat, sleep when the parents tell them to sleep, go out when they can go out, not go out when they can go out, who they can associate with, what work they can and cannot do, where they can and cannot go to school. You know what? This sounds like children, and slave is the same word. So I choose to call them property instead of calling them slaves. Because if I gave the literal definition of the word slave, it would show exactly what parents throughout fucking all of history and to this day still believe. I could tell that little bundle of fucking joy what he could wear, what he could eat, when he could sleep, what he could drink, what he could smoke, when he goes to bed. I could tell that little bundle of joy what to do. So wouldn't that little bundle of joy be called a slave? You see what I'm saying? But, they would not like me to call my children slaves. They'd be like, oh, my God, you just call them a slave. Well, because your definition of the word slave. Can my child come and go as he pleases? Well, no. Can he wear whatever he wants? Well, no. Can he have sex with whoever he wants to have sex with? Well, no. Can he just go out and get a job? No. Does he have to do what I tell him to do? Well, yes. Well, wouldn't that make him a slave? How are they going to answer that fucking little thing when I give them the definition of slave and I put that definition in front of their court? Well, little bundle of joy is. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're going to love me. They're going to love me. And they say, oh, I can't believe you just called it slave. Well, what's your definition of slave? I said, I call it property. That's a nice thing to say. That which belongs to one. It's nice that we belong together as a family. It's nice that we belong as one. That's nice. Technically, he's a slave. She's a slave. Why? They have to wear what I tell them to wear. They go to work when I tell them to go to work. They sleep when I tell them to go to sleep. I could confine them in their room indefinitely. I could do all these wonderful things. Who else can you do that to on planet Earth other than to a slave? Nobody. Unless you're a prisoner or something like that, then the government can do it to you. But then, like I said, it says men are created equal. Yeah, the guy sitting in jail, they're not equal anymore. Equality. They're not considered equals anymore. It's the same thing. It's the old. I'm going to put the answer that the court gave me yesterday for the lady, Anita Harris.
Yeah.
Her answer, oh my God, it was hysterical. Like I said, I'm going to put it up on my webpage so everybody can follow along. And it says, like, all men are created equal. It's like, oh, well, Paul's ridiculous by saying that his children are his property when the Constitution clearly says that all men are created equal. I said, yeah, the only problem about that is when the Constitution was written, black people were 3/5 of a man. So white people were equals, not blacks. Blacks are not equal to us. They were only 3/5 of a man. So I'm going to say, so your lovely Constitution says that black people are only 3/5 of a man. So what makes you think my children are equal to me as a white man? When your Constitution says I can own a black man. Your Constitution says I can. So you're trying to say, well, the Constitution says all men are created equal. The only problem with that is when were women considered equal? About 80, 90 years ago. That's it. Until then, women weren't equal. Okay, so where is this Constitution that children are equal? All children are equal. Where does it say that? I don't think we're talking about men here. I thought we were talking about little girls. It's like I thought we were talking about cats or unicorns or leprechauns. I thought we were talking about girls. I didn't think we were talking about men. I didn't say I was wanting control of my fellow man. I was taking control of men. Or I was claiming men as my property. Which, when your Constitution was written, I could claim a man as my property if he was black, or if he even looked black. Well, he could have probably been fucking an albino. He could have been pasty white. And they said, well, that looks black enough to us. You can own him.
You know, it's like, wait a second, man, I'm not black. I just got a bad suntan, man. I was just on.
No, you're black enough.
Who considers who black back then? That's a good question too. But anyway, so you walked out of the courtroom, and they came back, and everybody's deadly serious. What happened from there?
That was after I got. That was when the judge. I got called in. I walked in. Tom, the lawyer, was sitting in a chair, sit down. He didn't say a word. You know what they called me in. You know, and the judge came in. I stood the whole time with my hat in my hand and just stared at that judge. Just glazed at him.
Yeah.
It just, you know, didn't take my eyes off him. He said, "I see we have Mr. Cook present here today."
Yeah.
And he didn't say, "Are you Sean Cook or anything?" You know. He said, "I see we have Mr. Cook here."
He said, you've seen that Mr. today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. Because this is going to help a lot in the future. What did you say when he said that?
I said, "Well, Carl told me to say, shut the fuck up, let the paperwork write."
Yeah, right. The only thing you can say is, I believe the court is in error, because the only thing that's before this court today is man.
Right.
I can't accept the title of Mr. Cook.
Right.
But thank you for that wonderful title, but I'm not Mr. Cook. What you see before you today is man. That's all that's before this court today is man.
Right.
You know, that's the easiest, quickest, fastest way of doing something like that.
I had a claim, you know, I filed that day, 2 hours earlier, and I put it on the cop, but I put it in the file. Did I mess up by putting it in the file? I heard you say you can't file a claim into their...
No, I mean, you can just let it... No, it's okay to show, you know, it's okay to put a claim in there. They could throw it out. You know, you could put a pair of dirty socks in there, and they could throw it out.
Okay.
You know, that's fine. You know, but it's not going to go anywhere. They're not going to do anything with it. You know, you can put a pair of dirty socks in there and let them know there's a claim coming, or that there is a claim in another court. That's fine, to let the judge know there's another action going on someplace on planet Earth pertaining to the matter that's before his court. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm going to ask you, if I would have had a claim on the prosecutor, because I missed, you know, I shot over their bow, I guess, but how could I put that prosecutor on the stand at that time?
You didn't call him out in command.
Okay.
He was still a prosecutor. He was just an actor.
Yeah, right. So how would I have gone about...
You would have had to have either a notice before the court,
okay,
or you would have had to have your own court going.
And what would I have said? I would like to put the prosecutor on the stand?
No, of course not. That's why you put a pineapple on the stand.
Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah,
I got you, yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have said prosecutor. I wouldn't have said prosecutor, though.
Yeah, well, you kind of all pumped up and kind of all stoked, and you think you're going to go after a mighty pine cone, prosecutor. You know, you think you're going to take down. You're going to be the first one to take down a pine cone.
Yeah.
You're the first one that's going to take down a prosecutor. I'm the first one that's going to take down a judge. No, you're going after
Crystal Bennett. That's
but that's what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm trying to say. You're going after a man and a woman. You're not going after pine cones, and you're trying to go after a pine cone and a hula hoop.
I wouldn't have. You know, I've been done enough. I call them out by name.
Yeah,
I do. I've only said prosecutor just to let you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I fully understand what you say.
Yeah, you're looking for that man over there, that woman over there who's saying I've done something wrong. Who's claiming I've done something wrong.
So I could have just said I require Crystal Bennett to take the stand?
No, because what the fuck is a Crystal Bennett?
All right.
What the fuck is a Crystal Bennett?
A woman called.
Oh, how the fuck do you know? Yeah, that's right. But it could be also 300 fucking other guys. Say you want Joe Smith to appear. There's 300 Joe Smiths in our courtroom. Which fucking one in particular? You point over there and say, I want that man, that woman. If that man or woman is claiming I've done something wrong, I believe that man or woman is making a claim I've done something wrong. I would have that man or woman place a point on a stand and swear or verify that everything they're saying about me is true. Say anything about, I want to hear that you want to say that I done wrong. Like, I don't give a fuck what her name is. I don't care if she got married yesterday and she's got another fucking name. She got divorced last week and got 3 more names since last Tuesday. I don't give a fuck what her name is. All I know is that's a man or that's a woman that caused me harm. I can point across the room and say that's the one who's causing me harm. I don't give a flying fuck what their name is, and I certainly don't care what their titles are. I didn't give them that fucking title. I don't give a fuck who they are or what they are. I just want to know, is that a fucking man saying I've done something wrong? That's all I want to know. That's all I give a shit about. Other than that, I got nothing to say to anybody here. That's it. It's real simple shit.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to drive them nuts. It's going to drive them nuts because you all got to volunteer. You all got to actively participate. You all got to be competent. It's all voluntary. Nobody's a slave in this country. No man can force another man to do any damn thing. Yeah, it drives them nuts. You people actually fucking never wake up to figure out what the fucking I'm saying. Oh, I gotta look for that paperwork. Oh, you're gonna love what the fucking prosecutor said about, oh, not prosecutor, the attorney. Oh, I'm gonna love this guy. I'm gonna put this paperwork up on there. There's one funny thing. He said plaintiff delivered it to the defendant what he termed as fair warning notice, advising that he would charge the department $1 a second. I didn't want to charge the department anything. The department's broke. Charge a man or woman. I ain't charging shit to a department. But a funny thing it says in here, the argument is plaintiff is without any authority to create his own court. And what's funny is the guy says there appears to be no recorded case in like a Virginia history addressing this issue. There you go. That's what he said. There's nothing in Virginia history regarding this issue. There you go. So he can't say Carl can't do it because we wrote a law 5 years ago, 500 years ago, 50 years ago. We wrote a law saying that man can't create his own court. It says, I've been looking and I can't find anywhere in Virginia where anybody's ever tried to fucking this stuff. This is outrageous. It's preposterous. It's audacious. It's such balls to think that he's going to open his own fucking court in a courthouse. Who the fuck does he think he is? It's kind of funny. It's like nobody else ever tried this in Virginia history. Not that he can find. Why? Everybody's very proud to be from Ohio. I'm very proud to be a Virginian. No, I ain't. I'm a fucking man. You see me, you see man. That's all you see. I'm man. That's all you see. Claims you proud from New York. I'm man, and from my dad and my mom. No, I don't know anything about this fucking New York. It's like saying that you're from the Soviet Union. Well, the Soviet Union is gone. So what? Where you come from is gone? No. Where I come from is always going to be my mom and dad. No matter how bad you psychopaths want to fucking scream up and down, I'm from New York or from Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is gone. Oh, you're a Soviet. Oh, the Soviet Union is gone for 20, 30 years. I'm not from the Soviet Union. From my dad and my mom. Oh, that's just fucking crazy. No, it's not fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. I think I came from any place but my dad and mom. Where else do you think I could have possibly came from? Oh, you came from the United States. Which United States? United States of America? United States of Mexico? Which United States? United States of China? Which United States? Well, you know what we mean. Who's this we? No, and I can't see into your mind. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what the fuck you mean. There's no fucking clue, and I don't get to know. I only want to talk to you if I've done something wrong to you. Have I done something wrong to you? Only you. You can always speak for what I've done to you. Nobody else. I just want to hear what I've done wrong to you. Nobody else. I don't want to hear that I did the United States of America wrong or Treasury Department wrong. I just want to hear that I did you wrong. Do you have any first-hand knowledge that I did anything wrong to anybody else on planet Earth? Well, no. It's just all this paperwork indicate. Yeah. Indicate this. You know? So that's why I just have a lot of fun with these fuckers.
It is.
You know? You got any first-hand knowledge that anything you're saying is true? Well, no. So then fucking why are you flapping your gums? Why the fuck are you wasting my valuable time? This court's very limited resources. Any first-hand knowledge of anything that happened between me and her? No. Well, why are you running your lips? Why are you still talking?
Hey, I want to tell you, the cop put it on his Facebook that he's being sued by Sean Cook, and he wrote "laugh out loud," and then he said he thinks I robbed him or took his dope, and it was up on Facebook, and they took it down so fast you can't even find it. Somebody called me about it, and we tried to look it up, and it's gone.
Why did you guys see? I always do snapshots of the screen.
They got it. These boys got it. They got it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you got to do a snipping tool.
Yeah,
I use snipping tools like fucking crazy. I snip the shit out of every motherfucking thing. You know, you should see how many snips I got saved. I see something on the internet, snip. Why? That way nobody could change it. Just like Gus and everybody tells me, holy shit, Carl, a lot of this stuff you're saying we can't find on the internet anymore. They took it down. Of course they took it down. They don't want people like you to fucking know what the fuck is really going on. Of course they took it down. They don't want any of this information getting out. What do you think, they're stupid? Yeah, somebody like me finds it and they say, hey, we got to get this thing out of here. Why? Because we're making it too easy for these guys. But like I said, it's funny. The best thing the lawyer could say was, Carl's trying to start his own court. It's like Karl Lentz Court Act.
district court. And it just started by saying there appears to be no recorded case in Virginia addressing this issue. So there you go. Everything that these fucking guys got to do is based on some precedent set in the past. They can't come up with their own beliefs or their own opinions. They can't. Only man has the capacity to believe. So this guy's just like saying, look, I can't find anything that whether this guy can do what he can do. No, I don't see anything that says he can't do what he's doing. You know, so it just makes you laugh. He said the best thing that he could find, he found somebody in Texas and somebody in South Carolina 20, 30 years ago who fucking tried to make his own little court, like in his basement or whatever, with his buddies and create judgments and try to go to a local courthouse and say, look, our little club, our little buddies, we all got together in our little basement and we made our own little court and summoned the President of the United States to appear, and like nobody showed up. So we made a ruling against the President because he didn't show up in our basement, in our little basement, one world Supreme Court that we created. And we want the fucking court clerk here to accept our judgment against whatever, the Pope or the Queen or Rex Hoynes or whatever he was suing. So obviously the court clerk said, get out of here, nut job. What the fuck are you talking about? So that's the best that this guy could find, was that somebody was trying to put their judgments into the local courts and having the local courts accept his judgments. This is what gets you guys in trouble, say, when you try to put your liens into the public. Before you get a lien, you've got to get a court that's recognized in your state by the people. The state means your people, the people of your state. To recognize that is a legitimate court. It's got to be incorporated. It's got to be part of the state, the people, where everybody can have access to it. So you can't just make your own little private club, courthouses, in your own backyard and your little tree fort, and I think you're going to come up with your own ridiculous rulings and your own ridiculous judgments. You know, you got to have an actual public courthouse. That's why we have public courthouses. These clowns 30 years ago just didn't know how to go there to the public courthouse and say, hey, I want to file a claim against whoever, the President of the United States back then, whoever the fuck it was. And I want him to be summoned to appear. That's all they had to do. No, they played this crazy shit where they're going to make their own courthouses in their own backyards, in their little tree house, you know, say, oh, I got my own Supreme Court going. Yeah, right. You're a nut job. So, like I said, it's just funny that they don't know how to answer that. And then it was funny, they said children are not property. And then, like, the next thing they brought up was children are not property. And do you know why they said that? Do you know why I totally agreed that children are not property? It says that in big, bold letters, children are not property. Do you know why they're right? Do you know why they're correct?
Because it's a legally word.
Because it's what?
A legally word? I don't know.
It's kind of close. You're kind of on the right track.
Yeah.
No, because children... No, because children is spelled C-H-I-L-D-R-E-N. Property is spelled P-R-O-P-E-R-T-Y. Of course it's not the same. A dog is a dog, a dog is a dog, a cat is a cat. Of course it's not the same. Of course a dog is not a cat. Of course children is not property. Of course, it's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous thing I've heard. I totally agree.
It's like buying a stolen gun. How do you buy a stolen gun, right? Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's like, it says children are not property. It's like saying dogs are not cats. I totally agree. A cat is a cat, a dog is a dog. Children are children, property is property. That's right. Just because some things that children, it's like, wow, look at those children sitting on that island out there in the middle of the ocean. I wonder where those children came from. I don't know. I wonder who they belong to. I don't know. I guess they don't belong to anybody. I guess they're nobody's property. I guess we could just come and pick them up and take care of them and do what we want, which would be fine. If you found an island full of 3, 4 kids walking around, you look around the island and say, hey, where the fuck are all the parents? Hey, where the fuck is the creators of all these little monsters? Who's the creator of all these little darlings? Where's the parents? We can't find them. So guess what? You better take those 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds into custody. You better fucking take care of them until you can find the damn parents. Because you're liable to your fucking fellow man. You're supposed to be, taking care of your fellow man's property until he shows up and claims it and wants it back. You got a duty to your fellow man. You can't just go past that island and say, oh, fuck those 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. Fuck them. Maybe it's a vote of office that some nuns were bringing to some Philippine island somewhere, and the nuns died in a boat wreck, and only the kids survived. What are you going to do? You're going to leave those kids alone because, oh, well, they're equal to a man, so they're just as good as any man. No. You better claim them. You better take them on. You better say, I want to be custodian of these fucking kids.
I'm going to claim them as mine until the rightful owner comes around. Why? Because they're going to die if I don't. They're only 3 years old, and they're walking around fucking stumbling around, crawling around on this island. I better go fucking pick them up and take good care of them until the rightful owners come for them. Because this is just nuts. They're just walking around out here. You know, they're just crawling around here. I better fucking take control of them. You know, I go with duty to my fellow man to control and secure his property until he's there and claims that he wants it back. So for me to say that they're my property, you're damn right. The rightful owner, the guy who created them, is here, and he wants them back. Same thing with any of your property. That's right. I created it. It's mine. I want it back. You know, thank you for securing and protecting it. Now give it back. Did you pay for it? No. Did I steal it? No. Any other body on planet Earth says it's theirs? No. Then give it back. That's why the government can't own property. That's why it's ridiculous for the government to say, what, property? No such word. That's right. Not in your language. Not in your beliefs. That's right, because the government can't own property. That's right. All you can do is take that into custody. You can take that child into custody. That's it. You can't own it. You can't say, well, now that child's property of the government, and now you're going to send them off to the military. You can't take that child into custody and say, now I'm going to put her to work in a labor camp somewhere. You know, I can have my kid sitting all day when she gets home from school, knitting sweaters for 8 hours after she gets home from school, making me sweaters, and then I'm going to sell them for $100 a pop. Yeah, I can do that. She's doing homework. She's working home for me. She's helping the family survive. Absolutely. Mom's making a sweater. The other kids are making sweaters. You're damn right. She's going to get her ass in gear and make sweaters so we can all fucking eat today. You're damn right. It's not cruel. It's not evil. That's what we need as a family to survive. Well, damn it, that's what we're going to have to do. We're all going to have to work. We're going to have to work to survive. There's nothing evil wrong with that. They just want to make it seem like, oh, man, you're so mean. You call the children property. Well, technically, it's called slave, but, you know, I think it'd really hurt your feelings if I called my kid my slave. And I gave you the definition of slave. I think that would really hurt your feeling. Because, you know, Lincoln freed the slaves. The only problem is those that are under 18 years old, they can't drink, they can't smoke, they can't drive a car, they can't get a job. I think that's what they used to do to slaves. Oh, the only problem is, no, slaves used to be able to drink. Slaves could smoke. That's right. Slaves could do all those wonderful things. Slaves could have a job. Slaves could get on a horse and ride a horse if they had to. If the master said, hey, I need you to take this horse over there, the slave could fucking ride the horse across the field or across down the road, down to another town. The child can't. You can't tell your kid, hey, man, I need you to help me move my cars, man. Jump in that fucking car and take it down the road for me. Yeah, right. But down here in Virginia, they do. I see little kids like 10, 11, 12 years old driving these great big huge tractors, farm tractors right down the highway. It's funny as hell. Seeing a little kid piloting one of these massive machines. You know, just flying wide open, 30, 40 miles an hour. Seeing like a little 11, 12-year-old boy that's just hopping in the seat, going down the road. Like, oh, damn. This is crazy, man. But that's the culture we live in over here. That little kid could drive a tractor on the main road, and nobody's going to stop him.
They do here in Ohio, too.
Yeah, it looks funny seeing that those little kids doing that.
Yeah.
But, hey,
right.
Hey, we can do it. They do it. You know, the parents say, hey, I need that fucking kid's ass to go to work. What? I need him to drive this fucking tractor a couple miles down the road.
Even a combine that takes up the whole road, they run down the road. You know?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's crazy. You know, and people always say, oh, that's ridiculous. It can't be done. Oh, really? Well, then how come I see it all the time? So that's what I said. It's funny. It's like what you said when they came out of that little judge's little meeting with the judge, whatever, when you came back in the courtroom, they were deadly serious. Because they were led to believe this. And then when the judge starts explaining to them, no, there's also a that going on in the world. You're living in the this world. This guy's living in the that world. And there's nothing wrong with his world. Nothing wrong with what he's doing in that world over there. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. There's not a fucking thing we can do to stop him. And they're saying, really? He really can? Oh, you better believe he. Well, you can't stop him? Fuck no. He has every right to believe that that's his. And that we stole it. And he's got a damn good point. You know, it was in the private. It wasn't in the public. The public was never exposed to any danger. And who the fuck do we think we are that we're going to fucking take his shit? See, they're not dumb. Like, oh, I thought there was laws that said that we couldn't do that. Yeah, the only problem is public laws that says we can't do that. The only problem is this guy was acting in the private. He wasn't doing anything in the public. His drugs and everything were in the private, in his private possession, under his authority, under his control. And this man is starting to figure it out. And if this guy figures it out, we're all fucked. And you're like, oh, no more jumping up and down saying he's an idiot. No, you better not. Because then we have no jurisdiction over him. If you recognize he's an idiot, we got to fucking let the guy go. You got to pray he's not an idiot.
Yeah, it was such a sight, man. I've never seen. I didn't have to say a word. I knew when that prosecutor was yelling out, he thinks we got his property, and they went back in that root chamber. I was like, yes. Just go back here and tell him that. He'll tell you. Go ahead. That's right.
Yeah.
I hear you say that all the time, man. That's right.
That's right.
It was a good thing. It was. They said that at the end, the judge didn't say anything, but I see we have Mr. Cook here today. The state didn't say that lady acting as a state. You know, my Lord, nobody said nothing. They said the state needs more time to answer. And that's it.
Needs more time to answer what?
The pretrial, they had to move the pretrial date. And they still haven't got it. You know, that's why I called my lawyer all week.
What do you mean the state needs more time to answer?
I don't know. They moved the pretrial. They said they had to rechange the pretrial date.
No. You said that the state needs more time to answer. Answer what? Did you put a question into the court?
Well, yeah, I told him to give back my property. I've been filing notices for 2 months now.
Yeah, and so the court needed more time to answer your notice.
I'm not sure.
What did you ask? Why did you ask the judge? You need more time to answer what?
Because all I hear is "shut the fuck up, Sean" out of Carl's mouth.
I don't care. That's because you think you hear something over there. Oh, yeah. No, it doesn't even me. No, you just say to the judge. No, it's very simple. If they say you could ask a question, I just say answer these people's questions. You can ask all the fucking questions you want. Who's calling me? Who's calling me out? Are you Mr. Cook? I'm man. Is somebody calling out a man? I don't know anything about this Mr. Cook. That was my daddy's name. I don't accept any titles from any man that I don't know. Is there a man who's calling me out? Who's calling me out? Who's summoning me? Who wishes for me to appear? Because I'm here. I'm here as man. Who's the man who's calling me out? Because only man has a vocal cord. Who's the man? I don't say don't say it in court. I say ask questions. You can keep asking questions.
Yeah.
And you say, I said, did somebody say something they need more time? Yes, the prosecutor. You mean that woman over there said she needs more time? More time for what? More time to answer. The court. Answer the court. What? What's the question that's before the court? So you can ask questions. I answer. If they're going to give me a question, I'm going to answer the question with a question. They said, are you Mr. Cook? Are you seeking the man known as Mr. Cook? Because all that's before the court today is man. But do you see something in writing or something on a piece of paper that says Mr. Cook? Is there a man or woman who's going to identify I as a man who's done them wrong to the court? Is somebody going to come forth and say that I'm man and I've done wrong? They could point me out and say, that's the man. I've seen him do something wrong. Does anybody have any first-hand knowledge that I've done something wrong in this court today? Simple shit. When Polly was charged with putting forged commercial paper into the public from a trust, I said to Polly, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I never even heard of such a ridiculous fucking thing. That is about the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life to be charged with. What the fuck is this guy going on about? What trust? I said, you know what? Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what they call it. I'm not going to research it. I'm not going to study it. I don't give a fuck. You know what? I'm just going to wing it. I'm just going to fucking do it as it goes. You know what? I know how to fucking perform in court. I know what to ask. I know what to say. I know what not to say. I'm going to fucking sling this fucking, I'm just going to fucking just run right through this. This is going to be a joke. I don't give a fuck if you're charged with 5,000 fucking things. I don't give a shit. Oh, this is cute. I thought you charged with harassment. I studied up on harassment. Oh, now all these other shit. Oh, terrorism. Oh, that's just fucking lovely. Oh, putting forged commercial paper into the public from a trust. Oh, don't tell me that either. Whatever the fuck you did. He tried to describe what he did. I said, look, dude, I don't give a fuck what you did. I'm just going to call out the man. They say, who the fuck said that this is wrong, what he did? Anybody? No, I didn't think so. So what the fuck are we talking about it for? That's simple. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if he's charging 5,000 things. I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? Whoever's saying that, I'm sure they're fucking true. I'm sure they're guilty as shit. I'm sure they did everything that fucking man said they did wrong. Now, where's that fucking man? Oh, you don't have him? Well, then I guess it's not true. Have a nice fucking day. There's no man to appear to testify any of that shit's true? No. Well, then have a nice fucking day. You're wasting my fucking time. That's simple. It's that simple. Ask him. You need time to answer what? What's the question that's before this court? Oh, the question is that your property and we have to return it? What do you mean is that my property? You got to return it? What kind of question is that? They need more time for what? Look, you either fucking return my property immediately, or I'm going to start charging you $1 a second until I get it, or $1 a minute, or $1 a day. That's very valuable property. It's going to spoil. It's going to go bad. I need to be compensated immediately. Either return it or fucking pay me, so I can get some more. That's simple. But like I said, that's when that's when you know how to act like a man. It's just like talking to anybody. It's not fucking just court. Say you were meeting two guys in the street and they took your shit. They took your car. They took your pot. They took your fucking hammer. You said, hey, that's mine, buddy. Oh, well, I'm going to need a couple of months to answer. Answer what? That's not my fucking hammer? Well, you're going to have to give me a couple of months so I can come up with a good reason why I got your fucking hammer. Dude, that's my fucking purple fucking hammer. It's got the yellow handle. Don't give me no shit. It has my name right the fuck on it. Give me back my motherfucking hammer. Oh, we need a couple more months to answer. What? Are you out of your fucking mind? And see, when you can fucking talk like that to court, what? Are you out of your fucking mind? A couple more months to answer. What? Is that my pot? You swore on the document that was my pot. Is it or is it not my pot? You said it was my pot. You're prosecuting me. It is my fucking pot. There's no fucking doubt about it. Now return it or compensate me. It's that simple. This ain't rocket science. And once you guys start figuring it out, it's just like somebody coming to your truck, pulling a fucking hammer off of it, and saying, well, I need a couple of months to answer you. What? I need a couple of months to answer you, whether to figure out how I'm going to avoid giving you back your fucking hammer. How I could actually say that you having a hammer is actually wrong or illegal or improper or unlawful or dangerous. Oh, really? So you're going to come up with a fucking bullshit reason that one day I might have hit somebody in the head with a hammer, that's why you took it from me, huh? You're going to come up with some bullshit excuse, and I'm supposed to give a rat's ass why the fuck I shouldn't have my hammer, and that you're my mommy and daddy, and you're going to tell me what I can and cannot do with my hammer, what I can and cannot do with my pot? You're going to fucking tell me what I can and cannot do with my fucking heroin? You're really going to tell me? Who the fuck do you think you are? You're just another man like me. What makes you think you're smarter than me? What makes you think you got control of me? Who the fucking died and left you, boss? My daddy didn't fucking die. He's my boss. Who the fuck are you talking about? Just like I did when I was a little kid, man. Little 19-year-old kid. That cop fucking gave me some shit in front of my house. Oh, I was on my land. Oh, he was, like God, he was still standing in the public. He wouldn't cross that fucking curb. He wouldn't cross into my land. He wasn't stupid. Because the other cop jumped the phone and said, hey, man, he's just trying to trap you, man. Carl's just trying to trick you. He's trying to get you to cross that line. What? Don't be a bitch. You drop your gun, your belt, and utility too, you sissy, candy-ass motherfucker. You're half a fucking man. You'll come across that fucking line, and you'll be my daddy, and you'll teach me a lesson, too. A 19-year-old kid going, Daddy? Daddy? Is that you? Daddy? I mean, I looked him face to face, and I kept turning my head left, right. Daddy? Is that you, Daddy? You get a fucking plastic surgery? Daddy? Daddy? Oh, you're a lot uglier than I thought you were. Daddy? You my fucking daddy? What? He says, no, I'm a cop. Well, then who the fuck do you think you ought to roll up onto my face, to my place, and fucking talk to me like you think you were my daddy, and you're going to fucking tell me what the fuck to do? Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm a cop. Oh, well, great. So you're a fucking cop. Like, I'm supposed to give a fucking shit that somebody fucking is stupid enough to be a servant to the public. So you're a servant. Hooray. Ain't that just fucking lovely? Who the fuck are you to talk to me like that? You want to fucking talk to me, you talk to me man to man. You think you're going to jump in my face and bark orders at me like I'm some bitch boy? You're out of your fucking mind. I'm a man, you're a man. You want to talk to me man to man, we'll talk all day. You think you're going to fucking come in my face and yell at me? The fuck you think you are? And that's it. You know, but like I said, you know, it took like 3 or 4 months until we met up in court, me and the guy, and we met out in the parking lot. I said, holy shit, that was really cool what you did for me in court today, kid. He's like, yeah. You know what? I'm not stupid. You got 5,000 cops behind you, man. You guys will fucking throw a bag of dope on my front seat to put a bullet in my head and say I was reaching for a 22. I'm not stupid. I know I got to fucking be nice to you fuckers. I got a clue. I know what you people are going to do. This judge ain't got a clue what's going on in the streets out here. The judge thinks you're all fucking decent and honest and don't fucking lie. Yeah, because that judge ain't never got a ticket. That judge ain't never been set up. I know what the fuck's going on. I know I got to be nice to you motherfuckers. I said, but that day, hey, you know what? You rolled up into my fucking land, near my property, disrespecting me in front of my family. You think I'm going to stand there and take it like a bitch? Fuck no. Because then my family would think I was a bitch that I stood there and took it from you. So you ain't going to roll up into my land or my property, talk to me and my family like that. That's what I tell people all the time. I can't talk to you in front of your wife. Like I say, I was at your house. I said, no, we got to take a fucking ride. Just like I did the other guy in Indiana for 3 days. I said, no, we got to get in this SUV that I rented out. We got to take a ride. We took a ride for 700 miles. He says, why? Why can't we just do it right here? I said, because I'm going to bark at you, I'm going to yell at you, I'm going to curse at you in front of your wife and children. What do you think, I'm out of my fucking mind? Your kids will never respect you again. Your wife will never respect you again if you have a fucking another man jumping in your face and yelling at you, calling you a dumb fuck.
I got all that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't need. Yeah, but the kids don't need to hear another man doing that to you.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
Right. So I knew that since I was a little kid. I knew that since I was 19. You don't come rolling up into my face thinking you're going to yell at me and treat me like a bitch in front of all my people. I got a safe face. It's just the law of the fucking jungle. That's just the way it's been since time began. If you don't understand that concept, cop, well, somebody, I just feed it to you. I got no choice. You jumped in my face, called me out. What are they going to do? Put my tail between my legs and take a good fucking tongue lashing because you fucking you're a cop? I don't give a fuck if you're the Pope. I don't care if you're Jesus Christ. I don't care if you're fucking God. I'm going to stand up and fucking kick you in the nuts. Then you can strike me down and kill me and vaporize me. I don't give a fuck. But I'm not going to stand there and be talk like a bitch. So he's like, oh, okay, I kind of see what was going on that day. He said, yeah, there's a cutie pie Puerto Rican girl, too, man. I tried to try to fucking look good in front of her. Said, I was trying to get with her, man. They said, you think you're going to disrespect me in front of her? You're out of your fucking mind. So stand up. Show, hey, man, I ain't taking no shit from no man. She's going to want me. She's going to think, hey, I'm fucking real tough. That's right. Kill or be killed. Fight for the fucking best woman. You know, survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Jungle shit. So I say that to my kid all the time. I said to my grandma, I said to his grandma, my mom, I said, hey, you work today? Oh, yeah, you did pretty good. You sure? You didn't fucking work, you don't eat. You get it, kid? No work, no eat. He said, yes. I said, good. Did you work? And my mom said, yeah, he worked. I said, okay, then let him eat. Don't work, well, we're going to go find something to do. You're going to work for us. We're going to do some stuff. Then we're going to eat. That's the way it works. That's the other way it works. It doesn't work any other way. So you got to get them to understand. You want to work. If you want to eat, you got to work. It's that simple. Oh, it's so funny. I had a daughter, a stepdaughter, whatever, and she'd rather not eat and work. I said, then you could just sit there and watch us eat. She's like, okay. She was cool with that. She's a crazy little one, man. She dyed her hair purple a whole bit, tattoos all over the place. She's got a couple of girls, but it was just funny as hell. What a stubborn little bitch she was. She was funny as hell. She's the one that I said I had off from work one day, and I started eating ice cream at like 3 o'clock in the night. So she's like, hey, can I have some ice cream? I said, no, not until you're done cleaning up and until you eat dinner. So she says, hey, it's not fair here. You get to eat ice cream and I don't. I said, yeah, well, that's because I run this place. I'm the dad. I'm the big cheese. I'm the boss here. You're damn right. You don't like my rules? Get out. Leave. Find someplace better. She said, okay, I will. So she left. And she was 1993. Okay, yeah, she's about 8 years old. And she leaves at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my neighbor guy comes up to me. He says to me, hey, Carl, man, I saw your kid walking across the bridge, walking over the mainland side of the international, the international bridge. I said, huh, yeah, she was about an hour ago. Yeah. She's motoring it. She's getting down. She's making some good time. He said, she's over there? I said, well, I don't know where the hell she goes. She told me, hey, she don't like it here. Find some place else that you like. And so some man comes by and offers you fucking candy. Say, oh, boy, I love candy. I said, He said, you kidding me? I said, nope. I said, look, man. I said, God's got fucking plans for her. No matter what I want to do, whatever she wants to do, God will provide for her. God will protect her. Or she'll wind up in a body bag. Or she'll take off with a guy who's got a bag of candy. Whatever God's got for her, in store for her, there's nothing I can do with that. I'm not going to get in the way. She's going to make it in alone. She's going to figure it out. And she was freaking 8 years old. This is my whole belief. It's not been a kid. The whole belief, my whole life. God will provide. Just go out there, God will provide. It was funny. He said, oh, well, I just letting you know where she is. Yeah, and everybody who was listening to the show was like, oh, my God, Carl, I can't believe you didn't get in your car, your truck, and go flying down a fucking road and be a helicopter dad and save her. F that. I ain't doing it. A dog's a dog. If they want to run away, let them run. I'll come look for them real quick, say, hey, nope, going to find them, call them, nope, don't see them, they want to take off, so let them take off. God will provide. I got things to do. I ain't got time to play dog catcher. I ain't got time to play babysitter. I got time for this shit. She was old enough to know right from wrong. She was 8 years old. She want to fucking leave. Another man comes by, 5 o'clock.
Some neighbor comes by. I said, hey, I saw your kid. I said, hey, where is she? She said she's on US 1. Hey, which way is she going, north or south? Oh, she's going north. Huh. She's making some damn good time. Those little fucking legs just must be pumping away. He says, you want to go get her? I said, oh, fuck no. Either some guy with a bag of candy will pick her up, the cops will pick her up, or she'll come back home in a body bag. What? I ain't got time for this shit. Because I ain't playing fucking chase the kid. If this kid thinks that I'm a sucker, and I'm going to chase her down every time she fucking leaves, she's going to play me like a bitch. I'm going to be her bitch for the rest of her life. I ain't no bitch. If she wants to leave, let her fucking leave. She said, you kidding me? I said, no. I said, you don't understand how kids' brains work. If they see that you're going to chase them down, drag them back, it's like a woman, like dealing with a woman. Woman says, I'm going to leave. If you don't put that damn toilet seat fucking down, I'm going to fucking leave. Hey, you know what, honey? Leave. Oh, yeah, I'm serious about it. Well, fucking leave. And they fucking leave. They want to see you chasing them down, saying, oh, well, I'm sorry, honey, here's some sweets and some candies and some chocolates and some flowers. Hey, F that. If she's going to leave for the toilet seat, she's going to leave for something else. That kid's going to leave because she didn't get a bowl of ice cream, she's going to leave for something else. I ain't playing this bitch game. I ain't nobody's bitch. You ain't going to tell me what to do. You ain't going to muscle me. You ain't going to give me extortion. You ain't going to threaten me. Who do you think you fucking are? Oh, next thing she's going to say, what, if you don't do this, I'm going to break your legs? If you don't give me ice cream, I'm going to shoot you, Daddy? Yeah, right. F you, kid. Nobody threatens me. You want to leave? Leave. You don't like it? Go. So then another guy came by at 6 o'clock and said, hey, and it was funny, the kid's name happened to be Holly. And she said, hey, man, your kid is up, I seen your kid up on US 1. I said, oh, yeah, where is she? She said she's up in Holly Hills. We used to call it Holly Hell because that's like where the white hillbillies trash live. Oh, she's in Holly Hell? Huh. Oh, well, good place for her. Maybe she'll find a family that'll take her in and adopt her. She'll be happy living in a mobile home somewhere up there. So like, you going to go get her? I said, well, you effing kidding me? I ain't her bitch. She's going to make me her bitch. Fuck no. I ain't no bitch. I said, she'll come home of her own volition. She'll wind up in a body bag. She'll jump in a car with a guy with a bag of candy, or the cops will bring her home. Nothing I can fucking do about it. You know, don't threaten me. That's what I tell people all the time. I said, this is the way I always look at life. This is the way I always look at everything, every situation. Did that fucking prosecutor just threaten you? What? Did he tell you you're going to take 5 years in jail, or you're going to get 20? Yeah. You understand that's extortion, right? Oh, no. They do this every day to us people. And you people tolerate this. What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, the IRS says, we don't fucking give them this. They're going to take everything away from us and put me in a cage. Did they just threaten you? Yeah. Do you understand that's extortion? Well, do they do this all the time? Yeah, they do it all the time. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't know how to deal with that? No. Why not? I don't know. We just never taught how to deal with extortion. Shakedowns and threats. Really? Where the fuck you people live? Oh, I'm from New York. I learned all this shit in New York City. Oh, shakedowns, extortions, threats, paybacks, kickbacks, bribes. Oh, that's right. That's part of my fucking everyday vocabulary up there. Oh, that's right. You guys lived in lollipop fucking land. How the fuck would you guys know this shit? That's right. You had mommies and daddies and all this fucking balloon rides and all this other happy shit when you were a kid. Oh, I get it. You chased red balloons in a park all day. Oh, I get it. A bunch of candy asses. Oh, I get it. You don't understand what a shakedown and threats are, do you? No, they're communicating a threat. They're committing acts of extortion. Oh, is that what that is? Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, you mean they can't talk to us like that? Fuck no. Fuck no, they can't talk to you like that. But you're letting them get away with it. You can't let them get away with it. You know why? Because you're a good bitch. So then at 6 o'clock, the guy said he's up in Holly Hills. Oh, Holly Hill? Oh, that's special. Huh. Wonder how much further she's going to go. Oh, well. None of my concern. Time to eat more some ice cream and fucking watch more TV. My day off. I ain't going to fucking sweat it. So about 9 o'clock at night, she comes walking through the front door. Said, hey, you've been getting around town, kid. Yeah. Pretty impressive. You ready to clean up what you got to clean and get some dinner in you so you can get some ice cream? She said, yeah, sure. I said, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. We never had a problem ever again. That was it. It was over. But she was going to test me. Oh, she was going to test me. She was going to say, hey, are you a man or are you my bitch? It's that simple. Now let's say, oh, Karl, man, that's abuse and neglect. Oh, Karl, that was a horrible thing. Hey, that was an invaluable fucking life experience for her. She understood, hey, when I need something, Karl will be there. Karl's not a bitch. Karl's a man. Karl's going to stand by his word. Karl's not going to chase me down like he's my little bitch. No. That's the man I'm going to fucking go to, man. That's the guy I'm going to depend on. That's the guy that's going to fucking be there for me when I can't manipulate this fucker. This guy's man through and through. He ain't going to take no shit. And there you go. So everybody will say, oh, look at Karl's towning skills. They suck. Oh, yeah, really? That's just special. It was funny when she ran away. When she moved back to North Carolina, those Indians, they called me up. Tried to put her in all, Christian school. And she said, I ain't going to no damn Christian school. I'm done with it. You know, so that's what she said to Mom and her aunt. Said, I ain't going to no Christian school, so she ran away. So I was living in Vegas. That was when the big storm came through, 2000. That was the last time I saw the Indian light. So they said, hey, can you come up here and help find a kid? You know, we think she took off with some, like, biker dudes, you know, who just tattooed the crap out of young girls in exchange for sex. So I said, yeah, that's right up my alley. I'll find her in 2 minutes. So it was pretty funny. I got there, and I just started talking to people that obviously looked like me. And I said to them, hey, you see the kid about this big, this. And they're like, yeah. And I said, the kid with purple hair? I said, purple hair. When I saw her, she had a blonde afro. I said, but purple hair? She went up. No, the blonde afro was natural. She was half black, half white. I said, no. So she had a blonde afro. Good-looking kid, man. Blue eyes on blonde afro. It's kind of goofy looking, but she was a good-looking kid. She could dance just like Madonna. She had brain injury, so she couldn't read or write. But, man, she could watch us move on TV, YouTube video. No, YouTube wasn't around back then. I mean, MTV video. Holy shit, she could pick up those moves and lay them down. We went to my brother's Greek wedding because he married a Greek. Man, she was the hit of the fucking wedding. Any Greek move that they were doing, she could copy it. And it's funny, she still got a hole in her skull where she was supposed to take the payment when she was 18 years old that she got from the insurance company settlement. She was supposed to get her skull fixed. Instead of getting her skull fixed, she just blew it on drugs and shit. So it's pretty funny. She still got that hole right there in her forehead to, I think it's still the left side of her forehead, where she hit the dashboard. I wasn't driving, the wife was driving, and went underneath the tractor trailer. Yeah, they both got fucked up pretty bad. But it was a metal dashboard. The kid hit her head in it. But anyway, you know, good kid. But a kid, you know, a little wild one. So yeah, I found her in some fucking beat-up motel, not a motel, beat-up mobile home in the middle of the woods somewhere. And there's a bunch of drunk fucking bikers there. And I just walk in like I own a fucking place. And I just fucking walk around. I said, hey, you see a purple fucking headed kid laying around here somewhere? And he's like, yeah, she's laying up in the back room with another girl. So yeah, she was getting it on with another girl. I said, hey, your mom's real fucking pissed. I drove all the way up from Vegas. I said, I got time for this shit. What the fuck's the story, kid? You're only 17 years old. What the fuck's going on? You better make, she was only 16. Sorry about that. 84 to 2000, yeah, she was 16. That's right. I got her emancipated the next day. I said, hey, kid, what the fuck's going on? Tell me what the fuck's going on. He's like, oh, Daddy Call. Yeah, Daddy Call. Yeah, great, lovely. Yeah, got a couple tattoos? Yeah, she's like, I'm a little sore laying back here with this other girl. Yeah, that's just fucking lovely. I got time for this shit. I got to go back to Vegas. I got to go to work. What the hell's the story, kid? You know, you want to fucking, you're done listening to mommy? You're done listening to your aunts? You're done? She's like, yeah. I said, okay, well, tell me what's going on. Now they want to put me in a Christian school. Oh, yeah, those heathens? Okay, great. You know, I guess I think that you don't want to go. No. You want to stay here with these clowns, right? Yeah, okay, fine. You know what, kid? We got to do it legally. What? Just come with me. Your mom and your aunts are outside. They're going to be kind of pissed. I'm going to tell them to go fuck themselves, that I got this under control. Just hang out with me tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to take you down to court, and you're going to be a free woman. They're like, oh, really? Yeah, oh, fucking really. So, come on, I ain't got time for this shit. So she's like, okay. So she didn't give me no crap. She didn't, like, scream to the guys, hey, man, this guy, I don't want to leave with this guy. No, she just fucking left me. And then obviously the mom and the aunts are outside giving a ration of shit. And I took her down to the courthouse the next day, and I emancipated her. And I just walked into the court and said, hey, she's a free fucking woman, and she just no longer want to be under the control of her mom or her dad. And she wants to fucking, she could get employment, and she could get stable income. And I'm a contractor, and she can work for me if she wants to. And she calls me Daddy Call because I'm married to her fucking mom. So we went with the court to recognize her as a free fucking woman and not to be bound by any fucking man or any other woman. And the court clerk said, not a problem. And he just signed some paperwork, and there you go. So there you go, kid. There's your working papers. Any cop fucking gives you any shit, anybody gives you any crap, you're 16 years old, you're free and clear, you do whatever the fuck you want. No, you don't have to answer anybody on planet Earth for the rest of your life. So there you go, kid. Enjoy it. I hope you make the right decisions. If not, oh well, you always know where your family is. I said, so go out there and run wild if you want to. Hopefully God will fucking protect you. I said, the kid, you want to be on your own? I ain't chasing you. No more. I ain't doing it. I came one time. That's it. You need me? You come look for me. I ain't looking for you. So that's all I owe your mom. That's it. She was fucking bugging me. Wouldn't shut the fuck up. I said, so there you go. Now, free and clear, think your own life. You could not beat happiness out of that kid. That kid would be happy if you threw her in a mud puddle and you fucking, had lightning bolts in her. She would still smile. That kid, when she got brain damage, I don't know, man. When she hit her skull on that dashboard, she was changed. She could pick up any move in a book. She couldn't read it right. She couldn't read, like, anything. It was funny. I spent 27 hours one weekend just trying to get her to read the word, like cat. That's what we were working on. We were on the word cat, C-A-T. 27 hours. They said, nope, kid, you're bona fide. There ain't no motherfucking way. You something difficult. Your brain no more. I said, okay, that's cool. And I explained to the teacher, man, don't even bother. I said, I spent 27 hours. It just ain't clicking up there. Something happened to her brain, and it just ain't clicking. But what God took away from her reading and writing, God provided her with dancing and happiness. She was always fucking happy kid. And always crazy. You know, but a good happy, not a crazy happy, like a joker fucking smile happy. She, a pothead smile happy. She was a happy kid. No matter what was in her world, man, she always fucking overcame. She always would see the bright side of it. She was a good kid. But, yeah, you say my parenting skills suck. Well, you got to understand, it's the same way with courts. It's the same way with anything else. It's the same way mom and dad would have done me. If you want to leave, hey, there's the fucking door. Don't let your ass get hit by going away out. You don't like it? Go. Oh, and I guarantee, man, I would have been back just like, oh, you know, like I would have went around a little bit and said, hey, man, this place sucks. No food, no water, no heat, no fucking, you know what? I think being independent sucks. You know what? I think I'm going to be back to hanging out with these people. You know what? I don't think it was so bad after all. That's just the way to do it. I mean, if there's other ways to do it, God bless you. This is just the way I do it. If you don't like it, I don't give a shit. Alcohol is very irresponsible. You know, very irresponsible. Very, very bad. Very bad parenting skills. Very bad judgment. What happens if she wound up in a blind box? Hey, look, as if God got her back. One way or the other, she could fall down in the bathtub, bust her head open. When she busted her head into the fucking dashboard, she could have died. All kinds of shit could happen. But it didn't. So you know what? It didn't happen. It's all going to happen, play out for the reason, one way or the other. I don't know why, but it's just going to. So I'm not going to cry over it, not go crazy. Because when people come in and work with me, man, hang out with me, they say, holy shit, a lot of things go wrong while Carl's building something or welding something or concrete work or something goes wrong. Back home almost got, flipped over in the mud. Just pretty wild. I had to chain it to a tree. It was tipping. It was a lot of fun. Very intense. Everything's always really intense. But that's life. That's living. Your heart's not racing and your fucking adrenaline's not flowing. You mean that it's just like a New York attitude, I guess. You got to keep moving, move. You sit on that tower, they're going to run over you. Get up, boy. Gotta go. If you don't take that job, guess what? There's 100 other guys who are fucking lining up outside to take that job from you. You got to work harder and faster than anybody else. Why? They're going to leave you for dust. They're going to starve. There ain't no handouts for a white guy. It ain't going to motherfucking happen. So you got to get off your ass and work hard as fast as you can. So that's why it's kind of hard for, I guess, people to understand. It's a lifestyle. You know, like I said, when I was a kid, I worked on the docks. I worked on loading docks. I worked on in warehouses, shipping departments, drove trucks, drove forklifts, and I did the normal truck works. Good backbone and fucking just keep hustling, make money, survive. I was very proud to be getting the hands dirty. Very proud that I could provide for my mom, provide for my brothers and sisters. I was very proud that at 16 years old I had a full-time job. That I looked old enough with a beard that I could pass through. The guy got up 23. I said, good guess, I'm 22. And he says, oh, yeah, what's your birthday? So it's like 10/20, let me back it up, 1957. Pretty funny. I do the math in my head real quick. It's like, oh, okay. It's just intense. And like I said, and that's what's fun about dealing with this court stuff. I mean, I'm reading this answers from these fucking people. It's ridiculous. I don't see anywhere in the history of Virginia that anybody addressed this matter. But man establishing its own court, a public building. Oh, never seen anywhere in the history of Virginia. So that means it's never been done, like flying to the moon or flying an airplane or flying above the ground or, that's never been done. Well, it's just ridiculous. Oh, well, I live on the edge. Okay, that's what the guy said. So I'm going to put the guy's answer in on the website. I'll have you guys read it. And you guys going to laugh your asses off. So, holy shit. The guy who's writing this fucking thing is writing 3-year-old. You guys know my stuff. I'm going to say to yourself, shit. Even you, the people who are listening to my stuff, you ain't been listening for a very long time, are going to totally fucking laugh at this guy's answers. It's like, wow, is this the best that the legal society can come up with? Is this the best answers and excuses? Is this the best they could do? Is this the best they can muster against this guy? Even the guys, people who hate me, even the people on these shows that freaking hate me and want to destroy me. I would say, hey, you want to see what your legal society can do? You want to see the best that you people could do to answer against what I made a claim into the court? You want to see what they're doing? You see how ridiculous this shit is? We don't see anywhere in the history of Virginia where a man can establish his own court. Oh, he's trying to say plaintiff can establish his own court. The only problem is man's here. They don't understand the significance of man because they were never trained. They were never taught. Just like you guys, until I came on the scene, you had no clue what you were. Dude, you're an effing man. What? What does that mean? Oh, what do you mean? What the hell does that mean? It means everything. You're in the image of God. You're the creator of all you survey. Yeah, somebody called me up last night and said that to me. He's a detective guy in Tennessee, and he's a doctor guy down in Tennessee, come up to visit me. They asked me this question. He said, well, I said, I'm suing these bastards. They said, making a claim for compensation, blah, blah, blah. So he says, so you're going after the money? I said, sir, I'll go after whatever the fuck I can get. I said, if I get money, I get money. If I don't get money, I don't get money. It's no big deal. I said, if you're talking about hard currency, that's fine. That's lovely. Everybody can use hard currency. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I said, God, don't worry about what I get. He said, well, you're trying to get your kids back. I said, get kids back for what? What's the purpose? I said, look at all these valuable lessons these kids are learning. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're learning. I said, can you imagine if I tried to punish my kids like that? Can you imagine if I told them they got to sit on their bed all Christmas holiday, that they can't come out and spend Christmas Eve with us, they can't do Christmas Day with us, they don't do presents with the family, they don't go to see the lights, they don't get to watch TV and watch Christmas TV shows, they don't get to do Christmas songs, they don't get to be in a Christmas play that they're in every year, the Christmas parade they're in every year. And they have like a Christmas band festival that they're in an orchestra. One plays the clarinet, one plays the flute. Can you imagine me telling them they can't be a part of any of that? None of that. Zero. Do you understand how hard the government would come down on my ass? How hard foster care would come down on my ass? How hard CPS would come down on my ass? Call me every evil motherfucking thing in a book. But since all these cute social workers did this to the kids, and cute judges, and cute little associate degree women, and cute PhD degree women, they all have their little pocketbooks and hats that match their shoes. They all fucking put the kids there. They say, well, that's good. The kids are in a good, safe place. Really? Compared to what? If they were with me, could you imagine if I did that fucking shit to them? How bad you'd call me a horrible, evil fucking dad? How you'd call me a horrible, evil fucking monster? If I did that, but since you ladies did that, well, that's okay. Oh, really? So that's okay. So this has given me an invaluable time with my kids to explain to my kids, this is what the government shows you they are. There are a lot of loving, hugging kids, beautiful, nice jewelry, and nice makeup, conference meetings, and they all give each other high fives and big hugs, and they give each other gifts and little gifts, and seminars. And life is for these children. Yeah, and your life it's like being in prison, ain't it? You sit on a fucking bed all day, and that's all you fucking do is look at a wall. How do you like it, kid? You liking your government now? You liking your teachers now? You liking your guidance counselors now? You liking your social workers now? You liking the kid? You liking your judge now? Huh? You like your government life now? Huh? You like it? Huh? No, that's what they said. The kid wrote me an email. First thing she said, I never realized how much I missed you all and how much I love you. Yeah, until it's all taken fucking away. That's what I explained to the guy last night who was a detective guy. That's what he used to be. And I said to him, oh, he's like, really? So you're not trying to get him out? I said, fuck, hell no. I want them to get out. I want them to want to get out. They are going to want to get out. They're the ones who are going to have to fucking tell these bastards, hey, I want the fuck out, and I want the fuck out now. I'm done with this shit. I am fucking had it up to here with your crap. I want out, and I want fucking out now. That's when I hear my kids fucking scream out. Good. You want out, kid? Good. Then we'll work on it. Until then, hey, you like it there? No. You better fucking call out. You better say, Daddy, get me the fuck out of here. If they just say, hey, you know what? Hey, this is great. Oh, really? If you like it, stay there. Who the fuck am I? To be an evil fucking bastard and take you with such fucking joy and happiness. Social services is lovely. The government's there to fucking help. Fucking enjoy your fucking stay. Yeah, And when the kids had it up to here, say, hey, man, we've been bullshitted. This place sucks. These people aren't here to help us. These people are here to fucking destroy us, take everything away from us. We're never going to see our ponies again. We're never going to see our flutes and clarinets. We're never going to see a fucking home again. We're never going to see our brother. We're never going to see our ponies. We're never going to see our chickens no more. This is fucked. This sucks. What did we do? Hey, there you go, kid. Welcome to fucking America. I'm glad you got off the boat, huh? Well, this is what you got. So until the kids get a fucking wide-eye view of it, say, holy shit, Daddy, you're right. Now I understand what you're doing, Daddy. There you go. And when they come out, I can take the kids on a fucking tour with me to do seminars. So, hey, kids, explain to these fucking people how wonderful life is in fucking foster care. Tell them just how wonderful in all the toys and trinkets and presents and clothes. Tell them how wonderful life was away from your family. Tell them how wonderful these people treat you. Instead of me telling fucking them how fucking life sucks dealing with social services and foster care, the kids will be able to fucking tell you people straight up, hey, this shit sucks. Daddy was 1,000 times fucking better, and these fucking quit 7 fucking what. There you go. You hear from me, you hear from them. That's right. I don't want to tell how Daddy's so fucking wonderful. I want them to tell how Daddy's so fucking wonderful and how grateful they are that they got a fucking Daddy, and Daddy don't treat them like the fucking social service people do. And then when they get older, 18, 19 years old, and they start going to college, and social service people try to talk to them and indoctrinate them, they can tell them, hey, they can tell their friends, hey, how was that firsthand? Foster care sucks. Everything about the government sucks. These people just fucking lie like crazy. They all suck. Good, kid. You tell them. You tell them. Tell them, kid. You tell them who your fucking daddy was. You tell them what your daddy does, or what your daddy did. Daddy might be dead by then. But you tell them that Daddy fucking stood up and said, hey, you know what? We ain't gonna take this shit no more. You know what? You are for me. That's what I want my kids to know. So the guy was like, oh, you're not trying to get your kids out? No, fuck no. I want them to fucking want to come out. So at least the one girl wrote, I'll do whatever it fucking takes to get the fuck out. If you give up fighting for me, I ain't gonna stop. If I gotta fight alone, I'll fight alone. You're like, good kid. You know, at least she's willing to fight. So like I said, that's what you want to do. You want kids to fucking have it up to here. And you say, hey, you know what? Life at home wasn't so bad. Yeah, it wasn't so bad, was it, kid? No, it wasn't. Oh, well, now what do you think, kid? Like, yeah, you're right. Life was kind of okay. Yeah, it was. So what are you thinking now? Say, like I said, man, it's a lot of fun dealing with these kids and dealing with social services. I wanted to teach them this. I wanted to teach them the horror of social services and CPS. I wanted to teach them this. But how many years would it have taken me to talk to them until I was purple in the face? Explain to them, look, your family is that which is important. Your family will never treat you like this. Your family will never deprive you of this stuff. Your family will treat you fair and just. Family will make sure that you have a Christmas and you have a holiday. We'll do the best we can. We might not have much, but we'll all be together, and we won't be sitting in different bedrooms looking at a fucking wall. The government's going to isolate us and put us in different rooms and different walls in front of us. No. We're going to be together, and maybe we don't have nothing but a peanut butter sandwich for fucking dinner, but we're going to share it. We're going to share that sandwich, and we're all going to have a happy fucking Christmas and hope for a better New Year. That's what we're going to fucking have. We're going to have hope. We're going to have family. The government ain't going to give a shit. And these fucking women will spend time with their family. Oh, Paul's an evil bastard. Oh, we had to take the kids. Oh, yeah, Paul's an evil bastard. Yeah, what's Paul do? Well, nothing that we could see, but you know what? He's a man. He's got to be evil. He's not just kissing our ass and doing what we tell him to do. He's got to be a fucking son of a bitch. Oh, really? That's the reason why I don't have my kids, huh? That's why the kids aren't with me. Well, you know, you can't be any good. Why? Because you're a man. And we're women. We have pocketbooks that matches our handbags, that matches our fucking shoes, that matches our fucking makeup, that matches our fucking hats. You know, we're somebody. And a man's nobody. No, a man's evil. White man just wants to control the world. White man's evil. You're evil. You're white. Oh, really? Okay. That's just nothing. Ain't that special. You know, I hope you enjoy your fucking 60 years on life with fucking a herd of cats, because that's what you're going to get with you. Somebody don't want to deal with you. You know, I know why now. You got no children. But like I said, man, they're just a bunch of bitter fucking women. And they're going to try to fucking control everything. Oh, it's fine. Let my kids see, hey, when a woman starts talking like that from now on, what are you going to do? I'm going to tell her to go fuck herself. Oh, I can't wait for the kids to come out. I don't care if it's on one day. I don't care if it's 1 year. I don't care if fuck how long it takes to get them out. So they're so hardcore when they come out and say, hey, that teacher says to you, hey, what's going on at home? Say, fuck you, cunt. That's all I want to hear you say. Repeat after me. Fuck you, cunt. That's it. That's all I want to hear you tell that fucking teacher. You teach me 1 + 1 is 2, and A and B is C. That's all I want to hear from you. I don't want to be indoctrinated. I don't want to hear how don't talk about my family. Back off. Just say, back off, bitch. And if she's got a problem with the way you talk, you tell her fucking call me up, and I'll say, oh, what's your problem, fucking honey cakes? Oh, you don't like the way my fucking kids talk to you? Well, stop being a stupid cunt and stop fucking trying to indoctrinate with your kind of goddamn bullshit. How's that, honey cakes? Like the way Daddy talks? Yeah. Well, go fuck yourself. Don't know where they got it from. It's like, look, because I had it up to here. My servant's fucking telling me what to do. The servant's trying to manipulate I and my family. Fuck that shit. I'm done fucking sweet talking these fuckers. I don't think I've done it ever in my life. I know that I'll try to be nice. I'll try to be polite. I'll try to be decent. And as soon as I think that you're trying to run over me, are you trying to control me? Are you trying to talk to me? Like, did you just ask me a question? Like, I love it, man, when anybody from the government tries to ask me a question. Are you trying to ask me a question? Is that what I think you just did? Well, I want to know why you didn't pay taxes. You want to know why. I didn't pay taxes. Some man is asking another man why I didn't pay taxes. That's a lovely fucking concept. That's a lovely belief. You want to get into my personal
monetary affairs. You want to know what I have in my bank account, how much money I make, and you want to know how much and where I work. Really? And you know that's private. And that's pretty ballsy of any man to ask another man, how much money do you make every year? Who the fuck are you? Are you my daddy? And if you're not my daddy, you better have a damn good fucking reason why you're even talking to me. And there better be a better reason why you're asking me a question. You're not a public servant, are you?
I'm just worried about the judge just saying what are you smiling about, or why aren't you smiling, or why are you looking this way, or why are you looking that way. He just holding me in contempt. So I'm just going to try to play it as calm as possible and just see if he's actually even willing to talk, or if he's just in the mood to just, like yesterday, I was introducing Frankie, and Vital, and me, and he didn't bother to listen to who I was introducing, because at 12 o'clock when Frankie went, he would have realized there is two Frank Russos on planet Earth, because I was trying to introduce my little brother, and he didn't care. He just started talking. He just started to say, this is a complaint today. We're here for pre-trial, pre-hearing, recipe, talk about Karl Lentz, the plaintiff, and Anita Harris, Director of Social Services, as the defendant. And while he was talking, I was like, this is Frank Russo. This is Vital. I'm Karl Lentz. And he just didn't even want to deal with any pleasantries. He just was going right. He had an agenda. He was on a mission, and he was just going to dismiss it. So what happened was I said, first, let me remind the court that this is not a complaint. This is a claim. He says, no, this is a complaint. I said, no, it's actually spelled claim. I said, this is a claim. And I'm at the circuit court, not in the circuit court. He says, no, you're in the circuit court now, and you abide by the rules of circuit court. I said, no, I wish to proceed in the court of record, which moves only under the common law. It does not move through statutes. He said, this is a court of record, is it not? He said, yes, it's a court of record. I said, then I wish to proceed under the common law. He says, you're in my courtroom now. I said, this is a public court. This is a public courtroom. He says, well, you're in my courtroom now, and this is how we're going to proceed. I said, no, we can proceed, but I wish to proceed, by trial by jury. I don't wish anybody to view the case until it's open before trial, before the jury. I said, look, sir, I'm not a plaintiff. It literally means in French that a nagging old woman. And I said, I'm not saying that Anita Harris is Director of Social Services. I have no idea what her titles are. I don't know. All I know is that was a woman I was speaking to. And all I know is I'm a man. That's all I know. I don't know anything else about plaintiff, because to define me as an old French woman doesn't make too much sense to me. And he says, well, this is my courtroom. I said, yes, sir, I believe you believe this is your courtroom, but I, paid the filing fee for court of record. And I wish to proceed through court of record. I said, is this a court of record? He said, yes. I said, then what's the rules of a court of record? He looked at me. He says, this is a court of record. I said, what are the rules? I said, look, sir, I'll help you. I wrote a law dictionary. I said, one of the rules that only moves under the common law. It's in Black's Law Dictionary. It clearly says only under the common law a court of record moves. And it says that you as a magistrate or a judge are independent of the tribunal. You're just to sit and witness what the jury decides. He says, I'm going to dismiss your claim. I said, I got you. You said it was a claim. I thought you said it was a complaint. I thought you said there wasn't a claim before the court. I thought you said it was a complaint. I got you. And everybody heard you. I said, you know what? I'm sure you don't remember me, sir, but back in 2008, you had a case against me and Michael. And I had to explain to you the difference between legal and lawful, and you didn't believe me until you read it out of the Code of 1950, until you read it out of the Virginia Code book. In open court, you did not believe me until you read it for yourself. I said, then 2 years later, I had to file a suit against the court clerk because she interfered in my right to access this court. I said, and you're doing the same thing. You're interfering in my right to access this court. I said, so I'm going to file a claim against you as well. I said, this is going to have to be a federal question. I said, because I paid you money. I paid you $100 to give me a court of record and to give me trial by jury. So that's theft of services, because I paid you for something and you will not allow me to have it. When it's within your power to let me have it, you just decided you won't let me have it, and you didn't give me back my money. That's theft of services. I said, you can't do that. I said, I'll see you. I said, I got to see you in court at 3 o'clock. And I thought it was Tuesday, but the other bailiff said, no, it's Tuesday. And what was funny is he kept telling the bailiff, get this man out of my room, get this man out of my room. What was funny is the bailiff wasn't making any
attempt to touch me. So it kind of felt good that the bailiff was like, wow, this is the first time I ever heard anybody talk like this. And I'm thinking that's what because the bailiff probably heard him talking to the attorney for the other side, saying, oh, we're going to so nail this guy. We're going to so nail this guy. And the bailiff was probably like, no, this guy's good. I like this stuff. The bailiff's probably like, hey, what's this guy talking about? This is some really good stuff.
So this was the one that I was telling you when you're going down the highway to just make a money order because, you know, instead of using or did I say use a personal check?
Yeah. That's the one. I did the personal check when I did it to the governor's name.
Right.
But that day I didn't have any checks with me, but I had a money order that I had made long ago for the same amount that I was going to use if I needed it, and that's all I had. So I ended up using that.
Right. So so you got no record of. So you're not. Well, you know what you're gonna have to do. Who gave you the money order? Was it a postal money order?
Yeah, postal money order, and after I filled it out, I took pictures of it.
Yeah, but you're still gonna have to get a copy from the post office for the canceled check money order. You're gonna have to wait for that.
He's probably just going to endorse it over to the Commonwealth.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, but he told you to write it out to him. Well, he's gonna say he just accepted payment on behalf of the Commonwealth, right?
Right.
What he's going to do.
But here's the other thing. We wrote him letters, and one of the letters I said was, is it a true debt? And he answered back, and he said, yes, it's a true debt. And then I wrote back, and I said, okay, is that hearsay, or you have first-hand knowledge that it's a true debt?
Every time you said something like that to him, you were supposed to say, is it a legal debt or a lawful debt? You see what I'm saying?
A legal debt or lawful debt instead of verify the debt?
No, instead of saying, was it, you said, is it a true debt or whatever you said, you just say to him, is right, I would just say to him, is it a legal debt or is it a lawful debt? You see what I'm saying? It's based upon some sort of legal, is this some sort of legal debt that you believe that is due? Do you believe it's a legal debt or a lawful debt? Like I helped that lady in Indiana. The lady said that she couldn't pay her credit card debt, and she said, Carl, I know there's a way that you teach people how to make payments on a credit card debt, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, tell me why you can't pay your bills. Tell me how you got behind. Tell me what's going on. Give me a little bit of background. And she said, well, I said, where's the kid's dad? Where's the girl, 13, 14-year-old girl, where's the dad? Why he ain't paying? Oh, we can't find him. I don't know who the daddy is, whatever. And I said, okay. But I did have a husband, but he got arrested for raping my 13, 14-year-old girl, and he's sitting in prison now. I said, oh, wow, really? She's like, yeah. I said, oh, well, the money problems are solved. She's like, what? I said, because all you have to do is go to Indianapolis and call up risk management and tell them that you have a citizen of Indiana in custody, and he caused this much damage to your daughter and to you, and how much are they willing to compensate you for their property, their citizen doing this to you, like your dog or their cat or their car or their employee or their agent of the government. How much are they willing to compensate? I said, ma'am, I'm telling you in 2 seconds how much you're going to get. And I'm telling you, it's going to be between $40,000 and $60,000. And your daughter's going to be offered a 4-year in-state tuition, fully paid for scholarship. And she said, you're kidding. I said, no, ma'am. I said, read it. Read what risk management does. I said, if I've studied risk management up, down, left, and right trying to get money out of their asses. I said, I know exactly what you're entitled to. So we were doing this at a donut shop in Fort Wayne, and that guy, Denny, was asking me, can I help a whole bunch of people that were asking him questions, and he never knew how to answer them. So he says, Paul, can you sit here, and I'll invite all the people who have been asking me questions throughout the years to come here and meet you. And it was owned by Vietnamese people, so they didn't care. It was a pretty quiet donut shop. It wasn't big like Dunkin' Donuts. It was a mom-and-pop shop. So the lady came back the next day, and she said, Carl, the state offered to give me $60,000 for compensation, and you're right, they're going to give her a 4-year in-state scholarship. I said, of course they are, because their citizen, their dog, their agent, their employee caused damage, and they have to pay. And while he's in prison,
Indiana is making $1 million while that guy's ass is sitting in prison. They're making money, so you might as well get a cut too. So I said, they're compensating. So what's funny is my mom doesn't realize this, but I realize this. A few days after Colette was taken and Frank was charged, you know what I got in the mail from my mom? Her letter from Risk Management asking us if we wanted to be compensated for the fucking damage that Frank did. Wow. Yep. And my mom was so distraught at that time, she didn't know what it meant. I knew exactly what it meant. That since one of their citizens, Frank Russo, has caused this damage, like hit his, like one of their employees or their citizen hit his car into us, that they are liable for the actions of their citizen. So see, they're claiming Frank to be theirs. So it's just like if my kid was named Frank Russo and he raped your daughter, I would immediately say to you, look, I heard that my son, Frank Russo, raped your daughter, took pictures of your daughter, and caused all this damage to your daughter. Just tell me how much I owe you. We'll work something out, and I'll compensate you for damages. So see, the Commonwealth or the state did the right thing immediately. Immediately wrote to us, immediately sent us documents saying that we'll compensate you for your injuries that was caused by Frank Russo. My mom didn't understand what that was. I could have filed, believe it or not, I could have filed a claim for damages for what he did to me and what he did to Colette. And I don't know what kind of check they would have given me. Maybe they would give me 10 grand, 20 grand. I don't know what they would, but they would have cut me a check for the damages, the injuries, and the harm that Frank did, and any loss that I might be accruing. So what was funny is I didn't file for a fucking dime. Fuck them. I don't want shit from them. But this
they're trying to offer you a benefit so that you took the benefit. Now you give up rights.
No, it's not that, because if I take a benefit anytime it becomes a burden, I could leave it behind. I don't have to. No, I know what you're trying to say, but no. It's not iron that it's written in stone. If you just because you took a benefit doesn't mean that you're bound now for the rest of your life that you're a slave. No. But what I'm going on is saying is, why would I sue Colette? Because I wouldn't be suing Colette. I'd be suing through Risk Management. Risk Management would have to pay me for the damages that one of their citizens, Colette, did to me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The citizen is liable for her actions because they're claiming her to be a citizen, and they're using her birth certificate and everything else to accrue credits on behalf of the state. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
They're claiming her, like an IRS tax dependent. They're claiming her. So now that what they're claiming is theirs, cause harm to I or me, you see what I'm saying?
Liable.
Go after Colette, and I could send it to Risk Management and say one of your citizens visits me. And they'd have to,
right.
if they want to take her as a benefit and say that she's theirs, and they're getting federal money, you got to believe they're getting federal money for her being in foster care. They have to toss me money for what caused me harm. She lied. She caused me harm. She caused me to accrue a financial loss. What happened with my hearing, that was a lot of fun. Where I walked in and he starts saying, we got the case today, the Karl Lentz, the plaintiff notice, plaintiff Karl Lentz. I ain't no plaintiff. We could talk about that one, but I'll do that some other time. That was a funny one. I had a good time with mine. But again, but the judge gave his opinion on mine as well. He said at this time, there's not enough evidence, and the case isn't clear enough for him to make a ruling one way or the other, because he doesn't, I wrote like one sentence. He's like, I don't know enough to judge this case. There's not enough.
Wait a minute. So what he wrote is different from what he told us in their hearing.
No, he said he's going to dismiss my claim. Oh, he said he's going to dismiss my claim. I got you. You called it a claim. I thought you said there's no claims in your court. I got you. So he dismissed it. Okay, he didn't discharge it, and he didn't dismiss it with prejudice. He just dismissed it, and his ruling was basically saying with Frank, there's not enough here for me to make a ruling. He says, I may claim the wrong trespass, the Exhibit A. He says, I don't see enough here to do anything. See, he wants me to do a statement of fact. He wants to do the nature of the parties. He wants me to do venue. He wants me to put down the jurisdiction. He wants me to do the code that I'm relying on to move the court. He wants me to do all that crap. And I'm just like, no, dude. I'm claiming the wrong trespass. Get a jury. He knows what he did. I know what they did. There's the exhibit. Get it in front of the jury. Let the jury decide. I don't want you to do a damn thing with it. I didn't ask you to sit here. You know what? I paid that lady $100 to have a trial by jury. If you guys don't give me a trial by jury, you took my money, and you fucking you took my money, and you're not going to give me a trial by jury? Right. Okay, fine. Then you commit fraud. You know I asked for trial by jury. Is this trial by jury? No. Then why don't you tell me, well, it's conditional. Maybe we'll give you one, maybe we won't. I'll fucking decide whether you get it or not. You didn't say that, did you? No, you did it. So you took my money, and now you led me to believe I'm going to trial by jury. You took my money, and now you're not going to give me trial by jury? What are you saying? You told me you're going to give me this venue, this dance hall venue, and you told me I could play polka music. Now I fucking get here, and you tell me I got to play rap. I won't play freaking rap. Well, that's what I like to play in my courthouse. Well, it ain't your freaking courthouse, pal, Judge. It's a people's courthouse, and I'm renting out this venue to move a court of record, and this is a court of record, right? Well, yeah, it is a court of record, so what's the elements of a court of record? And I asked them that. I said, you're independent of the tribunal. You sit to the side, and I'm going to present my case. They're going to answer to my case in front of the jury and let the jury decide. You have nothing to do with this. He's like, what? That's crazy. I said, obviously, you don't know the definition of a court of record, though you've been sitting here for 20 years. I said, I ain't going to teach you this. I taught you that. And then I started going back memory lane. I said, I taught you this back in 2008. I told you this was illegal and lawful. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you what a court of record is. If you don't know, you don't freaking know. You know, you heard me. You know, you were there. That was a lot of fun. I laughed my ass off, you know.
Yeah, and Frankie's thing, which, you know, they did their whole thing with Frank, he said he was dismissing the complaint, not on the motion that they filed to dismiss, but the damages couldn't be calculated. That's not what he used, but something like that. Could not be calculated.
I'm talking what the ruling actually was. You're right about that, but I'm going to give you a more precise answer. What he says, it doesn't say the date in which the damages occurred.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah.
Okay, the initial date. So it says, you got to give me something so I can start doing calculations. Right. So look, see, the judge didn't trash us, didn't trash the cases. The cases could come back anytime we fucking want to bring them. I could play it through the legal system. I could play it the legal route if I want to, but no, I want to still play it through the court of record route. And now that Colette lied and there's no pictures and they couldn't find a damn bloody thing on them, it's going to be a lot easier for me to move my case. The problem with this stuff is if I tell too much information too quick, you guys go flying off the handle. Like, I truly believe that when you read from people in the past who created this thing called the Americas, when they said that the sovereign power lies with the people, the sovereign power of the government lies with the people. Now, if I start telling you people the sovereign power of the government lies or resides within the people, you guys don't understand exactly what lies and resides within the people means in the sovereign power. The sovereign power means God. God is within you. God is within all of us. And you guys are going to run off the freaking handle and say, I'm sovereign, and I can do this. That's not what it means. It's not what it means that the sovereign power of the government resides within the people. It means God is within us. It means God's in our hearts. It's God will guide the people. We don't need a piece of paper to guide us. We don't need a king. We've got it. We've got it figured out. We've got this. But if I said, look, the sovereign power of the government resides within the people, you people are going to say, see, we're sovereign. No, I didn't say we're sovereign. I said the sovereign power of the government resides within the people. It's in you. You feel, when you do it. Like I got all these freaking dogs, man, and cats. They know when they're doing wrong. They look at me, and I look at them, and they put their tail. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know it's wrong. I didn't have to read a book. And this is what I try to explain to people all the time about common law, basic law. I said, look, all these, when the judge or whatever gives us crap, he said, look, is this a statute law? Is this a code? Is this administrative policy? Yes, this isn't law. This isn't basic law. And I say, yes, it is. It's like, well, look, statutes and codes and administrative policies, they could be amended. They could be redacted. They could be modified. Orders could be overturned. But law can't change. The law stays the same for my generation, my children's generation, caveman's generation. It stays the same. The law applies to my dog. It applies to caveman. It's going to apply for all time. You can't modify it, change it, amend it, alter it, or overturn it. The law, the true law, isn't written. And this is what I try to say to people. When it's like, say, Black's law, or like when it's written in black, that's written by man. When God is supposed to be light and all white, it's unwritten. How could God's law be written? Because God would write in white, and on white paper, how are you going to see it? It's unwritten. You can't see the common law. You know it. It's inside of you. It's there. And this is what I'm saying. It just drives me nuts because you guys are saying, Carl, where can I read about the common law? Every single law book, every single legal law book tells you it's unwritten. They're telling you there's a sovereign power in you. They're saying the stuff you see written in black, that's man's law. That's not God's law. That's not real law. Man's law changes depending on who the man who's writing it, from what angle he sees it, from whatever his beliefs are. And everybody has a different angle, a different belief in what they're witnessing. So, like I said, man, it's just a lot of fun talking to you guys, but it's like, holy shit, you guys have got to either grow up a lot or something, or just feel it inside of you better than what you're doing. I mean, you're dropping a ball. You're reading too much or researching too much, and I was like, dude, just do what you know is the right thing to do, like what I did with Frank. Look, until I get all the evidence, until I get facts, I can't do anything, people. And everybody was bugging me for months, and I said, I'm fucking done doing these shows, because all I'm going to do is get the same damn questions. What were you going to do for Frank? I said, not a damn bloody fucking thing until I see what's going on. And they said, well, get your kids out of foster care. So absolutely not, because if this kid is freaking lying, let him sit in foster care a little bit and let him think about it. Let him think about the repercussions of opening up your mouth and talking about private issues about your family, or talk about the private stuff into the public, exposing the public to this nonsense. See the repercussions you're going to get. See if you're ever going to come home. Maybe you'll learn next time to keep your mouth shut and don't lie. Or maybe if you have an internal family problem, bring it to the family and let us handle it. Well, obviously, she didn't have a family problem. She didn't have any problems, thank God. But it would have been nice if she let us handle it, as a family instead of bringing it out to the public. People say, oh, well, see, Carl, they're afraid to talk to the family. Well, what, lie? Yeah, because she got found out to be lying. Oh, thanks, thank God. Because this makes my job so much easier. Oh, good. She lied? Oh, thank God. Why? She's a minor infant child. That's what minor infant children do. They don't know right from wrong, and they just do whatever the hell they want to get what they want at that particular moment in time. I can't hold her liable. Why? Because she's a minor infant child. Anything under the age of 18 is considered an infant. So she's a minor infant child. I'm not going to hold her liable. She did what she did. Why? Because that's what God made her. God made her a minor infant child. God made a dog, a snake, a snake. She's a minor infant child. That's what minor infant childs do. And that's where you don't arrest somebody based on a word of a minor infant child.
Basically, my mother has made a phone call to DCYF, and needless to say, me and my mother don't get along very well. So we live in Rhode Island. We just moved to Providence, Rhode Island. My mother doesn't like Eli very much and called DCYF and made accusations against us. So they looked into it, and at the time that they took our son, I was actually at work, and so was Eli. So he has been with his godmother, where he was when DCYF came and, basically put a 72-hour hold on him. And he's been there since the middle of December. So we've only had about, 3 hearings now. It was like I don't know what, basically one hearing to try to get us to sign things, and then
well, he's not with family.
He is with family. He's with his godmother.
All right. And the godmother happens to be a relative?
No.
Okay, good. So she can't actually make a claim. Fine. Not at this point. She can't. Fine. But for some reason, they gave it to her.
Yeah.
Why did they give it to her?
He was there at the time that DCYF came, and she's probably the closest person.
She was babysitting?
Yeah.
Good. You said she was there. There where? You mean
at her home with my son babysitting, yes.
Okay, so the kid was not with a relative, was at the babysitter. And they went over to the babysitter's house, and they took the kid from the babysitter.
No, they actually left him there in her custody.
Okay, so they left her there, the baby there in her custody. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So why did they bother coming over?
So my mother...
Good question.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out, too. my mother.
Just don't give me the full details. Do you have an idea? Was somebody reported abuse and neglect?
Yes.
It was alleged reported abuse and neglect?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't need the details. So there was an alleged abuse and neglect. Okay, great, lovely. What did they allege? Either abuse or neglect? Which one? Or both?
We're still trying to figure that out.
Neglect.
Okay, yeah, it's neglect.
Okay, so you've been criminally charged?
No.
No.
There's only two ways they could hold your child. Is based upon criminal proceedings against you, charges against you, or volunteer. That's it. All you had to do, okay, this is why this could be so simple and so quick. Is there some reason why you didn't tell those people you have 72 hours of criminal charges on us or return them?
No. In 10 weeks, we've been listening to you. We haven't done any smart stuff yet.
Okay. So, like I said, all you had to do is say, look, there's only two ways you can hold a child into custody. Two ways. Voluntarily, the parents have to surrender them, or there has to be criminal charges against you for either abuse or neglect. So since there's no criminal charges for you folks against abuse and neglect, then it has to be voluntary. There's only two ways to hold a child. Okay?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Does that make sense? There's not three ways, okay? It's only two ways. Abuse and neglect or voluntary. Okay, voluntary. Okay? You guys got appointed a public defender, right?
No.
Okay, do you guys get your own attorney?
No.
Okay, so when you go to the hearings, what do?
We originally started trying to, like you would call him a guru. We tried listening to somebody. Then we found your stuff, and everything's just been continued so far. We haven't really pushed in any direction.
Let's do one thing at a time, okay? I'm not that fast on the uptake, okay? You said you tried to follow a guru. What did you do when you followed the guru?
Yeah, we just tried the same thing. We just said we want our property back, and the lady started yelling at us.
She said that he's not property.
Okay. Then you said, what did you ask? Who was this lady who was talking to you?
The associate judge, or whatever she is.
Okay, so she said that he's not property, right? And what did you say?
Well, she kind of used the bailiff to intimidate us, and we kind of backed down the first time.
Okay, so when she said that that's not property, what did you say?
I don't, to be honest, I don't remember. It was that long ago. That was in December.
Gee,
yeah.
You don't remember something that important?
Well, no. I mean, basically, when she said that, she yelled at me, and I backed down, and I just kind of cowered down and let her continue yelling at me.
You just say, lady, you could believe what you could believe, and I believe what I believe. If I want to call him a ham sandwich, he's a ham sandwich, lady. All right, so let me get this straight. You talk to the judge says not property. You need to say to her, look, man, you believe what you believe, and I believe what I believe. I want to call him a ham sandwich, I believe he's a ham sandwich, he's a ham sandwich. Fine. You got your opinions, I got my beliefs. That's fine. And that's how you handle people. You sound like you got a New York accent, do you?
No, that's straight Rhode Island.
Too bad. I was hoping you were from New York, Staten Island, Queens, Bronx, someplace.
I like you, I spent summers out there with my family on Long Island.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if you were from New York City, you'd have a real freaking attitude like me and Donald Trump and Scalia. You'd have a real attitude, like me. That nobody's going to tell me what I'm going to call my kid. I'll call him a cupcake. And if you don't like me calling him cupcake, you go have a kid and you call him what you want to call him. But until then, I'm calling him cupcake. You have to really develop an attitude with these people. You can't kiss their ass. You can't just let them, nail you back into a corner. All you have to say to the judge is something that's simple. It's like, he belongs to me, give it back. Well, that's my property, give it back. If the judge says, okay, he's not property, it's like, okay, let's make it even simpler. He belongs to me. Does he not belong to me? Yes or no, because that's the definition of property. Something that belongs to somebody. Does he belong to anybody else on planet Earth other than I? No. So I guess I recommend that you give him back, because he belongs to me. See how simple this lovely concept is? If you look up the definition of property in the dictionary, you'll see it says that which belongs to one. So you say, okay, fine. Property is not property? Fine. He belongs to me. Does he belong to anybody else on planet Earth? No. Then why are you touching him? If you belong, does that dog belong to you? Do I have the right to come and touch your dog? If you don't want me to touch your dog? No. That's your dog. And if I touch your dog, right, I have no right to touch your dog. So whose dog is that? It's your dog. That little bundle of joy over there, that's my little bundle of joy. That's my cupcake. Well, don't call him property. I'll call him cupcake then. Does that make you happy? He's my little bundle of joy. He's my sunshine. He's my starshine. He's my little God's gift, okay? Does that make you people happier?
It's very true, yes.
The whole thing is you got to have a freaking attitude with these people. You know, that's how they get you. That's how they get you under control, is because to argue with somebody is to clear up a point, to make something crystal clear and transparent. To argue means to polish, means to make something clear. So if the judge says, you just come here to argue today? Absolutely. You're damn right. Yeah. Because if you don't argue, if you don't bring your point forward, if you don't bring the light through, if you don't bring your point of view through, then it's the other side is bringing their point through. And you're going to get railroaded. If you say to the judge, if the judge says, are you here to argue today? Is that all you're here to do? Absolutely. But if I don't argue, you're going to give the other side the ruling. Because if I don't argue, if I don't stress my point, if I don't bring my facts before the court, then it's a one-sided argument. You're going to rule in favor of the other side. Because only the other ones are the only ones who are arguing today. Like I said, the big thing is, back to the only two ways they could take them is through a criminal proceeding or a volunteer. So the first thing you need to do is go down to the local sheriff's department and get the local sheriff to confirm there's been any criminal charges against you.
We did that. And
did you put it in writing that there is no criminal charges on you?
No, we did not. We've actually had trouble with them trying to, help us go pick up our child. Because
you're getting too complicated too fast. All you have to ask them is a simple question. Has there been criminal charges filed on I and my husband yet? That's all you need to know. I don't need to pick them up. I don't need you to fucking do a damn thing. All I need to know is, are there any criminal charges against me and my husband at this point? Okay. And they say no. Say, good. Can you put... Yeah, I wrote it up in writing. There was no criminal before you even walk into the fucking police department. You have it in writing, where it says that there is no criminal charges on us at this time.
Okay.
And they just have them sign it. Say, look, I just need you to sign off on it. At this time, you do not see any criminal charges pending against I and my husband for abuse and neglect. You have it in writing. That way, you don't tell the guy, hey, can you write it for me? He can't write a damn thing. You put it in writing. You put it in writing. You go down there and say you need to talk to the sheriff. Okay. Yeah. Now, when you get down to the sheriff, you just ask him that simple question. You already have it in writing. You say, hey, sheriff, man, what? Is there any pending criminal charges against my husband, man, for abuse and neglect against the child? No. Oh, good. Yeah, I already got this piece of paper wrote up. And he's like, what's that? I said, well, it's just, just a piece of paper confirming that at this time you don't believe there's any criminal charges on me, on my husband. Is there anything filed through the sheriff's department? And they'll say, I don't want to sign that. They'll say, okay, where's your legal department? Where's your legal department? I need to talk to your legal department. I'll have your legal department explain something to you. I require a service of you. I need confirmation whether or not there's charges pending against me. Yes or no. That's all I need to know. I'm not asking you people for rocket science here. All I need to know is there criminal charges pending against me. Yes or no. Okay. And if it says no, then what you could do is you could say the sheriff refused to sign confirmation that there are no charges on this date. And if I was you, I'd bring a third party and I'd bring somebody down there to witness for you.
Okay.
I'd bring somebody down there. So they can't say that you're acting crazy, you're acting all nutty or fruity or whatever.
Yeah, that's what they tried to say in court. They're trying to make us do some kind of assessment to make sure we're not crazy because we asked for our property back.
Yeah, well, you call it cupcake or sunshine. Sometimes I call my... Well, I'm crazy because I call my kid cupcake. I don't tell you what to call your kids. I call my kids. If I wish to call them that, that's what I wish to call them. It's none of your damn business. Who done and left you my voice? That's kind of simple attitude.
Yeah.
And hell, man, things are so cheap nowadays, man. Go bring a camera with you. They got on eBay, man, stuff called a fob, like a FOB. It's like a key ring thing, like an automatic car opener.
Yeah.
Those are video cameras and those little fobs now.
Huh.
Yeah, so just bring a key ring that looks like a fob. He won't think nothing of it.
Right.
That's what I do.
Okay.
And just record it. And have the sheriff say, no, at this time he sees nothing on file that there's any pending charges on you.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you go to the county prosecutor's office and you do the same thing. Because they have to report it to abuse and neglect to either the county prosecutor's office or the sheriff's department. Either one. So then you go down to the sheriff's department, you do that. Then you go to the county prosecutor and say, hey, county prosecutor, are you investigating a case of abuse and neglect? against my husband? Has anybody filed any charges on us? Are you investigating, any abuse of neglect allegations or charges or crimes? Let them answer you. Yes or no. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, and then this is what we're doing. We're presenting this. We're going to get this all wrapped up and present it to the court. And you're going to go to the court and you're going to say there's no charges pending to the county prosecutor's office or the city district attorney's office. And then you're going to find out from the sheriff's department there's been no charges of allegation or neglect. That's not reported to him either. So you tell the judge this is very simple. There's only two ways the child could be taken into custody: through abuse and neglect charges or volunteer. So, since there's no charges against my husband for abuse and neglect, there's only one other way you can hold him: voluntarily. Is there anything recorded that I or my husband voluntarily placed the child into the state's care? Not custody, into the state's care. And then once you go from there, then you file a motion. Then you could just actually play in their little court world, because in their little court world, there's only two ways that they can move a case against you. It has to be abuse and neglect, or it has to be due to voluntary placement. So now you tell it, just very simple. There's only two ways this court can move. There's no other way but two ways this court can move. That there's either a voluntary agreement placed before this court, or there's charges of abuse and neglect. And there are no charges of abuse and neglect, and there's no voluntary consent decree before this court. So they're holding the child illegally and unlawfully, both.
Okay.
And that's how you get the first round going. And say, I wish that, to be let alone. I wish for this, for this agency, for this state agency and this court to let me be, to let I alone, let I and my family alone. That kind of simplicity. Try not to use the word me. Try to put the word I in there.
Yeah, I actually have listened to a lot of your stuff, and I did write up a document, a notice of claim, but I'm not sure now by talking to you if I should actually file this into the court.
Both you should, because they're not even abiding by their own rules.
Okay.
Say this court is in contempt of court. The social services, whatever you call it, DYI-5, whatever you called it, are in contempt of their own court. They know to move a case in this court to have an action moved before this court. There must be charges of abuse and neglect or volunteer. There must be voluntary replacement. They're in contempt of their own court. No action should be given unless one of these two elements exist: actual charge of abuse and neglect, which doesn't exist, or voluntary placement through a consent decree, which does not exist. So, this court that DYIF assembled, is moving in contempt of its own law, of its own policy. See, they create policy, honestly. They don't create law. They act under, administrative policy.
Right.
You could just say, acting under, they're in violation of their own administrative policy because, it's under the executive branch. The governor runs it. But a family court is kind of like a court, but not a real court. If you actually Google quasi-court, you will actually see, in Wikipedia, it actually says the first court that you see as a quasi-court is family court. Because honestly, they have no jurisdiction to get involved in the private affairs of you and your wife because it's in the private. What you do with your child is in the private. Okay? That's why it's not a public law. They're not acting under a public law. Because you and your wife and child are not in the public. They don't have jurisdiction of what goes on in the private, what goes on in your bedroom. They only have jurisdiction of what goes on in the public. That's why you have public laws. They write public laws. They do not write private laws. You kind of understand that simple concept?
Yeah. Yes.
Right? You beat the crap out of your wife and you do it in the public, you're going to jail. If you do it in private, hey, she might get into it. She might. Oh, yeah, trust me. I had a crazy, interesting girlfriend that was into it. So don't tell me it doesn't exist because they are out there. And they seek people like me out. Because I look goofy. I look goofy, so women think I'm into that. We did it as adults in our private lives. It had absolutely nothing to do with what was going on in the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they create public law, not private. Family court is private, and that's why you have to voluntarily go into family court, or you have to be charged criminally, and then they'll take you to a district court or a circuit court, and they'll actually arraign you and bail you and take you through the whole procedure. Like if you beat your kid up in Walmart, well, you breached the peace.
you broke a public law. You want to beat the crap out of your kid, do it at home. Normal people don't want to see that. The public doesn't have to bear witness to that. We don't want to see 10,000 asses kicked.
Sorry.
Look, you got a problem with your kid, take it home. It's funny, my mom went to, it's so funny, my mom went to the police back in the 1970s because when my mom came, my mom, she still to this day doesn't cook on Friday. You know, she's like, they were Catholic and all this other shit, you know, and Catholic people ate fish. So my mom fucking tried to give my dad tuna fish for dinner one night on a Friday. She's like, what's this, cat food? You popped up with you call this cat food? You call this, you know, food? So my dad, fucking, my mom was like, well, it's good food, da-da-da-da-da. You know, my dad threw it, and it hit the wall, but my mom had long hair, so part of it got, from my mom's hair, got stuck to the wall. I still remember this, I'm picking her hair out of, tuna fish out of her hair, you know. So my mom, you know, like, oh, boo-hoo, you know, she went down and said to the police, hey, you know, women's lib was starting to come around there in like 1972, and said to the police, hey, man, my husband came home from work, and it was like, you know, 5 o'clock, and I didn't have tuna fish on the table and dinner ready, and he was pissed that it was cold dinner, and he works hard all day, and he didn't come home there for a can of tuna fish, so he threw the can of tuna fish, or threw the tuna fish at her, and her hair got stuck in the wall, you know. And so the cop's like, what do you want us to do about it? It's like, well, you know, can you arrest him or go down there and talk to him or something? They're like, hey, lady, I'm not explaining to you. You know what you need to do? And she's like, what? Make sure dinner's on the table before 5 o'clock and stop feeding him tuna fish. But that one guy said nobody got involved because there's only one side of the story.
Right.
One side of the story is brought out. And, you know, like I said, when people call up my show and they talk to me, and I said, is your husband there? Is your wife there? Oh, my wife beats me up. Oh, my husband, is your husband there? No, is your wife there? No. I ain't listening to one side of the story. I couldn't care less. You get the other party here on my show, and then we'll talk. I heard too much bullshit and lies in my life. You know, you're going to bring both people here, and then we'll talk about it. But like
I actually have a question for you.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is try to get this little simple concept through your skulls as hard as you can. And any time the judge or anybody tries to talk to you, you just keep explaining to them, is this a private matter or is this a public matter? Are you moving under some sort of public law or is this a private family concern? Which is this? And when they say, well, it's a public, oh, so we acted out in the public. Is that what you're saying? We did something to breach the peace of the public. Is that what we did? And they'll say, no, you didn't. Oh, so we didn't create any disturbance, no breach of the peace, so there's no public law we violated. Is that true? Is there a public law that's moving this court? Well, no. So then what is moving this court other than a policy? Is that what's moving this court is a policy? Well, if the policy is moving the court, well, they're in violation of their own policy cause there must be criminal charges of abuse or neglect filed at either the Sheriff's Department or the County Prosecutor's Office or the City DA, or there must be a voluntary consent decree before this court at this time. And none of those exist.
Okay.
Okay? So their case, this action, you know, has no standing. They can't be given a ruling. They can't be given a court because this action is lacking two of the fundamental elements in which it would take to move this court. It's just like the O.J. Simpson trial. There must be a victim, like a dead body, which they found a dead body. There must be a murder weapon, which they never found that. There must be probable cause. He caught it with another guy. And there must be a third-party impartial witness. There was 4 elements of a murder trial. Capital 1, murder in the first degree. Those are the 4 critical elements. So when Marsha Clark and L.A. County started their case against O.J., and she presented her case for 4 days, not one time did I hear her say that she had a third-party impartial witness or she had the murder weapon. So you can't speculate. You can't conjecture. There's certain elements that must exist, or your action can't be given a court. It can't move to a court unless you've got these elements. And then when if the judge says, oh, yes, there can be, then what you write in there, if the court rules against us, you tell them that you're required to the court to provide the conclusion of law and the statement of facts on which they're relying to deny your motion for the release of what belongs to you immediately. That's the whole basic concept of family court. You know, there has to be these 2 elements that must exist. And if nobody protests, nobody brings up that point, these elements don't exist, we're just going to keep moving on.
Right.
The judge is going to have to tell them, well, are there any charges? And they're going to say, well, no. Well, is there any voluntary consent decree? Well, no. Then how do you believe you're moving this court against these folks? How do you believe you're going to do it? What is moving this court? There has to be an action. There has to be something that caused this court to move. And then they could just say, well, we found the house. It's like, okay, that's speculation and conjecture. That's not admissible evidence.
Okay.
It's just speculation and conjecture that maybe the child will get hurt. Maybe. Yeah, maybe if I give him a bath, he might drown. Maybe I better not give him a bath.
Yeah. And then they'll just take him if you don't give him a bath, right?
And maybe if I wipe, maybe he dirties his diaper and I wipe his ass too hard. I might break his falls back, and I better not wipe his ass. That's why I said to people, I've never changed a diaper in my life. No matter how many kids I've had, man, never changed a diaper. Said it's beyond my pay grade. I might break something and be liable. It worked all these years. The women just roll their eyes and say, nope. I said, I'm not paying liability. I might break something.
I'm not changing any more diapers.
I'm not bearing liability. No way. No way. My pay grade. God did not make me that intelligent. Sorry. I'm too stupid.
We really pissed DCYF off when we sent them a letter to have them, require that they train, discipline, and monitor their subordinates.
Oh, yeah.
That really pissed them off.
Once you show that there's no action, the action is moving, not within their policy, which they have to move under these certain elements. There's 2 elements in which I know they must move under. They have to move. They have to move under these elements. These elements must exist.
Okay. We have court Thursday, so I'm definitely going to go do that down at the sheriff's department tomorrow.
That's right, and you don't tell them about this until you actually walk into the courtroom that morning.
Right.
And you get the stamp from the court clerk. You say to the court clerk, oh yeah, there's a couple of motions we want to put into court. Can we stamp them in ourselves, or will you stamp them in for us? Like in Chicago, I know in Cook County, they have a timestamp machine. So you don't have to waste the court clerk's time standing online just to ask her to stamp in some paperwork. Okay. So I don't know if they got something like that where you live, where you just walk up, and there's a timestamp machine. But like I said, yeah. when you make that motion, you make sure you plenty of copies. You have a copy for the judge, a copy for the court clerk, and a copy for the prosecutor. Make sure everybody gets a copy of that motion. Don't just make one or two. Make at least 4 or 5 copies of it.
What are we going to call the motion?
The judge is going to have to make and what's funny is when you write it as a motion, you write it as an emergency immediate motion, so that the prosecutor can't say, well, we've been giving a very interesting motion that was presented to the court. We're going to need a 30-day stay. On this motion, answer. You go, F you. You answer, and you answer it fucking now.
Like it.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You say, no, there's to be no stay on this motion. You can't be given, you have no action. Action has to rise from these 2 elements, and there is no, these 2 do not exist. You cannot give action to these people. Their action has no merit. They're bringing a frivolous complaint before the court.
Yeah.
It's frivolous. I said, let's face it, try that this Thursday, and it should work out pretty. It should work out pretty cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And like I said, the big thing is whatever the hell you write, you can just take a picture of it and text message it to me.
Okay.
Just take a picture of your phone and send it to me, and I'll tell you, no, change that, stop doing that. It's called an Oxford comma. Just Google Oxford comma. Oxford, Cambridge, Oxford.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, just look under the word Oxford comma, and you'll see why punctuation is so important.
Okay.
Instead of saying, let's eat grandpa, is commit cannibalism. It's like, let's eat, grandpa. Punctuation is important. And what's funny is my sister's a school teacher, and she said a couple of years ago they stopped teaching grammar to children in schools.
What?
Which is obscene, because they don't want you to know proper punctuation. They want you to write like a fucking idiot. So when you put paperwork into the court, it's like, let's eat grandpa. What, you want to commit cannibalism?
Yeah, right.
So they're just treating you folks, ridiculous. It's just this obscene what they're doing to you folks. So when they see me put something into the court, the punctuation is correct, the capitalization is correct, and they're like, damn, this guy, he knows how to address a court. He knows how to act in public. Oh, damn.
Yeah, right.
We can't say to the guy, what the hell is this dribble? Let's eat, Grandpa. Where's the comma? They're not going to tell you where's the grandpa. They're not going to tell you where's the semicolon. They're not going to tell you where's the colon. They're not going to tell you that. So when they look at your paperwork, if it's not grammatically correct, they're going to throw it in the waste bin. It's a scene what they do, so that's why you try to keep it to 1 or 2 sentences. Tops. That way they can't throw it away. Because when you write something, it's written in stone. And you can't get an eraser and fix the stone. You can't fill the stone back up.
Right.
That's how they roll. It's obscene what they do to normal people. Because you people aren't, practiced in the arts of communication through writing. But they don't give a damn. So that's why you guys got to keep it down to like 10 words, 15 words. You keep it simple. So that way they can't fuck with you. It's that simple. Keep it down. Like the lawsuit I did in England was 8 words. And that's what I told the court clerk. I said to the court clerk when the Punjabi guy handed it to her, I said to her, is that a proper claim? She said, absolutely. Is that a complete lawsuit? She said, yep. I said, I bet it's the shortest lawsuit recorded in the history of England. 8 words. We only had 120 seconds to write it. But it's all right. It can be done. It's no big deal. It's easy to do.
Yeah.
So like I said, don't be worried about it. Just take what I basically wrote, said to you, spoke out to you, and try to put it in something that you're comfortable with, and try to do it in 15 words.
Okay.
There should be no more than 2 sentences. One should be, how they're not in compliance with their own policy, and that you wish for the immediate return of what belongs to you to be let alone.
Okay.
Stop using the word property. If they're not comfortable with property, fine. Just use the word it belongs to I and no one else. There's no one else no one else, will ever come forward and claim that it's anything but, it belongs to I. Any way you want to word it that you're comfortable with, any way that flows for you.
Paul has a criminal case coming up in May, and they finally got discovery. And they have 30 days to go up to like 1,000 pages. So it was, that was pretty hateful to do that. It's like an ambush. So I told Paul, what's your attorney's strategy? He said, well, I think he just, in 30 days we're going to go to trial, and he's going to help me in court during trial. I said, why don't you do the old, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure? Why don't you just do the old Rule 15? He says, what's that? I said, deposition. I said, either tell your attorney you want a deposition day at his law office, and that you want everybody who's going to be a witness to be summoned to appear. First ask them, will they do it voluntarily? Because they're supposed to do it voluntarily. If they won't appear voluntarily, then you've got to get a motion in there, and I mean quick, to compel them to perform, to compel them to show up for the deposition. And what you want to do is it says, this is how they want to preserve the record to bring it into the court. So what you want to do is get that record from 1,000 pages to 2 pages. You want to destroy their warrant. You want to destroy their search warrant. You want to destroy their affidavits. You want to destroy everything. You want these witnesses to go over each page, 1 page at a time, and go through every damn thing and destroy every damn thing they said. This is going to be what you want to do. And you want to destroy everything that they're going to try to bring into the court. So that when you go to court, the other side only has 2 pages left out of 1,000. And you say to the judge, wow. The judge says, this case is going to be over in 20 minutes. Yep, that's all I got, those 2 pages. That's it. Other than that, I destroyed everything else during deposition. So they go, wow, okay, that's great. I said, or what the attorney's going to do is like, deposition, schmeposition. I don't need no damn depositions. I'm great. I know what the hell I'm doing. I taught Johnny Cochran everything he knows. I taught F. Lee Bailey everything he knows. I'm going to clean that clock. I'm the greatest attorney ever. His attorney might give you that crap, saying that he's the world's greatest. I said what's going to happen when he goes to trial is going to be a few things he could do. He's going to say, Paul, you just write your list of questions, and when I get this clown on a witness stand, I'm going to destroy him. So what's going to happen is, Paul, your attorney's going to say, he gets the guy named, say the guy's name is Fred. He's going to put Fred on a witness stand, and you've finally been waiting a year to, bash Fred. And you're going to really tear into Fred, and you got a list of questions that you want to destroy Fred with. And your attorney's going to say, not right now, Paul, not right now, Paul, not yet, not yet, not yet. Just wait. I'm not going to object. No, just let Fred say, when it's our turn to talk, I'll clobber him. And then when it's his turn to talk, he's going to ask Fred, like a question, one question. And then he's going to say, I have no more questions at this time. and he gets stepped down. And you're going to go insane. You're going to say, why didn't you jump him? Why didn't you jump him? Say, we got plenty of time for that. We can call him back to the witness stand. Just watch my magic. I know what I'm doing. And then what's going to happen is the trial's going to be over, and none of your questions were asked. And since you didn't ask any of your questions, there's nothing appealable. And the attorney's going to say, well, we'll get them on appeal. And you're going to say, how can we get them on appeal? The judge didn't overrule. It didn't allow us to. You never asked anything to be objected to or overruled. How are we going to appeal anything? Or your attorney's going to ask him every freaking question that you want. And he's going to maybe hook up with the other side. Or the other side's just going to say, maybe he doesn't even have to be unethical like that and hook up with the other side. Maybe the other side just is going to say, wait a second, where are we going with this? He's leading the witness. That's speculation. That's conjecture. This has nothing to do with what this man is on trial for. Well, this question is irrelevant. And the judge is going to say, sustained. The jury's to not acknowledge that question. Just move along. And then he's going to ask a couple more questions, and the judge is going to say, look, I already warned you. No more questions. That doesn't have to pertain with the case. Not with the case that's at hand. This man is not on trial. The witness is not on trial. Your client is. So I said either they're going to jump on your shit, and no matter what questions you wanted to ask them at trial, the judge is going to say, denied, overruled, da-da-da-da-da. And your attorney's just going to knuckle in and say, well, gee, I tried to ask you questions. Well, just ask them anyway. So that way I got something to appeal. It's like, nah, I don't want to piss the judge off. He's already pissed off as it is. I said, it's going to get stupid real quick. I said, so you need to deposition this guy. You need to deposition all the witnesses and take all the exhibits and all the evidence, and you need to destroy the case before it ever makes it into the courtroom. So I didn't get in touch with Paul today. I talked to him yesterday for quite a long time. And he said to me, Carl, will you come down to Tennessee if I get depositioned? I said, oh, absolutely. I'll make sure that attorney fucking behaves himself, that the attorney's actually depositioning these people, that he's actually giving them hard questions, and he's actually, working them over. So that's the time to do it, because you can't wait for the trial. And I told him, I said, look, if the attorney gives you any crap, I said, the judge appointed him, so the judge is liable for the appointment. So I said to him, thank God the judge appointed him, because if that attorney gives you any crap, he says he doesn't want to do a deposition day, you call up the judge's clerk immediately to his chambers, to his office, and you say, look, I'm entitled to Rule 15. I'm entitled to deposition the witnesses. I'm entitled to have all the evidence examined. And my attorney says he thinks that it's warrantless, or he thinks it's frivolous. I think it's mandatory. I believe it's going to be. I'll be able to save the court and some valuable resources, and cut this trial down, by 99% if I could just deposition the witnesses. And for some reason the attorney says, no, we'll make this be a week-long trial. Well, I'd rather deposition these witnesses for a week and then have the trial last 2 minutes. Why want to try to resolve all this, settle all this stuff in a deposition form? I want to try to knock out 99% of whatever we have in contention against the parties. This is what I want to do. Your boy won't allow it. So I said, that's how you're going to move. But that's how I would move if I was you. I said it's a legitimate rule, it's a legitimate tactic, and it's obviously it's supposed to be used to save the court room from being occupied for any real length of time. You want to knock everything out in the lawyer's offices, in the attorney's office. You don't want to spend a week in the courtroom. There's other people that could use that damn courtroom. Get 99% of it resolved in the lawyer's offices between the lawyers and the two parties. So when you walk in, the court will last 2 minutes, 20 minutes, we're done. Why? Because we resolved everything that we had, that was in contention. So when my mom did come out, she and her attorney were talking to me for a little while in the parking lot, and my mom said, they keep bringing up the fact that you belong to a group called, what kind of group is that, like a Freeman group? What do they call it, sovereign group? And I said, yeah, they think I actually belong to like some sort of an organization called a Sovereign Citizen Group. I said, I never, I don't even know where they would be located if they got headquarters or something like that. And I said, I don't have a clue. I don't know who the grand wizard is of the sovereign citizen movement. I don't have a freaking clue if they even got one. I just explained to the attorney, what sovereign is. He says, yeah, I understand what sovereign means. He says, you got the ability to, do as you will with it. I said, that's right. like the power of, creation or destruction. I said, absolutely. So you know what sovereign means? He said, yes. Like supreme rule over something. I said, thank you. I said, what does citizen mean? He says, I'm not sure. I said, it means I'm a member of a family. So obviously I have duties and obligations and responsibilities to my family. Obviously I am no longer a man when I'm a member of a family. I no longer have that capacity to be a free man when I have a family. I have duties and obligations. They own my ass. They expect me to perform certain duties and obligations, and I better fucking do it. I better be on call 24/7, 365. When that bell rings, I better jump. I'm their fucking slave. So I don't know how you can be sovereign and a slave at the same time. That's an oxymoron. It can't be done. I said, so I explained it to you. I said, I'm certainly not a sovereign citizen. Sovereign over that which I create? Oh, you better believe it. Sovereign over a government? Oh, that man created? Oh, you better believe it. I said, but a citizen? Yeah, I'm a citizen to my family. I'm a slave to my family, but I'm certainly not a slave to the state. I said, I'm not a citizen of Virginia. That's certainly not going to ever fucking happen. I'm not a slave to them. I'm a slave to my family. And, like I said, the Hebrew people, they're a slave to God. Their family, they're the people of God. Me, I'm not a slave to God. I'm a slave to my family. And when I meet God one day, I will explain to him, I don't really think you needed me to take care of you. I think you were a big boy and you could take care of yourself. But I had duties to my family, and they came first. God, I'm sorry, you came second. But I think you're going to understand why. They needed me a lot more than you did. I wanted to go to this hearing so bad because I wanted to tell them, can you tell me why I don't have my children with me right now? Can you just, break it down maybe 2-3 sentences? Can you tell me why I don't have my children right now? And they could say, well, we had a court proceeding and we found the child independent and you weren't cooperating with social services, so, we had to do what we did. We had to take them into protective custody. I said, no. Honestly, the reason why I don't have my children standing next to me right now is because you got a gun pointed at my head. If you didn't have a gun pointed at my head, I'd go get my kids. I'd tell you a bunch of crackers and a bunch of crackpots, and I'd be walking home with my kids. But the only thing that's keeping me from walking home with my kids right now is you got 10,000 guns pointed at my head. That's why my children aren't standing next to me right now, because you women are incredibly violent, and you believe all your solutions and all your answers come at the end of a gun. If there should be any gun control in this country, it should be the government shouldn't be able to point guns at the people. That's where the gun control should lie, because the people are terrified of the government pointing guns at them. And heaven forbid the people turn the guns on the government. Oh, no, heavens to Betsy's, we can't have that fucking happen. But no, it's okay for you guys to point 10,000 guns at me. I haven't done anything wrong. The kids haven't done anything wrong. Frank hasn't done anything wrong. But let's point guns at you guys. Let's drag my children off at the end of a gun. So when you came to my house, what do you have, 10 deputies come to my house, drag my children off at gunpoint? That's what I wanted to tell these lovely ladies of social services. I said, do you understand why democracy sucks? Because the mob rules. Because the mob thinks they can carry guns and point it at the minority of people that they believe they got control over. So I would have loved to just say that to those lovely ladies. Oh, it's so special that you guys all sit together in little committees and little chat groups, and you guys all vote on what to take away from man today. Oh, let's take away from this man this today. Oh, let's vote on taking this away from him. Oh, it's good. My mom says almost every time they have any kind of hearing, the word child support always pops up. I said, oh, man, I'd love to be there for them mentioning the word child support. Because I said I'd just ask them one simple question. Whose child are we talking about? Whose child does that belong to that we're talking about? Well, that child belongs to you. Oh, good. Let me show you the legal definition of the word property. That which belongs to one. There you go. Did you just say they belong to me? Yeah. The legal definition of the word property is that which belongs to one. So you're just coming after me, one, right? Yeah. You want child support from me, right? Because you say they belong to me, correct? Yeah. Well, then that must be my property, according to the legal dictionaries. Wouldn't I be correct in my assumption that they are mine because they belong to me? And then wouldn't that, under the legal definition of property, that which belongs to one, wouldn't that make sense? You only pay for somebody else's kids that don't belong to me, do you? Well, no. You want me to only pay for that which belongs to me, right? Yeah. Okay. Then technically that's the word property. But instead of saying that which belongs to one, I just use the word property. Because that's the legal definition of property, that which belongs to one. And I actually showed my mom's lawyer today the legal definition of property. He's like, I'll be damned. Yeah, that's what it means. Huh? He says, yeah, but they just don't like people using that word. I said, I don't give a fuck about their feelings. I don't give a shit if they don't like the connotation of that word, what thoughts it pops up in their mind. They couldn't care less that they're feeble-minded like this. I said law, good law, is black and white. There's no gray. There's no synonyms. It means one thing, specifically one thing. If you want to think it means slavery, honestly, that's not within the definition of the word property. That doesn't exist. You don't see the word slavery in the legal definition of property. So if you want to spin it any way you want, spin it any way you want. Guess what? The third or the fifth plank of the Communist Manifesto, the elimination of property from man, that all property is to reside with the state. Yeah, makes them feel comfortable when they say, well, that's government property. Oh, really? That's government property. How do you propose that's government property? Well, right there, see the sign says, no trespassing government property. Oh, really? And who do you think the government serves? Serves the public. Okay, so that's public land, correct? Yeah, it's public land. Okay, well, if that's public land, do you understand where the public land theory and belief came from? Well, no. Well, there's about 10 rich families in Europe about 1,000 years ago that controlled 100% of the land. The peasants and the poor people were in the millions. These rich families were 100. The poor people finally get fed up and said, you know what, we don't want to live like thieves and serfs and turds anymore. You know what? We want to have our own damn land. So they started a revolt. So what did these little principalities, what did they decide to do? They set up common grounds. So the people had the common grounds, which still exist in England. You still find common land, common grounds. But at one time, these common grounds are where people used to plant trees, grow tomatoes, grow their own wheat. The princes and the kings and the lords would set a little bit of the land aside to appease the people, appease the peons, give them maybe 100 acres and say, there you folks go, produce your own crops, sell them, and be a little capitalist, make a little money on the side, but don't think for a minute that you're going to leave my fucking control. Don't think for a second that you're not going to still plant 1 million fucking acres of my shit. But go ahead, you can have your own little common ground. Your little peasants can have your little 100 acres over there and make jolly with yourselves. But don't think for a second that you're not going to take care of my fields first. Those are the common grounds. So those are public lands. So that's why these Bundys, if they only had half a fucking brain, they would explain the concept of the common ground and the public lands. That it's for the access for the public to use, for us to cultivate trees, chop down the timber, run cattle across. That's right. But we're to replant those trees for the next group, the next set of generation to come. They were supposed to replant the trees, maintain the forest, maintain the common grounds, and leave it for the next generation the way they found it, if not better. The Bundys didn't understand the simple, basic concept of history of where the public lands came from, so they looked like idiots when they came on TV. Oh, that's the public lands, and the government's taking over all the land out here, and they're making them all public lands. Good, lovely. So you're trying to tell me they're taking it away from Monsanto and all these private corporations? Yes, good. Well, they're also taking it away from us. Good, then we're all sharing the land. It's public land. Tell them that you wish to access the land and cultivate it. Not only do I know that that's true, because the Bundys did that at the beginning. They went to the United States Department of Interior, whatever it was they went to, and they said, we'd like to use these public lands to graze our cattle. And the government said, fine, not a problem. Just pay us $1 an acre a year. How many acres would you like? We'd like to run them over that 1,000 acres. Fine. Give us $1,000 a year, and you're more than glad to use the public lands. That way we'll maintain after your cattle, maybe destroy the land, burning the land. They overuse the land. We'll come back and we'll manage the land. But give us $1 an acre. And they said, okay, fine. So the first couple of years they paid the United States government, because I read the lawsuit. I read the complaint the government filed against these people. So instead of just coming up with some ridiculous how to help these people, because I'm coming in at the end of the story, I read the whole damn story. Figured out why they were having a problem. Because, yes, if you want to use the public lands, that's fine. Go cultivate all those trees. Go get 10,000 acres of trees down. I don't care. Why? Because you're going to have a forest fire, and 10,000 acres are going to burn anyway next year. So go ahead. cultivate those 10,000 acres, but put it back the way you found it. That's fine. And if you don't do it, well, give us a bond or give us a certain amount of a portion of what you're pulling out of the ground, and we'll replant for you. Oh, okay, that's fine. The Department of Land Management, okay, that's fine. So I understood what the hell was going on. And all the Bundys had to do was say, you know what, why don't we just live up to our original terms and agreement of how we're going to use the public lands instead of acting like assholes and thinking like, well, you know what, we're going to get something for nothing. You know why? Because nobody else is out here anyway. We're the only ones using these common grounds. Why should we pay for anything? Why should we give people in Arkansas, a penny, when they're not here using it anyway? Like, dude, no. That's a reasonable price of what they were asking you to do to, run your cattle on. Just pay it and stop being an asshole. If you could do it cheaper through the private sector, then go buy your own damn land and cultivate it and, manage it on your own time. Stop asking for the United States people, the United States citizenry to take care of your damn cattle. So, but that's the concept of public lands, and I tell people that all the time. I said, go find some public lands. I said, there's all kinds of homesteading acts that still are in existence. And I know there's plenty of places where it says the government says that if you work the land for 7 years and you could stay and you could, with however many acres that you worked, and like you say you found a silver mine or you found a tin or you found copper or whatever, zinc, whatever you found, and you mined it, just like if you stay there for 7 years, that they'll give you whatever, 10 acres or 100 acres. And then they'll, deed the land over to you. And then it's no longer public land, then it's yours. But you actually earned it. You deserved it. You made something out of nothing. That's the common grounds and the public lands. I don't know how the hell I got onto that. That's pretty, I don't know.
I was going to ask you to talk about that right before you got into it, because I remember the guy up in Canada who got zip-tied and put to the floor growing pot, and you had talked to me about that before, about how to make a claim for land, and I thought, what a great subject, and it would have fit right in, and then you started talking about it.
Yeah, well, that's good, because like I said, I just thought that, I don't know why, I don't know, like I said, man, why my mind just wandered like that into that Bundy's and public land. I don't know. I think I don't know. That's a good question. But like I said, I wanted to say that on our show one day, and I said, you know what? I guess that's why I just put it on now, because like I said, I think it's important for people to understand, the hierarchy of, the public servant and the public, and why we have public grounds and why we have public servants, and, why we're supposed to work with the public servants. If we don't manage it properly, they're going to come in and manage it for us, which is fine. Oh, that's what it was, them pointing guns at us. That's it. And taking things from us. That's ridiculous. They're supposed to be working for us, not, pointing guns and taking things from us. That's when it's crossing the line. That's right. That's why I got on this topic. Is how did these lovely ladies think, well, the reason why we have your kids is because we had this quasi-court, and it was like a kangaroo court. No, there's no exhibits, no testimony, no evidence. You can't cross-examine anybody. No, you're not allowed to know who made the complaint. No, you can't. Well, what? I mean, this Mickey Mouse clause? No. Honestly, the reason why, ladies, if you got my kids is because you got 10,000 guns pointed at my head. That's why you got my kids. Be honest. Because if you didn't have guns, what do you think I'd be doing right now? You think I'd be talking to you lovely ladies? Of course not. I'd be home, taking care of whatever I got to take care of in the farm, and the kids would be at school having a damn good time. That's what would be going on right now. So the only reason that I would have loved to say that and say, what do you got to say to that? Ladies, gentle, kind, progressive, we hate guns and there better be gun control ladies. Yeah, gun control for a man, but not gun control for government, right? No, you want to still be able to point guns at a man, right? And have your little wishes and your little dreams and, your little megalomaniac fucking powered fucking dreams come true. That you're going to control man and mankind now because you're a little 95-pound lady and your purse matches your pocketbook. So now you're going to fucking tell a man what to do. You're going to use another man to point a gun at another man to carry out your wishes. Really. Until the day like they did in the Soviet Union, when the government told another man to point a gun at another man, and the man who was holding the gun actually turned around and pointed it at the government. And the government said, okay, I guess you guys have had enough. Yeah, we've had enough. Okay, well, I guess we'll be out of here. Yeah, I guess that'd probably be the best thing too, is leave. I said, the people like these government people all the time, how long do you think it's going to be before the people who are pointing guns at their fellow man turn them around and point them at you and say that, you know what, this is getting ridiculous. There's no reason why you're doing what you're doing. Now you're just doing it because you're megalomaniacs. You're just getting ridiculous like the Soviet, political, establishment was getting. You guys are just getting ridiculous now. You guys are just getting, mad with lust for power. Now you guys are just getting ridiculous. I have so many people calling me up saying that they got, $6,000 worth of tolls, fines, going through Dallas, and a lot of the roads down there are turning into toll roads. And this one kid called me up, and he said, before I know it, man, I owe over $6,000 worth of court costs, fines, administrative fees. He said, there's no way in the world I could pay that $6,000. I said, sure it is. I said, just toss them what you can and tell them, as soon as I win the lottery, I'll pay the rest. And he did that, and he said it worked out great. And he said because some company who actually runs the toll roads down there has an agreement with motor vehicles to suspend his license. So he wrote to them. I think the kid's name is Jeremy. I think it's the kid's name is Jeremy. I don't remember. Yeah, it's Jeremy. I got to get him on a call. And he said how he wrote to the toll. This is what what's his name? Bonacci, the guy in Australia. He's got all these toll problems, and he did it his crazy way, and at least Jeremy did it my way. And they lifted the restriction from his getting his license reinstated. He basically said to the corporation, the toll corporation, do you understand that what you're doing is causing harm to your fellow man? I need this license. I have to have this license so I can go to work. And you understand by your policies, it's causing me great harm. And so I know you don't want to do anything that causes harm to your fellow man. And then he said, he says it was lifted, that he was able to get his license reinstated. The day before, they fucking finally admitted that they didn't have any photos. They threatened Frank one more time. And they said, you better take the 30-year plea because we're going for life without the possibility of parole. You better take 30 years. And Frank said, no, I'm not taking anything. I'm going to fight it to the end. And he said, you better take it because you're looking at life without possibility of parole. That's what he told his daughter, my sister Mary. That's what he told my mom and my brother. He says, they threatened me with life without possibility of parole. Now, the only charges he's got on him is indecent liberties with a kid, like, I guess, pinching somebody in the butt in Walmart. But, like I said, his attorney should have jumped up immediately and said, I'm going to make an oral motion before this court at this time. I am going to require that this court, a request of this court, to have a bond and bail hearing immediately, or at least within 72 hours, because since 99% of the charges of the extreme felony charges are gone, this man has the right to walk out this door and be, and have to come back for trial. And the worst that the judge could have said is denied, but at least his attorney could have at least put the motion before the court and been denied. So obviously I explained to the FBI how his attorney is ineffective counsel, how he took $15,000 and is obviously going to commit theft of services. He's not going to do a damn thing. I said, I'm going to have to put all the damn motions in. If Vital asked me earlier, I said, no, I put 2 motions in. The day that I found out Frank didn't have any photos, I put 2 motions in immediately. And I said, I'll put more motions in. I went down to his attorney, and I talked to his attorney today, and his attorney's clerk. And obviously she was trying to discourage me from putting any paperwork in without the attorney of records say so. And obviously I called the attorney of record plenty of times today, and had my mom even call him up saying, you've got to call us. You're going to start putting paperwork into this court on Frank's behalf. I will do it. And I said, if the FBI calls you up, I told the FBI your name. I told you that you people, you're doing absolutely nothing on Frank's behalf, and that you're part of this. So you can explain to the FBI why you haven't filed any motions on Frank's behalf. Because this is outrageous. You don't wait till August, the day of the trial, and then all of a sudden say you're going to go do some work on it. That's bullshit. You're going to do depositions. You're going to do interrogatories. You're going to ask for bail modification hearings. He hasn't done a fucking thing. He hasn't asked for discovery. A fucking thing. So, like I said, but, Frank got nervous that I wasn't doing anything. I said, Frank, I can't do anything. He said, well, I'm going to take my savings I had for fucking retirement and give it to this guy. I said, do what you got to do. I can't do anything until I know if those pictures are there or not. He said, well, I'm telling you they're not. I said, I can't. Frank, I'm not going to waste my time if I don't know where they are, if they're there or not. I can't. I can't waste my time and stand up and scream up and down, saying my kid's a fucking liar. And then a picture pops up. I said, I can't do it, Frank. So he understood. So he got a lawyer. But now the lawyer hasn't done a fucking thing for him. So, like I said, what his lawyer should have done is on that Thursday, when there was no porno, his lawyer should have filed a mountain of motions and let the judge deny them all. But at least those motions would have went before the grand jury. There was nothing in the case file that went before the grand jury that was submitted on Frank's behalf. Everything that went before the grand jury saw everything from the state. So the grand jury got the indictment on the paperwork on Monday. They came out with a true bill of the indictment on the same day on Monday. So 2 seconds. Because there's nothing from Frank's attorney saying that this is outrageous, this is ridiculous, there's no pictures, there's no porno, he shouldn't be indicted on anything because the cop lied. But no, the grand jury didn't see that. The grand jury just seen Frank Russo confessed. The cop says this porno, the kid says this porno. The grand jury probably took 2 seconds to read it, said, stamped it, said, true bill. Well, sick that his attorney didn't pack that case file with motions, saying now that has been, clarified in court that there is no photos, there is no proof of any child pornography. We wish to have this case withdrawn in its entirety, and we wish for the police officer, Michael Roan's testimony to be deemed void and vacated from the case. And the judge could deny it. The judge could say, no, deny. We're going to proceed. Fine. But at least the grand jury gets to see that. And the grand jury says, wow, really? Yeah, here's the video that the attorney submitted to the court. I got the pictures, I got the proof, and I'll show you. I'll come back and show you. His attorney put nothing in a case file for the grand jury to read. It was sick. Really sick. Then when I asked the attorney, when I finally get to meet him, say, hey, what was your strategy? What was your game plan by not putting anything into the case file before the grand jury? What was your strategy? You just want to go to trial in August and beat 13 fucking charges so Frank could sue him for $2 zillion? Is that what it is? $1 billion of charge? Is that what you're trying? Is that your whole game plan? Realizing that the charges are fucking ridiculous? That you're going to get all these charges thrown out and he's going to have a tremendous victory? Instead of just winning on one charge, you're going to get him to win on all 13? Is that your great scheme? That 13 charges hang over Frank's head so he can't get bail? Is that your great game plan? I would have loved to see how he's going to answer that fucking question. Should be interesting.
So like I said, this doctor says to me, the social worker says to me tomorrow, the doctor's order. I said, oh, good, lovely, a doctor's order. Oh, that's lovely. So he's a professional? Yes. Oh, great. And can he put that down like in writing so I could just make sure I fully understand and I could fully comply with his order? Oh yeah, I just need him to write it down. Verbally hearing it, I honestly don't know who you people are, and this could be a funny prank phone call. So honestly, can you just put something down in writing saying doctor's orders? Okay, can you do that? Because I'm recording every damn thing she says. I don't want to tell her that, but I'm going to record every damn thing. And as soon as I say, yeah, well, it's the doctor. So, oh, who's the doctor? Yeah, I'm going to fucking go down and I'm going to fucking create an invoice and I'm going to drop it off like an hour after I get the order. And they say, oh, this is for Dr. Spiegel. What? This is an invoice. What? Yeah. I had an order from him. Yeah, there's an order placed for one not seeing my daughter, reasons unknown. Here you go. It'll be $1,000 a day, sir. Have a nice day. And just give him the order. Mm-hmm. You drop and just say, there you go. Give him the invoice. And I guarantee they'll fucking call me up in a heartbeat and say, what is this? I said, what do you mean, what is this? I got a doctor's order. He's indemnified, right? He carries medical insurance, right? Yeah, in case of malpractice, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure his insurance company knows what to do with it. Just tender the invoice to his insurance company.
Yeah, they'll compensate him for whatever he pays you.
That's right. There you go. He knows what he's doing. He's a big boy. He knows the rules of law. He knows the rules of law. He created an order. He's got to be liable for it, good or bad. That's he's a trained professional. And he orders something. He orders my kid to be on 10,000 fucking cc's of heroin, and she dies. Guess what? Right. It's a lawsuit.
That's right. Just as liable as if he ordered a prescription.
No different. This is what he prescribed. This is what he wrote, and that's what the prescription is, something that you're writing. So that I'll carry out your order. Just like if you order me to bring 10,000 fucking, cc's of heroin, I'm sure there's going to be a hell of a bill for that. Somebody's going to pay for it. The doctor ordered it. Well, he better pay for it. You better hope there's medical coverage because I'm the delivery man, and I just handed you fucking, I just came over from Pakistan and fucking Afghanistan. I got all this heroin. What do you want to do here? Somebody's going to pay me. And I can't wait for these people. They must just think I'm just some Joe Normal. And they're going to say, yeah, well, the doctor ordered, for the next 2 weeks, she's not supposed to have any outgoing, ingoing phone calls unless it's from a social service worker or it's from her foster care family. Isn't that lovely? So it's not that she can't have any contact and no conversation with the outside world because it might upset her. It's just that the social work is saying that she can't have any contact with her father or family, but she could have contact with Virginia social service agents. Now, could you imagine when I create an order and say there's nobody in Virginia who is to have any contact with my child ever again? They are never to talk to her. They are never to speak to her. They are never to fucking have a conversation with her ever again about any fucking thing. I'm creating an order that she can't contact me. So like I said, I can't wait for these poor bastards that are stupid enough to actually talk to me tomorrow and say to me, well, it's doctor's orders or social services orders. Oh, who ordered it? Oh, the social services. And say, well, her social worker, Kara. Oh, good, lovely. And call up them over there and say, hey, did you order me not to talk to my kid? Yeah, okay, lovely. Not a problem. You don't want to put that in writing and sign it? And she'll say, absolutely not, Mr. Lentz. It's like, that's okay. I already got it invoiced. That's fine.
I was talking to the man in Texas that you had helped, the man Chris, that you had helped with a tax thing, and he was complaining about what you had given him to work with, and after about a month and a half, I said, look, just send me whatever Karl wrote for you, and let me take a look at it, because he thought there should be so much more paperwork. He sent it to me, and I looked at it, and I looked at it, and I looked at it, and I thought, yeah, those 2 sentences, that's it. That's everything you need. And he wouldn't believe me, and I talked to him probably for 4 months. It probably took me 4 months to convince him to go to court again, because they had rescheduled it for a year later. Well, 11 months later. It took me 4 months to convince him to go to court with what you had given him and to stand on it and not let it go. And he won.
Wow. That's great.
Chris Ewing.
That's right. Mr. Ewing, like Dallas Ewings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if he won, he still owes me a shitload of money then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But he wanted to put paper in there so bad. He just had no faith. He just, and it was like the day before trial, they pulled out. They
Yep. It's the same exact thing I did for John Fall. John Fall and Mr. Ewing were the two most greatest tax code deciphers I've ever seen in my life. No doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. Those guys knew the code book better than whoever wrote the damn thing. And I am telling you, I told them, don't do it. Don't do your crazy shit. Fox. Yeah, so that's why I guess Chris never called me up.
Well, he never called me up either. He went to court like a week after I last talked to him, and he went to court. He got notification the day before court, but that was about a week later, and he happened to call me up to ask me a question about 5 or 6 months later, and I said, hey, you never called me to let me know what happened with the case, and he started rambling on and on about how happy he was. I would have never found out if he hadn't called me up.
Yeah, because like I said, he him and John Fall were identical. The same charges, the same everything. Almost identical, cut, copy, paste.
Yeah.
Like I said, the only difference between him and John Fall is John told Mark in Atlanta, when I figure out what Carl's doing and how Carl's doing it, I've got a lot of rich clients from back in the day when I was doing Cayman Island offshore banking, and those people are going to pay me a fortune to get them out of their IRS tax problems. I said, that's what John Fall told you, Mark? He said, yes. I said, that's it. I'm done. I'm not here to teach people how to make a fortune, how to sell this information, to screw over the IRS or screw over the FBI or screw over anybody. If you owe something, pay it. Just like you did with your girlfriend. I wrote it on a napkin that she was going to pay it.
Yep. Well,
Just
she agreed to pay $10 a month.
It doesn't matter if that's all she'd afford. Like my sister, when somebody said, oh, Carl got his sister out of a credit card by doing his scheme, she paid $350 a month for my sister for 10 months. Of course it hurt her. She was making like $20, $30 a year as like a substitute school teacher. I didn't have my sister doing $3.50 a month for the next 10,000 years. My sister paid $350 a fucking month. Could have I told her $3.50 for the next 10,000 months or whatever? Yes, of course I could have. 1,000 months? Yes. But that's not right. I knew it would put a little bit of a squeeze to her by doing $350. But she was making like $1,500, $1,600 a month. And I knew it would hurt if she went for $350 a month. I knew it would put a little pinch in her behind to make her think, don't do this again. No more. No more credit cards. No more crap. You don't need this shit. Stop buying crap. So I'm sure my sister probably appreciated it because now she knows it's like, well, Carl, she never said to me, are you shitting me, Carl? You could have got me for $3.50 a month or $3 for 100 years, 1,000 years. Yes, I could have, Karen. But I had to do it for your own good. It's the same thing, like I said, with Frank and my daughter. There's no love lost between me and Frank. There's things between me and Frank in the past that I'm not happy with. And it would have been very easy to just go along with social services and keep my daughter here, both daughters here, and just say, you're absolutely right, Frank did it, burn him and let him rot in hell. But I said I couldn't do that. Regardless of what me and Frank have against each other in our past, or I have against him, he has nothing against me. That I still helped him because it was still the right thing to do. And I told Gus earlier I would help Frank. I don't care if he's Adolf Hitler because he's my fellow man, and I'm here to help my fellow man. I'm not here to connive or convince or trick or deceive my fellow man. Maybe
I'm supporting the system, Carl. If the system falls apart, if you're not presumed innocent, then how good is the system?
Right, and like I said, even like a Hitler, I try to avoid the guy. I try to avoid Hitler as much as I could, but I wouldn't hurt him. I wouldn't just say, well, you're Hitler and you need to burn. I need to keep my kids here. I need to be happy. I need to go on my life. You know what? If you sit in jail for the rest of your life and rot, honestly, I don't give a fuck. At least I got my daughters, and you can go fuck yourself. But I didn't do that to Frank. I said, nope, I'm still going to have to hold that he's presumed innocent until, proven guilty. And why? Because that's the way I want to be treated. And I have to respect that for him as well. You don't think I love my kids 10,000 times more than I could even think about Frank? Of course I do. And of course I knew I was going to lose my kids if I didn't support social services and the police department and that backed up Frank. Of course I knew I was going to lose my kids. That's stupid. I knew this was going to be fucking ridiculous what they were going to put me through and my family through. I still did it anyway. So I don't hear fucking people say, well, Carl, until it happens to you, you don't know what it's like. No, I do know what it's like. And I went through 7 years of dealing with social service bullshit in Alabama just to get a copy of the fucking case file, just to get a copy of the contract. Yeah, I went through all those years of that bullshit with those people. Because it's still the right thing to do, is to fight, keep on fighting. People fucking put me down. They said, are you shitting me, Carl? In that transcript, you said to the judge, when the judge said to the state, what do you require for Mr. Lentz to do to get back his children? They just said, well, we just need a piece of paper from somebody saying that he's fit to be a father. And they said, well, what, he won't go to your psychological evaluation? It's just like, no, we're not asking him to do a psychological evaluation. We just need Mr. Lentz to have somebody sign a piece of paper saying he's fit to be a father. And they said, well, who? Anybody in particular? He's like, no, his brother could sign it. His mom could sign it. It doesn't matter. Carl could go out in the parking lot. He could sign it. We don't give a shit as long as social services has it on file saying that Carl's competent to be a father
we'll give him back his children. And the judge said to me, are you shitting me? Out of all this crap for all these years, and all you need to do is put a piece of paper in this court saying you're fit to be a father? You're kidding me. I said, sir, do you understand if you told me the blink you'd give me back my children, do you understand I'd take that stapler off your bench and I'd staple my eyelids to my forehead and I'd never blink while I'm in this courtroom? Do you understand? He says, no, I don't follow you. I said, sir, I cannot subject myself or submit myself to your control or your authority. You're not my dad and you're not my God. You do not tell me anything to do. You do not make terms and conditions. I don't negotiate with terrorists. You're not going to try to convince me that I have any obligation or duty to perform for you or any member of this court. I said, I'm a man. I said, when I say that I'm man, you better believe it, and no other man's going to tell me what to do. It is never going to fucking happen. You're not going to order me around. He said, but I just can't believe it. That's all you need to do. Sir, I am telling you, it's not that easy as you think it is. Because the first time you subject yourself to the authority of this state, they're going to jump through that hoop, and they're going to come and take my children away from me in 2 minutes when I roll out of this parking lot. And then I'm going to have to jump through 100 hoops. The first hoop's going to be easy. It's the next 1,000 hoops that are going to fucking be a killer. So they get all these parents to sign safety plans, and they get to go home with their children immediately. Yeah, they stay with kids for a day or two, a week or two. Then the kids don't come home from school. And then the parents, didn't live up to the terms and conditions of the safety plan. And then the parents got to go through fucking 18 years of bullshit to get the kids back. I said, sir, I know the game. I'm not signing a fucking thing with this court. It will never fucking happen. I've never signed anything, and I never will. So the judge was like, okay, then let's proceed. That was the very beginning of that fucking the trial, that hearing. That was the very first beginning, the first words that was said. I said, I'm not subjecting or submitting myself to the jurisdiction of this court. It is not going to happen. It never will, and it is never going to happen. If you think it's going to happen, you're wasting your time. It was a lot of fun. It was a hell of a learning process. Because like I said, 99% of what I know is from a man who couldn't read or write. Explaining to me, they got no right to tell you what to do. Who do they think they are? My dad was even like, I don't care what no Pope says. I don't care what the President of the United States says. I don't care who anybody tells you what to do. You ask them a simple question. Who puts food in your belly? Who puts a roof over your head? Who takes care of when you're sick? Daddy. That's who. That's the only one that you owe a duty and obligation to. You don't owe nothing to no man on planet Earth. Just your daddy. You just do what I tell you to do. Anybody else, you tell them to go suck an egg. You tell them to go pound salt. You tell them to go talk to my daddy. And I'll tell them what you can and cannot do. So thank God I always had that simple belief in my head. Who do you think you are, my daddy? Like I said to people on my shows. When I was like 18, 19 years old, cops came to my front of my house and said, what are you, my daddy? And I said, Daddy, is that you? I haven't seen you, 2, 3 years now? So I've been 16. Daddy, what, do you get fucking plastic surgery? Finally, the cop's like, what? He said, you better be my fucking daddy. No man better roll up here in that kind of fucking manner and jump out of his car and jump in my face. You better be my damn daddy. Or we're going to have a problem. We're going to go around. It was a lot of fun. Because, like I said, my dad taught me the basic, simple concepts of law, of rule of law. And like I said, the common law is not written. The common law is not written law. That's the biggest thing I got to try to make people understand a million times. Is the common law compared to like a statute law, or compared to man-written law is, and you'll see in every single damn definition of common law, it says number one definition is unwritten. It's the unwritten law. My dog understands the common law. If he tries to steal from my plate, he knows he's doing wrong. The law of gravity, everybody knows if they fall down, they're going to hit the ground. You can't have a king who's going to say the new law, the new statute, the new edict, the new act of the Parliament or the Congress or the legislative body here today is we're going to enact into law that if anybody within this kingdom falls today, they will not hit the ground. It is not going to be tolerated. It's going to be illegal for anybody to fall and hit the ground today. You can't hit the ground today. Or nobody's going to die in my kingdom anymore. I'm going to suspend the laws of nature, the law of the natural law. Nobody's going to die ever again. We're going to create an act, and we're going to all sign it, and we're all going to agree that this is the new law of the land. Nobody dies anymore. That's ridiculous. Real law, true law, can't be modified, altered, amended, vacated, or void. That's the common law. It's universally accepted throughout the galaxy. There's certain laws that cannot be broken or modified or changed. Like you can't take something from another man without giving fair and just compensation. I don't care how you write it into law. I don't care how you write it on a piece of paper. You're not going to get anybody in the universe to agree with you that that's okay. It's an unnatural law. There's no way you're going to justify taking from another man without fair and just compensation, stealing. Now, you could have 1 million people in the state say, well, we're going to take money from you in the form of property taxes, and you could be like, well, wait a second, I don't want you to take from me. I earned that. I created that. That's mine. Well, we wrote into law, and we all got together and we all agree that you're fucked and we're going to take it away from you. That's not law. That's man-made law. Because God law, universal law, dog on dog, cat on dog, everybody understands you cannot take from a dog, cannot take from another dog. If a cat tries to steal from another cat, it's going to kill that other cat. You can't just take from anything on planet Earth and not expect a fight and not expect some resistance. Because even a cat understands you're trying to steal from it. Even a dog understands you're trying to steal from it. They're not stupid. So no matter how you try to convince another human being, oh, well, look, we're the grand poobahs and wizards, and look at the big crown on our head, and we enacted into law that we're going to take this from you and give it to this guy over here. Why? Well, because it's the law. No, it's not the law. It's a bullshit scam, bullshit artist job. You're bullshitting me. You're trying to convince me, and you're never going to convince me. That all I need to do is sign a piece of paper saying I'm unfit to be a father, and you're going to give me back my children. That's not how it fucking works. I'm not negotiating with terrorists. You stole from me, you're going to give it back. And I'll fight to the death to prove my point. You will give it back. Well, good luck. That's right, good luck. Now, we're going to see one day if the people agree with me, or if you convinced enough fucking people that you could take a piece of paper and steal people's children and think you're going to get away with it. Well, we all got together and took a consensus, and we all have a group meeting and discussion, and 51% of us want to vote this time. And we're going to take away your children. Really? And what are you going to take from me next? What's the next thing you're going to take from me? You're going to turn it to China? You're going to take one of my kidneys? Because some Jewish guy in Brooklyn needs one? Is that what you're going to do? When's it going to stop? So like I said, it's just interesting how, people try to justify, law, what they call law. And it's just a con job. And I used to brag about it, and I said, Michael Rowan is the best code enforcement officer, code decipherer I've ever met in my life. And he is. He knows the code like the back of his fucking hand. The only problem is that he believes, like he told my mom and me, that his supervisor said, well, we're protected by state and federal laws, we're allowed to lie. And I said, well, you might be protected by laws written by a man and your fellow colleagues and your fellow, persons of the legal society, that you could lie, bullshit, steal all you want from people. The only problem with that belief is this is still a common law land. And when you get put on trial, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the land. I don't remember you police officers raising your right hand and swearing that you could lie, steal, cheat, convict an innocent man. I don't remember that. I don't remember that under your oath of office. So now that your friends who are judges and politicians wrote into law that you could lie, cheat, and steal, that's fine. That's under statute law. That's under opinions from your judicial society, from your legal society. That's not the common law of the people. So when the common people get you folks into a courtroom, your days are numbered. How are you going to explain to the common people that you are allowed to, tamper with exhibits, lie under oath? How are you going to explain to the people? Because they had a trust in you. They had a belief in you. And they're going to say, well, all our friends got together and we all agree that we could lie, cheat, and steal. You are members of our legal society. You're just men. You're not a man. You're men. You're not within our society. We can do whatever the fuck we want to you. So it should be, like I said, it should be interesting, where this all goes. And like I said, whether the FBI gets involved or not, who knows? I really don't know. If they have any interest in this whatsoever, or if they'll actually call the sheriff's department and say, hey, man, we want to hire Michael Rowan to work for the Department of Justice. The guy's got no problem fucking
going after our grandpa and lying under oath and issuing all these bullshit warrants, we got a place for him here in the United States government. I don't know what they're going to say, because you would hope that they wouldn't tolerate it. But they might actually say, wow, what are you doing? Oh, we're putting grandpas in jail and we're destroying families. Oh, good. That's Obama's agenda. That's agenda number one. Take down the fucking, the foundation of the people. Destroy family. Family comes first. Destroy the belief in any form of hierarchy that the families have. Take down grandpas. Then take down grandmas. I got no idea what their agenda is, but I guarantee, they're probably not pissed at Michael for doing what he did to Frank. It's just sad, and like I said, that's why you got to say people want an outside person like a Trump or a Sanders, anybody. I mean, like I said, if a porcupine and a pine cone ran for president, I'd vote for the porcupine or the pine cone. I wouldn't care. I'd probably go for the pine cone. Anything other than anybody that actually do anything. Whoever the president, I just want them to sit there and do absolutely nothing for 4 years. Don't do a fucking thing. I don't need you to do a damn thing. There's one damn thing I've ever needed a president of the United States of America to ever do for me. I've take care of my problems all on my own. There's not one damn policy or law that he wrote into effect that ever fucking benefited me. And that's what I was saying to Gus earlier. I said, got to figure out some way just to write a simple statement to the Secretary of State and just say, is there any benefit for me to be a member of your Commonwealth of Virginia or state? Is there any benefit whatsoever? Do not see the benefit. Can you please explain to me the glories and the wonders of what I'm have in store for me if I become a citizen of your state? Can you please tell me what kind of benefit package I'm looking at of being under your authority and under your control? Can you tell me what am I going to get? Just send some funny letter like that to the Secretary of State and see how they answer. Well, to be a citizen of Virginia, this is what you could hope for. This is what your government agents will do for you. We will provide you, and fill in the blank. And they say, well, at this time, I don't believe it would be a benefit to be a citizen, so I'm going to have to, inform you folks that if you believe that I have a duty and obligation to perform in any manner, I don't wish to at this time, and since everything in this land is voluntary, I believe you have something called a legal person, which was created for my benefit back on the day that I was born. And, as a matter of fact, being a legal person, I have certain duties and obligations in which I don't believe I can fulfill at this time, so I'm going to have to respectfully withdraw from maintaining that title of legal person. And if there's any legal documents or any kind of legal documents, any kind of documents that prove my legal personage, if you require any of those paperwork to be tended back to your legal society, just let me know, and I'll make sure I find whatever legal documents I might have laying around my home, and I'll send them back to you. Something that simple. Like everybody just withdraw from society. Just say, look, I don't see any benefit of being a member of the Legal Society, the Boy Scout Society, the Moose Lodge Society, the Elk Society. I'm over 18. I don't want to be a Boy Scout anymore. I don't see the benefit. I don't want to be a member of the Legal Society. I'm over the age of 18. I do not really see a benefit of being a legal person. I think at this time it would be wise for me to withdraw, so that way if there's any legal duties and obligations, I cannot be held liable at this time. And then I just wish to withdraw. So, you know what, like I said, I just got to, since I put it out there, I'm sure somebody will create something along those lines and send it to me and say, hey, Cole, what do you think of this? I'll say, hey, you know what, that's pretty funny. Like, that might just work. Let's do that. Let's create that document. Let's send it out. Let's see what happens. So that should be interesting. So, let me see if I'm sitting down now, so I'm going to look at this talk board and see if I can see anything here. Beanie's saying, that sounds good, Call. Yeah. Call, how can you pay a debt with debt note? You could pay a debt with a bag of beans. It doesn't matter. If anybody says that if two parties agree on the terms of the condition of what money is just a medium of exchange. If I say a bag of beans is worth my car, well then I must want to grow a whole bunch of bean plants and sell beans on my farm. Somebody said, did you actually trade a car for a bag of beans? Well, so yeah, the car was only worth $500. It was a parts car. It really wasn't worth anything. In this bag, the beans this guy had, it was these rare Rubian beans that he got from Guatemala. And if I could get these beans to grow here in Virginia, I could make millions. So yeah, I'd trade a car for a bag of beans. Depends how much the car's worth and depends what I could do with the beans. So it doesn't matter. You want to trade it with a debt note? Sure. That's what I put on my website. One of the first things I put on my website was the holder in due course rule. If you believe it's got value and somebody else wants to exchange it with somebody else because they believe it's got value or they could collect on it, it's the holder in due course rule. Whatever the fuck you want to exchange between 2 parties, 3 parties, 1,000 parties, 1,000,000 parties, it's the holder in due course. Somebody's got something that they believe's got value, they trade it with somebody else who's got something of value, and that's just how our system works. It's a lovely system. Yes, debt note for debt note. Yes, debt note for a pile of manure. Absolutely. I need manure this time of year. That's right. To get my grass growing good, you better believe it. It'd be nice to have a whole shitload of manure right now. So, yeah.
I remember being in the garage and you telling Jimmy about making his mortgage payment, and you were almost yelling at him like, Jimmy, you got to send him something. Send him a box of broken rubber bands or rusty bolts or something of value. And that was hilarious. And he just didn't get it, that, all he had to do was remain an honor.
Right, it was that old Shakespeare thing, and a horse, a kingdom for my horse, the old King Lear, the old anything. I'll just give me a mangy old horse, anything to get me off this battlefield right now. I'll give you my whole entire kingdom. It's worth billions. Just give me a nagging old mule and get me the fuck out of here. And that's what I'm saying. Give me a bag of. You might not think that the box of rubber bands, Jimmy, has any value, but I don't know if you saw that video, where they put about 100 rubber bands around this watermelon, and the watermelon separated or exploded. Basically, it exploded. The watermelon exploded just by putting all these rubber bands around it. It had enough pressure to pop the watermelon in half. So you might say, a box of rubber bands, that's worthless. Oh, really? Now, what if I was trying to, I needed like a tourniquet kind of thing, and I needed to stop the bleeding? I could put 50 rubber bands on it, and I could save my hand. So somebody said, well, man, your hand's bleeding profusely. You cut your wrist, and we can't stop the artery from pumping. Hey, you got a box of rubber bands? What? Give me a box of rubber bands. What? That'll save my life. So Jimmy might have thought, box of rubber bands, that's worthless. Yeah, until you slit your wrist, and then you'll find out how valuable that box of fucking rubber bands are compared to 10 pounds of gold. You want 10 pounds of gold and you want a box of rubber bands? What? You just fucking slit your wrist by accident on this car fender. Your fucking artery's pumping out fucking, blood a gallon a minute. You better get that box of rubber bands to start wrapping around your forearm and stop that blood. Well, if I had 10 pounds of gold, I could pay my house off. That's right. But obviously, you want to try to save your life. What's 10 pounds of gold going to do for you? Nothing. You better have a box of fucking rubber bands. You might think it's worthless. But at certain times, you know what? That fucking box of rubber bands is priceless. It all depends on what you need at that particular moment in time. It's just your opinion. It depends on what you believe. So nobody can tell me that box of rubber bands isn't priceless. It's like that movie. I'm trying to remember that it was that kid, Leonardo DiCaprio movie. I don't remember the name of it, but one of the very beginning things he says, to be a great salesman, or for like a stockbroker, whatever it was, he says you got to convince people to buy this pen. Now, why should I buy this pen from you? And it's like somebody does that to me. Somebody could throw me a box of rubber bands. Now, sell me this rubber bands. Show me why I have to buy this box of rubber bands. Show me how my whole life will be changed by the purchase of this box of rubber bands, or one rubber band. Show me, Carl. Show me why I should buy this rubber band from you. Show me. And so not only am I going to show you why you should buy this rubber band from me, I'm going to make you give me 10,000 ounces of gold for that rubber band. Why? Because I'm going to show you how that rubber band is going to not only change your life, but save your life someday. And you're going to keep that rubber band around your wrist until the day you die. And here, Karl Lentz is going to explain it to you. And by the time I'm done talking, you're going to give me 10,000 ounces of gold for that fucking rubber band. It's got value. It's worth something. You might not think it is, but trust me, when that day comes and you need it, it'll be there. And you better have it. Because that'll be the only thing that's going to save your life. That's how you got to see. That's what I'm saying. It's like going to court. You got to be a hell of a performer. You got to be a hell of a salesman. And like I said, you always watch those old movies, and the king and the queen says, "The court is not amused." Well, you better amuse the shit out of them. Because the reason why the court kept strangers in their midst, it kept the court, like a lot of the courts were full in Europe all the time with, people, is if you had something to bring to the court that nobody else within the court possessed. You had certain knowledge. And back then, you would go travel. Say you were traveling. Say you were great in physics or math or whatever the hell you were, great in music, whatever. And you would travel and you walked into this castle, this kingdom, this whatever, this principality, whatever. And then they'd say, presented to the court, I got a great gift for the court. What? The gift of mathematics or science or physics or music. Oh, really? And the king would say, present it to the court. Present yourself. Show us what you got. And you'd put on your act. You'd put on your performance. And the king would say, very good. Please, have a seat at the court. Please be a party to this court. And the king would invite you, and then you get free food, you get free place to sleep, you get to bang people, you get to have parties, you get to get all the king will pay every damn thing to keep you at courtside until he gets all the information, all your knowledge, and all your wisdom out of you. Then he's going to throw you out in the street. He's done with you. The reason why he keeps you there, if you're really valuable, is because he doesn't want the information that you possess to go to his competitor, to go to another king in France or Spain. He wants to keep you in his court at all times. He wants to make you so freaking happy that you're not going to pass this knowledge on to anybody else but him. You're going to be the world's best shipbuilder, the world's best whatever. He wants to keep you close. He doesn't want you to run away. You're not his slave, but he wants to make it worth your while to work for him. So this stuff has just been going on for tens of thousands of years. This isn't nothing new I'm teaching you guys. And somebody said that to me the other day. I said, look, I'm not teaching you guys anything new. Because somebody said, I wish that, some black guy who called me up one day during the week, it was about 2-3 weeks ago, some black guy called me up. And he said he went over to his native continent of Africa, and he wanted to go back to his people. So I don't know where he said he was from, Sudan or wherever he was from, Chad, I don't remember. But he said he went back to the tribesmen back there in Africa, and he was talking like to an interpreter to his people, his family, whatever, and his kinsfolk, whatever you want to call them, kin and kith, whatever, kin and kith, his friends and his family. So he goes back and talks to kin and kith, and he says that I started talking to him about certain situations because he was listening to my stuff, and this is a black guy who was listening to my stuff for a couple of years, and he said he was trying to explain to his people law and how we do law in the United States, and he said that the interpreter, he said, no matter who he's talking to in that jungle, he said it sounds exactly like Karl Lentz. He says they explained it to me, law, the same exact way you do, Karl. He says it's like walking into a jungle and meeting Karl Lentz. I said, that's right. I said, because I'm not teaching you anything different than a caveman knew, that a guy in the jungle knows, that an Aboriginal guy knows, that an Eskimo knows. I'm not teaching anything that a Mongolian doesn't know. I am telling you, this is ancient shit. This is universal. This is common law. It doesn't need to be written down. Everybody feels it in their heart. It's that simple. It's just that you guys are making things so fucking complicated and it's so convoluted that you guys are actually, stupid. You guys are, what? Where are you going with this? Do you realize how idiotic that sounds? Do you understand where you're going, how far away from law you're getting, the more convoluted you're getting? You're getting ridiculous. You're getting, when you put more and more on than what's needed, you're a moron. You're putting more on it than you need to do. Just say, who's saying I've done something wrong? I didn't ask what, who, where's the claim, where's the damages? Just stick with basic, simple, single syllable, words and simple, 2-3 word questions. Like I said earlier in the show, I had a rolling suitcase, and I'm a big motherfucking guy. And I had to put my stuff to go to court on wheels because I couldn't carry it into the court building and carry it up 2 flights of stairs. It was that fucking heavy. I'd have to take the elevator. That's how heavy the suitcase was. It wasn't like a hard shell suitcase. It was like a fabric kind of suitcase with, like a zipper, and it wasn't one of those big Samsonite
gorilla throwing it through a cage fucking suitcase. It wasn't because the suitcase was so big. The suitcase was flimsy. The suitcase was always made out of whatever, nylon and had wheels and a handle. But I'm telling you, it was stuffed with paper. It was about 3 feet high and probably about 1.5 feet wide, like 20 inches by 36 inches by maybe 10 inches. And that thing was full. That thing was packed with paper. And I was ready anytime I walked into a court to try to get the kids back to just be able to pull a piece of paper out of that fucking pile. He used to say, here you go, here you go, here you go. I got all the rules, got all the citations, got all the codes, got all the stats. I got boom, 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 boom. Do it like a machine gun. It was a total joke. What a total scam. What a total sham. Never again. From now on I'll do it on the back of a napkin, a Bazooka Joe bubblegum card or something, and I'm telling you, I am going to make my claim so small, so short, just say, yeah, and so what? But like I said, I could walk in the court and say, yeah, so what? And I guarantee the judge will say, don't fuck with this guy. What? Don't fuck with him. I'm sure I could say yellow, I'm sure I could walk in the court and say yellow Neptune marbles. And the judge will say, don't fuck with this guy.
Yeah.
But come on, yellow Neptune marbles. Come on, let's play. No, it's okay. We're all right. Hey, sure, how do you play? Yellow Neptune marbles. Is that how you play? Yellow Neptune marbles. The ball's in your court, sir. What did I just say? You said yellow Neptune marbles. There you go. Now what says the court? And they'll just say, fuck it. Just like the judge did in England, the first judge. Not the second judge, the preliminary judge. He read the 2 sentences. He says, there's a man over there that knows the rules. Never in the history of England has crown prevailed before a queen. How do you think you're going to beat this man? Oh, we'll prevail. Not what I'm saying. Not what I see what he wrote. It's done. I wrote 2 sentences. Like 5 words and 7 words. It wasn't even a haiku. It was kind of a haiku. 5, 7, done. And the judge's like, you ain't going to beat this man. He knows the rules. And I'm looking around like, what rules? Who are you looking at, man? Oh, the only white guy over there. What do you mean, like the old white guy? I was like, looking around. I was like, I knew you were looking at me. He says, you see what I see? The prosecutor said, no. He said, you're lucky I don't see it either. And that's when the Punjabi started going nuts. I said, no, because they know that's a capital offense. They know, if they understand what they're doing to a fellow man, they know the ancient rules of England. They're to be killed. I didn't explain it to the Punjabis, but the judge knew it and the prosecutor knew it. You better not bring a false fucking claim into the court against your fellow man. And that's exactly what the fuck they were doing. And if you fucking bring a false claim to the court against your fellow man, that was death. That was a death penalty. No second chances, no like, well, okay, so maybe I lied, but it was only on this guy this time. Really? And you think we want to let that fucking perversion, that sick, obscene bullshit fucking permeate throughout this fucking kingdom? You're a one dead motherfucker. And you better hope you ain't got no family, because we're going to get them too. Because the apple don't fall too far from the tree. You better not bring a false claim into this fucking court. You better not bring this false claim into this world. But nowadays it's billable hours and the attorneys make a fucking fortune, people lying about everybody. That's not the way fucking kingdoms ran.
Yeah, like I said to my mom, I said I'm reading the report, and it says Valley Services became involved on 11/12/2015 when a disclosure of sexual abuse was reported by the child. ACAC was done, and information supporting the abuse was confirmed at this time. And I asked my mom, why didn't they take the child into custody on the 12th? Why did they not take the kid until like the 23rd or 24th? Why did they wait? And what did you say?
Because they try to work with the family, and they will leave the children in the home, but if things change, then they take the kids out.
Because they offered you
they offered me a safety plan. I signed a safety plan, and when we went to court, they didn't like some of the things I said, so they took the kids.
Yeah, and I say to people, this is the oldest trick in the book, and back in 2001 when they kept throwing the safety plan at me and my mom, we kept refusing to sign it, because if we signed it, we're saying that we are seeking the government's help, and that because we can't control the situation, it's beyond our capacity to control what's going on. So we're inviting the government into our homes, and we're letting the government determine what we need for a safe and happy environment. So at any time they want to, because they have permission to come through your front door now and examine everything that's going on in your life, because you signed a consent form saying that you're more than welcome to interpret the private matters that are going on in our family, and anytime you feel that the child's in danger, you have the right to pull them out. So this is what's going on when you sign a safety plan. This is how dangerous a safety plan is that you're opening the door to the government and saying that they can come on in. Did you kind of understand what a safety plan is? Yeah, but I said, I made it simple. I just said...
That was a very good explanation. I like that.
Right.
Because people don't understand that. They're upset. All they want to do is get out of there and get back home with the kids.
Right.
So they just, let me sign this, let me get out of Dodge.
Right, because like I said, my dad taught me something different because my dad couldn't read or write. Brought the damn in. He explained to me, he says, an honest man never could go through his whole entire life without signing a piece of paper. If somebody's putting a piece of paper in front of you and you didn't write that piece of paper and you didn't create that contract and you didn't create that document, you're liable for everything that's written on that piece of paper, and you didn't write the damn thing, so you have no idea what that piece of paper says. So no honest man would make another honest man sign a piece of paper because that'd be trying to commit fraud over another man. So never sign anything, especially if you didn't create the document and you have no clue what that document says. But as soon as you tell them that you bear liability, you're the underwriter, and you'll sign the document, you bear liability for everything above that document. Now, if somebody wants you to sign something, sign at the very top of the page on the right-hand side, or sign at the very top of the paperwork on the left-hand side. They say we need you to sign this, and sign it. Or sign it on the back, sign it where it's blank. But if you sign it on the bottom line, you bear liability as the underwriter for everything above that's written on that document. And like I said, they're going to leave it up to interpretation. If they believe the child is in danger or risk, that they're going to have free will to just walk through your house, no warrants, no nothing. They could just examine anything they want and take the child away at any time they wish because you're begging the government for help. So if you say, no, you know what, like with Frank, no, don't confess. You know what, tell the government, hey, look, put all your allegations, abuse and neglect or whatever that you have in writing and sign it and saying that I, Susie, social worker, believe that your child has been abused and neglected. And due to my investigation, I'm going to go to court and I'm going to take that child away from you. So make them put it in writing. The same thing like what Frank should have done with the police department. He should have said to the sheriff, oh, that's lovely. So are you saying that you have child pornography pictures of me? Yes. Okay, put it down in writing. Say, I, Michael Rowan, have seen the pictures and you have child pornography on your computer. Or say Michael Rowan is saying that if you admit to all this, you could go home. So you make sure you say to them, my hearing's not so good today. I got tinnitus. I got this bad ringing in my ear. I can't really hear what you're saying. Let me write this down. Just give me a second. What are you saying to me again? And you put it in writing. And you say, is this what you just told me? Yes. What's your name? Oh, so Susie, social worker. Will you sign this piece of paper? And they'll say, well, no. I say, well, I just need this piece of paper. I'm going to go out and get competent counsel, and I'm going to let my counsel read this and see if I should sign this agreement or not and see if this makes any sense. So, when anytime a cop talks to you, a social worker talks to you, just say, you got to speak a little slower. I got this tinnitus. I got this ringing in my ear. I can't really hear. Here, let me write this down. Let me get this straight. If I do this, this, and this, you'll give me back my kid. If I do this, this, and this, you won't take my kid. Okay. And your name is Susie, social worker. That way you can get them in a form of extortion or communicating a threat, that if you don't do what they tell you to do, they're going to do something. They're going to take something away from you. So because they got the power of the policing ability to point a gun at your head and say, you've got to do it or we're going to take a gun at you away from you, you got to comply. So that's how you get it for communicating a threat or attempted extortion. So, like I said, I'm going to try to call up the guardian lineup for the kids and see what he's got to say and see if he's going to do anything on the kids' behalf. And I can almost guarantee he's going to just, freaking laugh and say there's no freaking way he's going to do a damn thing. And, yes, when you sign a safety plan, if it was a voluntary placement, yes, my mom could go there at any time. She could say that she wishes to withdraw her signature from the safety plan. She wishes to back out of the agreement. You can't force a contract. It's just like getting a divorce. Just because you signed a marriage license and just because you swear to God to the day you die, just because you took an oath to everybody in the world that you'll stay with this man till death do you part, doesn't negate the fact that you could just go to a courthouse 2 minutes later and say, I wish to withdraw my signature from this marriage license. I no longer wish to be bound to this agreement.
So my mom could go there, yes, anytime she wants, and she could say, I wish to withdraw from the safety plan because I don't see there's any benefit to me being a part of this agreement anymore because it's not working out the way I wished it to work out. I wish to withdraw from the safety plan. And then they got to prosecute my mom criminally, which is never going to work for them. But since they got my mom into a voluntary agreement that they're going to control and monitor and take care of her until the children are 18, my mom is going to be bound by all their rules, terms, and conditions of the agreement until my mom goes there and makes a wish to have her signature voluntarily withdrawn. And my mom could call up her attorney, and my mom could ask her attorney, hey, if I withdraw my signature from the safety plan, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? And he's going to say, oh, man, you shouldn't do that. You know, if you withdraw from the safety plan, all kinds of things could happen. Like what? They're going to have to actually file criminal charges with the county prosecutor, the local sheriff's department, that I've done some form of abuse and neglect to these children, correct? They're going to have something on record that I actually committed a crime, correct? Because right now I just asked the government to come in and help me. So now they're coming in carte blanche. They could do whatever the fuck they want because I gave them a blank card to totally control my life until these children are 18 years old. Well, my mom basically sent a carte blanche letter to Social Services for the rest of her life, or the rest of Cole's life, because Cole will always be considered dependent. So if Cole is 30 years old, Social Services will be able to interfere in my mom's life until he's 30, 40, 50 years old, until she dies. So she should call up her attorney and say, hey, what if I voluntarily withdraw my agreement from Social Services? What happens if I wish to no longer participate in the safety plan? What happens if I wish to withdraw my consent? That the government has the right to come in and do whatever they wish to me, you know, while these kids are under my custody. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Oh, well, then, you know, they'd see criminal charges on you for neglect and abuse. And how successful do you think they'd be in accomplishing a criminal, you know, claim against me, complaint against me in court? How many times has Social Services ever prevailed in criminal abuse and neglect, and what was the parents charged with? You know, burning the children, putting hands in hot oil, beating with a baseball bat. How are they actually going to prove to a jury, in a real criminal court, abuse and neglect? No more family court bullshit, criminal court. How are they going to actually prevail in a criminal court when I ask them to remove my signature from the safety plan and bring me over to the criminal side? They won't be able to do it. So a mom could just say, the house for her door is no longer open to you folks. From now on, prosecute me criminally. If I've done something, charge me with a crime. If not, get the fuck out of my life. Do you remember the man I flew down to talk to in Dallas last year? Yeah, the Mr. Ewing man. Do you remember the IRS guy? Right. Yeah, he prevailed. The IRS dismissed the case against him the day before trial. Oh, he did? Yeah, because I gave him 2 sentences to put into the court. And he was going nuts. He was bugging me for like a year because he had a year to move the case. And I said, look, you've got this golden opportunity to deposition the IRS. I said, the IRS is taking you to a criminal court. They're not taking you to a tax court where you can't deposition them. They're taking you to a criminal court. So now you have the right to take it and put them on the witness stand in a form of a deposition, not a trial. You got 11 months to interrogate these people, to ask them, like, a simple question. What is a taxpayer? Am I a taxpayer? Who is a taxpayer? I said, you've got this opportunity that nobody in the United States that I'm ever aware of had the understanding to carry away with. And nobody had this ability to do this. I said, you've got me, pal, and all we could have every question all you little tax protesters ever wanted answered, and they have to answer it under oath because they moved the case against you, and they can't remove the case from you. If they were, like if they did, they pulled it out the day before trial, I would say no. He didn't call me up and says, well, Carl, they withdrew their case against me. I said, no. You tell them the trial goes on as scheduled tomorrow. But it goes on. And you're going to make them answer those 2 damn sentences that I gave you. You're going to make them answer those questions. Right. Because he wanted them to answer, you know, I want to talk to him because he was just like John Fall, you know, asking me a million questions and code and all this other crap. I said, stop all that silly shit. Just Stick with the 2 lines I gave you, and don't say another damn thing, and shut your mouth. I think you're going to wind up like John Ford. You're going to be in a glass booth in another room somewhere watching your trial from a video camera. Just ask those 2 damn questions and shut the fuck up. They won't be able to answer it, and, the case will be dismissed. But you don't let them dismiss it. You make them continue. And you make them continue until it's discharged. But then once it's discharged, you can turn around, you can make a claim for compensation. So you could sue them for court costs and everything else. You can't sue them for court costs at this point because it's just dismissed. It's just been held over to a later date. I guarantee you just think, oh boy, I'm so glad I don't have to pay all this money, and I don't have to give Cole all the money I owe him. $1,500 out of $5,000. He gave me the $1,500, whatever. He flew me down there. I did the work for him, and he said he'll pay me, every month, a little bit at a time. He never did.
So he did not contend with the case then. He let him dismiss it, and that was it.
Yep. He let him dismiss it, and he was happy that it was dismissed.
So he didn't even continue to really get there to open it up. And like you said, that could open the Pandora's box for everything that the taxpayer needs to find out.
It could have ended everything. It could have ended in every single thing ever. There was any tax case that was ever before the court. I could have asked the IRS a few simple questions on during deposition, and it would have been over. And everybody could have used it around the world who has to deal with the IRS.
Right. And the main question is, what is the taxpayer, and who is the taxpayer?
And am I a taxpayer? And who is a taxpayer? And we could have just got the definition, just some very basic definitions from the IRS. Just answer these basic, simple questions so I can comply, so we don't have to have a trial. And I'll just, totally, do what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
Just tell me, just answer these few simple questions I have for you because I want to be in full compliance with the law. So tell me, what is a taxpayer? What is this? What is this? What is this? Stuff like that. That's all you should have done, is ask him those simple questions.
Right. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. He had him by the ball and like that, and he tell her.
He was looking out for his own shit, and what is funny, I told him, I said, look, pal, I don't explain this to you. They're only coming after you from the year 1999 to 2005. The judge actually asked him in Texas, in open court, why aren't you going after Mr. Ewing for 2007 to 2010? And he says, we don't wish to do that at this time. And I said to Mr. Ewing, I said, you understand that they're going to hold this, they're going to come after you again for the 2007 to 2010. You better nip this thing in the bud. And you better get it, taken care of now while I'm here and I'm available. Because if they say to themselves, you know what, I think this guy's full of shit. I don't think this guy could actually move this to the court. I don't think he has a fucking clue what these 2 questions mean. You know what? Carl's not around. You know what? Let's pursue this guy. Let's take him back into court and take him after 2007, 2010. And they're going to eat you for lunch. I said, I said, look, this isn't, it was all about him. That's all it was. It was all about him. It had nothing to do with saying, look, man, we can help people all over the country to deal with this once and for all. Am I a taxpayer? What is a taxpayer? Why do I owe these taxes? And who am I paying this to? Simple questions. Very simple questions. Not that I hate the IRS. Like I said, if I want to be Donald Trump, if I want to be Bill Gates, if I want to be Warren Buffett, I better kiss the IRS ass because they'll make me a billionaire. But if I just want to act like a man, it's like, you know what, honestly, that's his name, Chris Ewing. Chris Ewing.
Right.
So, so this was the last time.
I remember that little guy just about Chris Ewing.
Yep.
Yeah, his name is behind the famous name that they had on that television.
Yep, because here he goes. This is what he wrote me. This is the last email he wrote me last July. No, not July 15, July of 14. He says, I hope you're doing very well. Did you ever get the Texas flag? Yeah, he sent like a silly nylon one, man. Not like a nice cotton one, like a $2 one he found at Walmart. If not, I'll try to find you one. Yeah, sure. Document we hand wrote in blue ink on a hearing date back in May 30th of 2014. He said, this is the document I plan to send on Monday, July 7th, to the Chief Judge in Tyler, Texas, handwritten again in blue ink. And then he wrote a letter to the prosecutor, John Fisher, and then sometimes acting as the prosecutor. So, like I said, it's very simple.
questions we were asking the judge, very simple questions we were asking the prosecutor, and questions to be answered. And so, like I said, the way he wrote it, they just didn't have a way of answering it. Well, not the way he wrote it, the way he says, document we hand wrote in blue ink on a hearing date. I put some very simple stuff into the court. The not social services, IRS. Hey, shut up! No, sorry, but I didn't even realize that stupid dog was barking at me because she does it all the time. It's my mom's dog. And but what it is the IRS wanted to move the case immediately against him. When I went up there in May, they said, can you, set the trial date for like 2 weeks or a month? And then the judge seen the notices. He's like, no, we're going to delay this for about a year. And obviously Ewing was happy. And I was like, no, you want to get it on today. I said, I'm here. Let's do this. And he's like, no, they're going to give me a year. I'll gladly take a year to practice and study. Practice and study what? Just give him those 2 damn questions and let him try to answer the damn thing. I said, they won't be able to answer, and this judge will dismiss it or discharge it. Let's just wrap it up. He's like, no, man, I'll take the year extension. I said, okay. I said, the only thing good about taking a year extension is now you have the ability, since this is a criminal matter, under the United States Criminal Code, Rule 15, that they have to cooperate in a deposition. And you could drag them on to a deposition for months. Or you could take them for deposition, just ask them 1 or 2 questions. And if they don't cooperate in a deposition, you could have the judge file a motion and require them to answer those damn deposition questions. And if they won't do that, you could have them sanctioned, that nothing they could put into the court could be recognized. Or you could hold them in contempt of court if they're on court. And you could have that man put in, incarcerated until he answers the damn questions. And that guy could sit in jail for the rest of his life until he answers these questions. I said, do you understand the golden opportunity that you have that nobody that I know in recorded history in the United States had the opportunity to do? Yes, I'm sure the IRS has taken people to criminal courts, not just tax courts. But do you understand that all these clowns had fucking lawyers? Nobody had Karl Lentz. Nobody had Karl Lentz. I was going to ask him a simple question. Hey, I want a deposition you. What's a taxpayer? I said, all these lawyers just said, oh, just wait till we get to trial. We'll clobber them. We'll ask them under oath, what's a taxpayer? And they got the IRS agent on the witness saying, what's a taxpayer? And the IRS attorney say, I object. That's speculation, conjecture. He has no formal training in legal. He's an IRS auditor. He's not an attorney. He can't answer that question. And the judge will say, sustained, overruled. You're going to have to reform the question. He's not his pay grade to determine who is a taxpayer. Because then if he says, well, then do you know who in the IRS would be able to define what a taxpayer is? And then the prosecutor jump up again, speculation, conjecture. This man is not trained in knowing who in the IRS would have the ability to, under the command to then define what the terms and conditions of a taxpayer is. There's many definitions of taxpayers, and this man is not competent to answer that question. He's just a tax auditor. And the judge will say, sustained, your question, you have to re-question, You're never going to get a fucking answer if you wait for the trial.
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
That's why you want to do the declaration.
Right, and that's why Paul's got an attorney assigned to him by the United States Criminal Court down there. And his attorney, I said, why don't you deposition? The prosecutor for the United States government is going to use against you in court. And he went to his attorney and said to his attorney, under Rule 15, I have the right to deposition, all the witnesses and all that evidence, and we could go over it. And we'd have everything, we could come down and meet here at the law office or their law office, and we could go over every document and each page, and we could deposition them and see if we could get them to say something that wasn't written down, like for their affidavit for the search warrant. A lot of the stuff on a affidavit is not true. Why don't we deposition them and destroy their search warrant and then put in a motion to suppress the search warrant? Saying that there was no, it was the search warrant was obtained, fraudulently, or based on fraudulent affidavit, or based on fraud, or based on, something that wasn't true, anything. And
right.
He said,
deposition,
Right. And his attorney said, absolutely not, that he's not going to deposition anybody. And I said to him, of course, Paul asked some damn good questions to his attorney. He said, but I do have that right under Rule 15 to deposition the plaintiff and everybody that the witnesses and their exhibits, right? I do have that right. He said, yes.
He says, and my attorney, you're not going to allow me to afford me to exercise that right. Is that what you're saying? He says, no, I'm not going to do it. But Paul said, but I do have that right to do it. Yes. But you're not going to help me do it. No. I'm not going to help you do it. So you see, this is the conundrum that fucking Paul is in now. Because I want him to, this trial is supposed to be May 6th, I think. And I want it to go on May 6th. His attorney wants to put in motion to delay it. And Paul said to me, he said, I said, where's the jury testimony? He says, they don't have that ready yet. I said, so don't tell your attorney to fucking delay it. I said, just, anything that the jury determined, I said, is going to be able to be recognized by the court if they don't have it ready. I said, so just let them go with what they got. I said, because you give them time to get the grand jury's, testimony and, you get them to have the ability to have the transcripts of it presented to the court. Right now they're not ready to go. Screw them. Tell your attorney, we're ready to go. We're ready to go now. I said, you got 3 weeks, before, it's getting really tight. He's got one more final day for motions to be heard. And I told Paul, I said, you got to get your attorney to order them to give you depositions. I said, because Paul wants to actually seek monetary compensation when this is all done. And I said, Paul, if you could do it now, then the government got to pick up the tab for the deposition. I said, if you wait till it's a civil trial and you want to deposition all these people, and it's going to take them a week or two to deposition all these people, it's going to cost you a fortune to deposition all these people. I said, so you better do it while the government is paying the bill. You better get all the evidence you need here at the criminal court to use against them at a civil level. Because Paul wants to get monetary compensation for them doing all this nonsense to him. It's basically a stupid tax charge. He brought something into the country without paying taxes for it.
Right.
Well, whoopie-do.
He must have got to run his mouth for that period of time. He had brought it to the country.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's what he's, he brought modifiers. It was funny, I was watching TV the other day, and some guy was complaining. He says, hey, the government is making us put silencers, like volume modifiers on our AR-15 rifles, assault rifles now. He said, it's the law that we have to put these things on. So Paul, last year, got actually charged with a crime for bringing silencers into the country to put them on his rifle. And the law has to do it.
Right.
So the best they could get him for is not payment of taxes of this, that he was avoiding paying taxes. It was like $200 worth of crap he bought, so he didn't pay like $14 in taxes. Whoopie-do. So, but like I said, the IRS was going to nail you for owing them $3.16, and over 20 years it accumulated to $58,612.17 with late fees, fines, penalties, and court costs and everything else, administrative fees. So they're actually going to take you to court, and honestly, all you owe is 17 cents, but they can't just let it go.
Right.
They say, no, we're making a point here. It's the principle of the thing. It's not the money. It's the principle of the thing.
Right. Right.
So like I said, the Paul, when he calls me about twice a day, I'm going to say to him, hey, did your attorney ever find out exactly how much money in taxes you owe? And if you did you just send him a check? And just say, no, there's no matter of controversy. I wasn't aware I had to pay the taxes. Now I am, so here's the money. Have a nice day. Well, like I said, I know I said that to Paul in the past, but I don't know if Paul actually brought that up to the attorney's attention. Because it could be that simple of an answer. Because that's what I said to Paul. I said, what are you under? Title 18? He's like, no, Title 26. I was like, what? Like, the Treasury, IRS, what? I said, oh, ATF, yeah, they're under the, it's all about taxes, not paying taxes on whiskey and stuff. Okay. Not paying taxes on firearms and stuff. Okay, I get it. He didn't get a firearm. He got a silencer, a modifier. Just a piece of pipe with some holes in it. It looks like a muffler for your car. Like one of those old drag pipes for your car.
Right.
Whoopie-do. And now, like I said, it's the law that all these assault rifles that you buy, you have to also buy the fucking silencer, just like you have to do in Europe. You buy a rifle, you have to buy a silencer. And you can't shoot a fucking rifle. Well, if you want to shoot it, you have to have a silencer on it, or you're going to get, a fine.
No, that's true.
Right. So Paul did it. Paul said, well, I got rifles, and I could get the silencers for like 10 times less money than I could pay for them over here in the United States. He said, I'm home in England. They sell them right over the counter at your local hobby supply, sports center. He says the rifles and the guns are almost impossible to get in England, but the silencers, yeah, they throw them around like cupcakes. Like, here you go. You want a couple of dozen? Here you go. Just a pipe with a hole in it. That's all it is. He says it's required by law that every single gun that's discharged or or rifle, it has to have a silencer modifier on it. They call them modifiers, not silencers. He says, here in your country, he says, you folks call them silencers like this is some fancy James Bond sneaky shit. He says, over in Europe, we do it because we don't want the neighbors to hear bang, 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 bang. Because it's funny, my dog, Fox, when he hears these hillbillies, going bang, 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 man, he runs and he hides. He hates the sounds of gunfire. So Fox doesn't like it. It's funny. I said, that's because he's an English border collie and they don't like guns over there. So, he never probably heard a gun go off in his life.
So you said you was doing a talk show, right?
Yeah, it's on right now, but I'm going to log off for a little bit, man. I got to go and get cleaned up. I got to run to Harrisonburg and go get my kid's medical record and find out why she was in she tried to commit suicide in foster care on Friday night, and she's in a mental institution now. So I want to find out if she tried to ingest something, eat something, try to physically hurt her body. But the police took her into custody, and they brought her to an emergency room, and then the emergency room put her over to a mental institution. And the mental institution lady did something really funny by telling me that the head psychiatrist lady over there decided to create an order and not allow the mom or the dad to come visit. I said, oh, really? I said, we love complying with orders. Can we have that in writing? So we could not harass you people and keep coming up there to try to see the kid. So I said to them, look, I said, the kid's going to be discharged from the hospital someday, maybe in a year, 10 years, 20 years. She's going to say, hey, Dad, I was in this mental hospital, and I tried to kill myself. And why don't you come up and visit me? I said, because I was ordered not to. And here's the order. And this is signed by the psychiatrist lady that you met. Remember this lady, Jennifer? Yeah, well, she said that I couldn't come up there and see you. So the person I was talking to at the mental place said, oh, okay. That's a good reason to have us, write an order and sign it. I said, yeah, it's a lovely reason. You're damn right. You're going to order me not to come into that public building.
Yeah, put it in writing. Put it in writing.
Yeah, put it in writing and sign it.
Yeah. Now you got good what you want.
Yep, put it in writing, man. And I'll totally comply with the order. You want to up there.
Yeah, that's man.
As soon as they give me the order, as soon as they give me the order, the next day I'm going to go get a process server. I'm going to hand them an invoice, $1,000 a day for carrying out the order. Frank needs to get his damn money back. That's $15,000. And the guy hasn't done a damn thing. And you can tell the guy has no desire whatsoever to try to defend Frank. Because I tried to say to him, why don't we go this approach? Why don't we go for the third-party impartial witness? Why don't we go for the hearsay, he said, she said, testimony evidence? Why don't we go for that she's an infant minor child who's now in a mental institution? Why don't we make a claim? Is there any damages? If there's no damages, where could the action rise without damages? Is there any bruises on her? Was she raped? Was there any physical damage on it? Did it happen in the public? Did it happen in the private? That's where I was going next. Did it happen in the public? And he's like, well, then he started going nuts because he knows there's no public law that Frank violated. Because for Frank to be in violation of public law, the crime must have happened in the public. When it happened in the private, he knows there's no fucking standing that the state has. Then it's man on man in the private. That's the same thing that guy in England did when he brought the other guy who headbutted his neighbor in his front yard. Even though it was in public view and he headbutted his neighbor, knocked his neighbor out, he was able to convince the Crown that the Crown had no standing, the government had no standing because it happened on private land. Now, yes, there's public laws that you can't headbutt somebody and knock them out in the street, but you can't make a law that I can't headbutt my neighbor on my front lawn if I want to. I can headbutt them all I fucking want because it's in the private. Private laws are private laws, public laws are public laws, and they can't cross the threshold. They can't cross into the other's jurisdiction. They can't do it. So that's what I was going to say to the attorney guy. Let's make a fucking claim that it happened in the private, not in the fucking public. The government has no standing. The dad and the daughter had standing in a civil action against the Russos, and that's it. That's all the action that could arise. And he knew exactly where I was fucking going.